Explain the Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of it.
I hear every day about the products you all wish MyPillow carried. Well, guess what? We probably do. Slippers, bathrobes, pet beds, blankets, mattresses, sleepwear, loungewear, duvets, comforters, pot holders, aprons, oven mitts, and so much more. And they're all on sale. For example, get our best-selling standard MyPillows for only $14.98. Body pillows, $29.98. 6-piece bath towels or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase, $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bedsheet sets. Any size, any color, and so much more. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And I've never done this before. When you spend $100 or more, you're going to get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
Experience the miracle of a God-given first responder for your health and an ally in your body that fights everything from minor ailments to major health threats. That ally is your immune system. At Pet Club 24/7, we harness the ancient wisdom of nature with our exclusive potent strain of medicinal mushroom, revered for thousands of years for their immune-supporting properties that are extremely safe with no addictions or overdoses, no side effects, and no interactions with medications. Transform how you manage your health with our all-natural products that help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our natural, time-tested solution, and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Transform how you manage health with our all-natural products and help Pet Club change the world one pet and one person at a time. Elevate your pet's health game and yours with our all-natural, time-tested solution and explore how we are redefining wellness for both pets and people. Visit badlandsmedia.tv/petclub now. That's badlandsmedia.tv/petclub, treating pets and their parents better.
Hurrah, Marines, how we doing? It's great to be here. It's great to be in Quantico. You know, as a proud member of the E4 Mafia, I had never made it to Quantico myself, but, you know, it's one of the reasons why I wanted to run for vice president. I thought maybe it was time for the colonels and generals to listen to the corporals for a change. How's that sound? So you all know how big of a part of the Marine Corps was of my life and how important it was for me. And I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, from one Marine to another, thank you for your service. We're proud of you, and I'm proud to be here with my fellow Marines. God bless you guys. Now, some of you may know that the Marine Corps actually, there are a lot of good things the Marine Corps did for me. When I joined the Marines back in 2003, you know, I was just a kind of directionless kid. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. And as you all know, the Marine Corps is good at giving direction to 18-year-old kids. But it also saved me from making one of the worst financial decisions that I've ever made. And as you guys probably appreciate, there are often these, you know, used car dealerships outside of Marine Corps bases. You know what I'm talking about? And I remember when I was probably a 19-year-old kid, I was going to buy a used Honda Civic at one of those used car dealerships. And the dealership was kind enough to offer me the low interest rate of 21% to buy that used car. And it was a Marine Corps gunnery sergeant, Gunny Arledge, who said, you know what? Why don't you stop being an idiot? Go to Navy Federal Credit Union and get a better deal. And Gunny Arledge saved me from making a terrible mistake. And that's what the Marine Corps does. That's what you all do, from the NCOs to the officers here. You guys help form our young people into United States Marines. And that is, I think, the best thing the Marine Corps does for the United States of America. I'm proud of all of you. As General Chuck Krulak said, the Marine Corps does two things. It wins battles, it wins wars, and it makes Marines. And that's a pretty good damn thing to do for the United States of America. So I'm proud of you guys. I'm proud to be here. I'm proud of what you do. And most of all today, I'm proud that I think under new leadership, the Marine Corps and the entire United States military is headed in the right direction. And that's why I'm here today, to talk a little bit about what we're going to do, talk a little bit about President Trump's vision for the United States military. And importantly, after I do that and I serve some chow at the chow hall, I'm going to go shoot some guns, right? Because So here's the thing. Under President Trump's leadership, we believe in a very simple principle. We don't care who you are, where you came from. We don't care what skin color you are. We care about excellence and we care about patriotism. And if you are awesome and you are a patriotic young Marine, then we are going to do everything that we can to make you the most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. And that is what we're doing every single day. No more quotas, no more ridiculous mumbo jumbo, no more diversity trainings. We believe the real strength and the real diversity in the United States Marine Corps is that you all come from every walk of life, come from every corner of America, and you have got the strength and the purpose to win the nation's wars. And that is what the Marine Corps is going to do, just like it's done for damn near 250 years. Now, speaking of that, as my dear friends, and as a lot of you know, well, maybe you don't, because a lot of young faces out here. That's the thing. You know, I'm 40 years old now, and I realize that compared to when I joined the Marine Corps, I'm an old-ass man now. But here's the thing. The best friends that I've ever made in my life, I've made in the Marine Corps. People who came to my vice presidential inauguration and the president's inauguration just a couple of months ago are people that I first met in boot camp or first met in follow-on school, first met at my first duty station. People who have held my children when they were little babies. People who I've helped welcome new children into the world. You guys have no idea that the people standing to your left and to your right, these are lifelong friends. They're going to follow you around, whether you want to or not, for the rest of your life. And I think that's one of the great blessings of the United States Marine Corps. And one of the things I learned from my great Marine friends, they remind me, is that this November, of course, our great Corps is going to celebrate 250 proud years. And as I know, because I've been to a few Marine Corps birthday balls myself, I'm sure it'll be a total sober, no alcohol celebration for the Marine Corps' 250th birthday. But from one Marine to another, let me just say that we are excited to celebrate the Marine Corps' 250th anniversary, 250 years of winning wars, 250 years of kicking ass and taking names. So here's the basic plan. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to invest in the Marine Corps and the entire United States military like we never have before. Over $1 trillion we're going to invest in building up the manufacturing base of this country so that you guys, when you do go to war, when you have to go to war, you've got the best weapons anywhere in the world. We know from the long history of the United States of America that while the leading edge of American power is you all, it really matters what you guys have in your hands and what you guys have on your backs when you go to war. And so I promised you, from the President of the United States, we are going to send you, if we have to send you to war, with the best equipment, the best ammunition, the best weapons, and we are going to empower you guys to win when you have to. That's the purpose of the United States Marine Corps. Am I right? So that's what we're going to do. And of course, I got some good news. You know, over the last few years, some of the military branches had some recruitment problems. Not the Marine Corps, actually. The Marine Corps was the one branch that consistently met its recruitment goals. And that probably has something to do with the fact that the Marine Corps is a little bit smaller, as you all know. But this year, now, we have got every single branch of the United States military for the past 2 months has been meeting its recruitment goals, because I think I see in your faces what we're seeing all across the country. A renewed sense of patriotism, a renewed commitment to excellence, and that is what is going to make the United States military the strongest fighting force anywhere in the world. So thank you all. Thank you for being part of it. Thank you for being part of 250 years of great American tradition. Thanks to you guys for being willing to put on the uniform and serve your country. Yeah, I always say that the most important thing that we have in this country, the most valuable natural resource, we got plenty of oil, we got plenty of natural gas, we got great mines and minerals, but the most valuable resource that we have in the United States of America is you all. It's young people who are patriotic and dedicated, who are willing to put on the uniform of the United States and risk your lives to defend your fellow citizens. That's an amazing thing. I know it's easy to forget when you go about doing your jobs and you're just worried about getting through the day, worried about, you know, getting to the next week, worried about doing the good job that all of you do, that what you're doing is an amazing thing. And it's easy to forget that because, you know, you don't always have the vice president dropping in to say thank you. But I want you to remember that whether you serve another couple years in the United States Marine Corps, whether you're at the beginning of a 20 or 30-year career, that we respect you, We thank you. And this vice president and the president of the United States know that you guys are the most important resource that we have in the United States Marine Corps, in the United States of America. So thank you all, and God bless you. And the final thing I want to say here is I was actually, and I know I was late. It's funny. That is not Marine Corps time, my friends. I remember Gunny Arledge always told me, if you're 5 minutes early or 10 minutes late. I'm sure you guys have heard that phrase. Well, what does it mean when the vice president is 2 hours late? I guess I'm on time, because who the hell is going to get me in trouble, right? But here's the thing, my friends, is I left. The reason I was a little bit late is because I was in the Oval Office talking to the president. And I stood up and I said, sir, I know we're in the middle of something, but the Marines at Quantico are waiting on me. And he said, oh, I didn't realize that. You got to get out of here. You got to get out there. And I said, do you have a message you want me to deliver? And the President of the United States said he wanted me to tell you two things. First of all, that he loves you. And second of all, that he's proud of you. So let me echo the president. Let me echo a grateful nation. You guys just keep on doing what you're doing. We love you. We're proud of you. And we're going to support you every single step of the way. God bless you, Marines. Semper Fidelis.
We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way. Hey.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you today. We just celebrated Women's Day at the White House. It was fantastic, attended by a lot of great women, All women are great. So this is the beginning of Liberation Day in America. We're going to take back just some of the money that has been taken from us by people sitting behind this desk or another desk that's not quite as nice, but they have their choice of 7, as you know. And we're going to charge countries for doing business in our country and taking our jobs, taking our wealth, taking a lot of things that they've been taking over the years. They've taken so much out of our country, friend and foe. And frankly, friend has been oftentimes much worse than foe. And this is very modest. What we're going to be doing is a 25% tariff on all cars that are not made in the United States. If they're made in the United States, there's absolutely no tariff. We start off with a 2.5% base, which is what we were at. And we go to 25%. And basically, as you know, and as you've been seeing, not reporting as accurately as it should be reported because it's a massive story. Business is coming back to the United States so that they don't have to pay tariffs. And I think also because of November 5th, the election, they're very happy. AI is coming back to levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's a new, sort of a new business, I guess, when you think about it. But it's plants are going up all over the United States, and many of them have already been started. We're getting early electricity taken care of. We're getting permits very quickly for them. And we're going to make their life very happy. They're coming in with tens of billions of dollars. Individual plants will cost 10, 15, and 20 billion dollars. We're going to let them build electricity generating plants along with their plant. And they can't even believe it. And we're going to get them very quick permits, as I've done always. I did that in Louisiana with 2 LNG plants. I got them one permit in 1 day after waiting 14 years and the other one in 1 week after waiting for 12 years. But this is very exciting to me. This is the automobile industry, and this will continue to spur growth like you haven't seen. Before I was elected, we were losing all of our plants that were being built in Mexico and Canada and other places. Now those plants largely have stopped, and they're moving them to our country. In Indiana, the great state of Indiana, I love Indiana. Honda is building one of the biggest plants anywhere, and they've just started. They wouldn't have done it without this. In all cases, they wouldn't have done it without what we're doing. So we'll effectively be charging a 25% tariff. But if you build your car in the United States, there is no tariff. And what that means is a lot of foreign car companies, a lot of companies are going to be in great shape because they've already built their plant. but their plants are underutilized, so they'll be able to expand them inexpensively and quickly. But others will come into our country and build, and they're already looking for sites. They're looking for mostly sites. They don't want to take the old buildings that are empty and falling down. They want to build new, and there's tremendous action. There is likewise for other companies and countries, like the chip making process. Your chip bill was a disaster done by Biden. All he does is give tremendous amounts of billions of dollars to chip companies that will do nothing with the money. They're not going to use the money here. They're going to just keep it. They have plenty of money. The one thing they have is they have a lot of money. In our case, all we're doing is saying you can't come in unless you build here. And the largest chip company by far is manufacturer from Taiwan is building here, and it'll give us almost 40% of the chip market just with that. They're spending almost $200 billion in the United States to build a plant, and they've almost started. They'll be doing much of the work in Arizona. So we have a lot of exciting things, but to me, this is one of the most exciting. Now, outside of one specific day, and that's Liberation Day. That's the real Liberation Day of America, and that's going to be in April 2nd. And I look forward to it. We'll have a little news conference. We'll talk about it, but this is very exciting. So we're signing a executive order today that's going to lead to tremendous growth in the automobile industry. As you know, the electric mandate that we did allows you to buy a car now, electric or gasoline powered or hybrid. You can buy any car you want. We had it so that within a short period of time, you had to buy all electric, and the country could never provide the money necessary to build all of those power plants that you would need all over the country. As you know, in the Middle West, they built 8 power stations. That's like the size of this desk or smaller. And they ended up spending $9 billion on 8. And of the 8, 4 of them didn't work. And we're not doing that. So you can buy electric, or you can buy gasoline, or you can buy hybrid, or you can buy whatever you want to buy. And that's the way it should be. The market's going to determine that. And you're going to see prices going down, but it's going to go down specifically because they're going to buy what we're doing, incentivizing companies to, and even countries, but companies to come into America and build. And we're already setting records for new plants. I think the new plant number, the tally is just within a period of a few weeks. It's very large. I want to be accurate. It's very large. And I'd like to ask Will just to come and give some of the basics, and then I'll sign it. And it's off to the races. I think our automobile business will flourish like it's never flourished before. Yes, please, Will.
Thank you, sir. As you stated, we've prepared for your attention a proclamation imposing a 25% tariff on foreign-made cars and light trucks. This is in addition to tariffs that are already in place on those goods. In addition to, as you said, spurring increased domestic manufacture of cars and trucks, we expect that these tariffs will result in over $100 billion of new annual revenue to the United States of America in tariff revenue.
I think ultimately we could probably anywhere from 600 billion to $1 trillion will be taken in over the relatively short-term period, meaning a year from now, but starting right away. I think we'll go from 600 to $1 trillion within 2 years. And I think we'll be right from the beginning, we're going to be at a very high number, right from the beginning. And right from the beginning, you're going to have a lot of construction jobs, but you're also going to have a lot of automobile jobs. So this is very exciting, but it's also exciting because of what's happening with other aspects. We're going to be doing tariffs on pharmaceuticals in order to bring our pharmaceutical industry back. We don't make anything here in terms of drugs, medical drugs, different types of drugs that you need, medicines. It's in other countries, largely made in China, a lot of it made in Ireland. Ireland was very smart. We love Ireland. But we're going to have that. We're going to have lumber. We're going to free up some of our land. And you'll be able to meet a lot of other standards like fire cuts. If Los Angeles had fire cuts, which they didn't have, that's a gap of half a football field between areas. You wouldn't have had the fires. They would have been contained. But you have fire cuts. And by the way, you sell that wood for a lot of money, a lot of profit is made from that. But we're going to be doing lumber. We're freeing up our land so that we don't have to use outside sources of lumber. Energy, we're doing fantastically well at. The energy prices have been coming down rapidly as we increase supply, and we've already done that. We have Chris and Doug are doing a fantastic job on that. That's Department of Energy and Department of Interior. And they're working together hand in hand because Interior has the land and Energy has the ability to do the drilling and do what they have to do. Our coal areas are going to be opened up for clean, beautiful coal. Germany's opening up mini coal plants now. They tried the wind and it didn't work. They almost went out of business. They almost went bankrupt. They tried wind, which is a disaster because it's too expensive and it doesn't look good, kills all the birds, a lot of problems. But Germany is now building a lot of coal plants. China is building one a week. Think of that. And they're using coal, which is very powerful. Coal is a very powerful energy. And we're opening up our coal mines again. And we're going to do, I call it beautiful, clean coal. The technology is so good now that coal can give you tremendous power at the same time. It can be very clean. But we're also obviously doing oil and gas and various other things. You can do pretty much whatever you want. We don't like the wind because we think it ruins the landscapes, the plains, ruins them. And it's got a lot of problems. It's also by far the most expensive energy. It looks horrible in the oceans. It's dangerous in the oceans in terms of navigation. And if you look at what's happening with whales, in one area, they lost 2 whales, like in 20 years, washed ashore. And this year they had 17 wash ashore. So there's something happened out there. There's something driving the whales a little bit loco, but they lost 2 in 20 years. And now they lost 17 in a short period of time. So it's something wrong out there. So this is very exciting. This is going to lead to the construction of a lot of plants, in this case, auto plants. And you're going to see numbers like you haven't seen, both in terms of employment. Takes a little while. You're going to have great construction numbers initially, and then ultimately you're going to have a lot of people making a lot of cars. And one other thing, we have the Speaker of the House with us who's doing a fantastic job. And where's Mike? And we're trying to get approved. Mike, thank you very much for being here. We're trying to get approved, if we can. If you borrow money to buy a car, you're allowed to deduct interest payments for purposes of income tax, but only if the car is made in America. So if the car is made in America, you get a loan, you can deduct the interest. That's a big saving. A lot of people in that part of the world, in terms of buying cars, a lot of them don't think in terms of deductions. People that think in terms of deductions are very wealthy people, but people are going to start understanding what a good deduction is all about. So when you get a loan to buy a car, and I think it's going to pay for itself. I don't think there's any cost. I think you're going to have so many cars built, but you're only going to get that deduction of interest if the car is made in the United States of America. So I'm going to sign this, and Mike, I hope you can get that because I think it's going to be amazing in terms of the number of cars that will be made because of it. And I want to thank Howard Lutnick, our fabulous commerce chairman. That's what he is. He's a chairman. He's a very successful guy, a great guy. And we have a big day, Howard, coming up next week.
Liberation Day.
That's Liberation Day. That's going to be on the 2nd, and that's going to be reciprocal. And I think people will be impressed. We're going to be very fair. We're going to be very nice, actually. We have not been treated nicely by other countries, but we're going to be nice. So I think people will be pleasantly surprised, but it's going to make our country very rich because we're the piggy bank that everybody steals from. And they've been doing it for many years, for decades, and we're not going to let it happen. So, but we're going to treat people very nicely. We're going to treat other countries very, very nicely. And I think it's going to have a very positive effect on everybody, including those other countries. So I'll sign this, and we will see you again on April the 2nd. In terms of this, it's going to be another round, and it's about making America great again, making it strong and prosperous again. Thank you very much.
So Mr. President, on tariffs, can I ask you about tariffs, Mr. President, on the car tariffs? How do you
assure that a car coming into the country is fully built? Could an automaker in Germany say, leave the tires on?
Policing, and it's pretty easy to do. If parts are made in America and a car isn't, those parts are not going to be taxed or tariffed. And we'll have very strong policing as far as that's concerned. For the most part, I think it's going to lead cars to be made in one location. Right now, a car would be made here, sent to Canada, sent to Mexico, sent all over the place. It's ridiculous. So this is a very simple system. And the beauty of the 25, it's one number. It's not up or down, depending on the cost of the car. It's one number. And that number is going to be used to reduce debt greatly in the United States and to build things, reduce taxes. I mean, basically, I view it as reducing taxes and also reducing debt. And within a fairly short period of time, I think we're going to have a balance sheet that's going to be outstanding. Yeah.
How do you assure Americans then that this will not cause a long-term increase in prices?
Well, look, I think we're going to have a market the likes of which nobody's ever seen before, not in this country. You know, we had the best market ever in my first term. It was the strongest market ever, the best economy ever. And I think I think this blows it away. But this is something that people have wanted to do, presidents have wanted to do for a long time. A lot of them didn't understand it. It wasn't a priority for them. But foreign countries understood it very well. And they've really ripped us off at levels that nobody's seen before. But that's not going to happen.
Mr. President, is this for today or on April 2nd, the auto tariffs?
Say it?
Do these auto tariffs go into effect today or on April 2nd?
They go into effect on April 2nd. We're signing today. It goes into effect April 2nd. We start collecting on April 3rd.
I suppose do you have any more sectoral tariffs that are coming in on April 2nd?
What does that mean?
Any more tariffs on any other sectors on April 2nd, for example, chips or pharmaceuticals?
Not then, but we will be putting a tariff on lumber. We, as you know, have a tariff already on steel and on aluminum of 25%. And we're taking in tremendous amounts of dollars. More importantly, our steel factories and aluminum factories are roaring. They're starting to roar. They're building new ones. I just heard from Nucor, which is a big company, a very big steel company, and they're building a massive plant for steel that they wouldn't build without this. So you're going to see things that are going to be actually amazing. And I think you already have. You know, we've had some news conferences where I can't have enough. They want to do news conferences where they announce they're going to spend $20, $30, $40 billion. But Apple, as an example, is spending $500 billion. Okay.
So on the signal chat, Senator Roger Wicker.
Hold on one second.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Reciprocal tariffs next week. Will those be immediately effective April 2nd on all countries, or will you focus on the worst offenders?
No, we're going to make it all countries, and we're going to make it very lenient. I think people are going to be very surprised. It'll be, in many cases, less than the tariff that they've been charging us for decades. So I think people are going to be very, very surprised.
Why is
on these auto tariffs?
I think they'll be pleasantly surprised. I think we're trying to keep it somewhat conservative.
And on these auto tariffs, we saw obviously the NASDAQ 100 go down 2% at close, S&P 500 down 1%. What are you?
Is that today? Today?
Yes, sir.
I didn't say that. I want to see the jobs. I want to see that'll all take care of itself. That could take care of itself in 1 day, 2 days, or 1 week.
Are there any conditions under which you'd remove these auto tariffs, sir, or is this permanent for the rest of your term in office?
Oh, this is permanent. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Are you on the auto tariffs? Did Elon Musk advise you at all on these auto tariffs?
No, because he may have a conflict, so we don't talk. I've never talked to him. Elon's amazing. He's never asked me for a favor in business whatsoever. I'm actually a little surprised by it. I might do it. I might not do it. I do what's right. And he'd want me to do what's right. No, he's a patriot. He has never, you know, these are big deals we're talking about. This is probably nothing like this. And I've never had Elon come and say, would you do me a favor with the mandate or the electric mandate or anything? He's never asked me for anything.
Sir, also, what's your response? The administration should take more accountability and not downplay just today.
Well, I don't know about downplaying. The press upplays it. I think it's all a witch hunt. That's all. I think it's a witch hunt. I wasn't involved with it. I wasn't there, but I can tell you the result is unbelievable because the Houthis are looking to do something. They want to know, how do we stop? Can we have peace? The Houthis want peace because they're getting the hell knocked out of them. It's been very, very strong. The Houthis are dying for peace. They don't want this. And they're bad. Look, they were knocking ships out of the ocean. You know, we had in the Suez Canal, they only have about 20% of the ships going through. They have to go through a different way. Have been hit hard and they want to negotiate peace. But I don't think they're quite. I can only tell you this, you know, you don't want to talk about it. The Houthis have been horrible to the world, what they've done, killed a lot of people, and knocked down a lot of ships and planes and anything else. You know, it's not just the ships. And they have been hit harder than they've ever been hit. And they want us to stop so badly. And they've got to stop. They've got to say no mas. But I can only say that the attacks, it's attacks every day, every night. It's not just the one, you're talking about one. The attacks have been very successful, even beyond our wildest expectations. We've hit them very hard, very successfully. And we're going to do it for a long time. We're going to keep it going for a long time.
Senate Republicans have said that they have formally asked the administration for an Inspector General report on the signal issue. Will you agree to that?
It doesn't bother me. I don't know. You know, I want to find if a signal doesn't work. It could be that signal is not very good. You know, it's a company, and maybe it's not very good. I think we'd rather that night, and it has been unbelievably successful every single night for the last 4 or 5 nights. So, and that's the thing that you should be talking about. Yeah. This is something that should have been done by sleepy Joe Biden, but he was asleep at the wheel, other than when it came to stealing money, of course. Joe Biden should have done this attack on Yemen, which is basically a certain group within Yemen, the Houthis. And this should have been done by Joe Biden, and it wasn't. And that's caused this world a lot of damage and a lot of problems.
So the president is responsible, but he's also overseeing the investigation to find out what went wrong. Maybe.
Have to play a role in that, possibly, in the form of an approval, maybe. And I think they'll do that. Maybe I'll give them a little reduction in tariffs or something to get it done, you know, because every point in tariff is worth more money than TikTok. If you think every point, tariff is a much bigger world and TikTok is big, but every point in tariffs is worth more than TikTok. So, in order to get China to do, maybe I'd give them a reduction in tariffs as an example. Sounds like something I'd do.
So tariffs are going to be good for Tesla, sir?
Good for who?
Tesla, which makes it
well, he is a fantastic Tesla. Will tariffs be good? I think they may. It could be a net neutral, or they may be good. He has a big plant in Texas. He has anybody that has plants in the United States, it's going to be good for, in my opinion.
Mr. President, the European Union
want to
has
return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policy?
You know, I haven't seen a mask in so long. You're wearing a mask. So nice of you. I haven't seen anybody wearing a mask in a long time. It's good. You feel more comfortable, right?
Yes.
Good. That's good.
Education,
so go ahead.
You said you want to return education control to the states. How would you handle it if a state like California were to put in place education policies you disagree?
Education, and it's going to happen fast. And I mean, I tell you what, you have 40 states, in my opinion, that will be as good as Norway, Sweden, Denmark. You take a look at those three are top, among the top, and they've been there for a long time. But I think you'll have a lot. Finland is very strong. China's the top 10, and that's something considering the size, you know. So it's not only a size thing, but Norway, Sweden have been very good. Denmark has been very good. I think you have Iowa and Indiana, and a lot of our states will be equal to them, but they can't be equal if it's going to be run in Washington. We don't want that. Yeah.
Director Gabbard testified that any information that would indicate that the U.S. or its allies are going to make an attack should be classified. The Secretary of Defense has said that the information in those messages was not classified. Are you going to ask him to review whether it should have been, should flight time?
I would. You can view that two ways, frankly. There's a lot of ways to answer that question, but I'd certainly ask him to take a look at it.
So, Mr. President, when they did this, in hindsight, should they have
well, there may be a problem with the platform, and if there's a problem with the platform, nobody should use it. You know, they could have a basic problem, but you know, I say it again. Not that I'm looking for lethality. I wish we didn't have to do it at all, but they're shooting down our ship, and we can't allow that to happen. And again, this time ago, or one or two more.
So, Vice President's comments that he doesn't. Do you agree with that?
Well, I understand where he's coming from. Our agriculture in Europe, they don't let us do very much. They treat us very badly. One of the reasons I'm putting tariffs on is that reason. We take millions of their cars, BMW, Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz. We take millions and millions of their cars, and they have non-monetary tariffs where it's impossible for us to sell a car, almost, in Europe. And so I understand what he's saying. Same thing with NATO. When I got involved, these mostly European countries, as you know, we had 28 at the time, and only 7 were paid. And most of them were not paid. 20 some odd countries were not paid, or they were substantially less than they're supposed to be. And the United States was literally making up the difference in Europe, and it's very unfair. So I understand. I didn't know he made that statement, but if he did, I mean, I'm okay with it. It's I complain about it all the time. The European Union treats us horribly on trade, and NATO has treated now. I raised a lot of money for NATO, hundreds of billions of dollars. You were here last week when the Secretary General said, because I got them to pay money. It was unfair. The United States was paying 80, 90, 100%, okay?
You said you're going to be more lenient than a separate.
I think if I did to them what they did, it'd be much more lenient. You'll see on April 2nd, I'm going to be much more lenient. They were really bad with us, I tell you. And then should have stepped up. They should have stepped up and done something, and they didn't do it. And hence we have 36.
Mr. President, you've criticized Jeffrey.
Who's going into
the Vice President? Usha was going to go to Greenland on her own.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think you may have JD going, actually. Yeah. I don't know if they've split that up, but Usha's great. But I understand JD might be going.
So the European Union has voted or decided against Apple and Google during the Digital Markets Act, and they're the first U.S. companies they targeted with that. An Apple executive told me they believe that's politically motivated because of the tariffs.
The European Union is suing a lot of our companies, like Apple, and they have 17 billion Facebook, they're suing a lot of other companies, and they use that money just like, it's like a tariff. They go before judges that are very
Is everybody ready? Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you so much for joining us here today. My name is Nick Langworthy, and I proudly represent New York's 23rd Congressional District in Western New York. And it's great to see so many familiar faces joining me here today that I work so closely with through the FAA reauthorization process in the last Congress. All the stakeholders joining us here today are passionate about airline safety and protecting the future of this critical industry in the United States. And I'm honored to join you today as one of the founders of the Aviation Safety Caucus. I started this caucus with our co-chairs, Congressman Mark Veazey and Congressman Jack Bergman, who unfortunately, due to the changes in this week's schedule, couldn't be here with us today. This caucus focuses on reaching across the aisle to find legislative solutions to protect aviation safety and security. We didn't want to wait until it's time for another FAA reauthorization every 5 years. We wanted to be working on these issues all year round because the issue is that critical to have a year-round focus on keeping our skies safe and our flying public safe and important airline personnel safe. Everyone who gets on a flight, whether you're a passenger, a pilot, a crew member, they expect to reach their destination safely because they're accustomed to the high standards of safety and professionalism that defines the United States aviation industry. With the rise of social media and more widespread accounting of airline incidents, it's more important now than ever to dedicate ourselves to the mission of the Aviation Safety Caucus. Today, I have reintroduced the Safer Skies Act for the 119th Congress, which builds on the security reforms enacted after 9/11 and is designed to address the critical vulnerability that exists in our current aviation system. The Safer Skies Act will require the TSA to update its security screening requirements for Part 135 and Part 380 operators, those that offer the purchase of individual seats in advance, provide publicly available schedules, and operate aircraft with more than 9 seats. These operators will now be held to the same security standards under this bill as any other scheduled commercial airline. This common sense measure would ensure that no passenger bypasses rigorous screening and we keep our skies safe from terrorists. Due to the reforms that followed the 9/11 attacks, Americans have come to expect a very high level of safety and security when they board a plane on American soil. But there is this loophole, one that has allowed certain providers and operators, like ticketed charter flights, to circumvent these requirements, and it creates a great vulnerability throughout the system. The Safer Skies Act will close that loophole. We must keep these standards the same across the board and let no one cheat the system. As I have often repeated, safety should never be compromised by a business decision. And that goes for someone trying to make a buck or someone trying to pay a little extra to avoid the hassle. As the chair of the Aviation Safety Caucus, I work very closely with our partners and our experts in the federal government, in the aviation industry, to identify existing security gaps. And this one is glaring. This legislation is just one piece of the overall puzzle that we need to solve. The work of this caucus is dedicated to maintaining the highest safety standards, not just against terrorism, but in all elements of aviation safety. For those of you that don't know my background, and why I've made aviation safety a major focus of my policy portfolio, I represent Western New York in Congress. On February 9, 2009, when I was a congressional staff member, Colgan Air Flight 3407, approaching the Buffalo Niagara International Airport, lost control, and it crashed like a dart into a single home in Clarence, New York, in what is now my district, killing all 45 passengers, 2 pilots, 2 flight attendants, and 1 person on the ground. As a congressional staffer that day, I saw firsthand the aftermath of the crash. I'll never forget the aftermath of the crash as we comforted and worked with the families trying to pick up the pieces of their lives that were broken that day and shattered. And it's seared into the collective memory of our community. I got to know the families. I attended the funerals. And when you experience something like that, when you share in the pain of the heartbreak of people that have lost loved ones, it changes how you view things like safety policies. So many of us go through life thinking it'll never happen to me. But the reality is safety cannot for 1 minute be taken for granted. What the families did next was nothing short of amazing. They turned the most tragic moment in their lives into a catalyst for real change. And they decided they could not let this happen to other families. They turned their grief into action, bold action. And they took this hill. And they went to Washington and they demanded higher safety standards for pilots across the board, because there was a 2-tier system of training from regional carriers to the big national carriers. Their advocacy efforts led to major reforms included in the Airline Safety and FAA Extension Act of 2010, such as the 1,500-hour in-flight training requirement for pilots and the requirement that the carrier be disclosed immediately at the time of ticket purchase. As a freshman congressman, it was a tough decision to take on leaders in my own party in Congress over this issue. It would have been easy to kind of go along and be part of the status quo and go along and get along, but I've seen firsthand the potential consequences of relaxing our safety standards. And I had to stand up against the changes that were attempted to be made in that FAA reauthorization, where they tried to replace in-cockpit training hours with on-the-ground simulator time. It was the right thing to do. It was the right thing to do for the families of 3407 and the memories of the loved ones that they lost, but it was more important to do for the current flying public. Reducing the amount of real flight experience a pilot needs could have jeopardized the hard-won victories and safety gains of the past decade. Today, it is my responsibility and the responsibility of our caucus to ensure that those hard-won safety standards are not eroded. We must continue to improve and maintain the safeguards and protections of the passengers and crew from preventable tragedies. And as we look into the future, we must recognize that airline safety standards must evolve to meet the challenges posed by new technology. But they must do so in a way that maintains the integrity of airline travel in the United States. We must continue to invest in technology and training, and we must be vigilant on our oversight and regulatory frameworks. That includes holding all commercial air carriers, big and small, to the same stringent safety standards that have kept passengers and crew safe for decades. And as we move forward, I look forward to continuing our conversation around these important issues, ensuring that our aviation industry remains the safest in the world. This is not just about regulations and standards. It's about the lives of the people that fly each and every day, the lives of the traveling public that take their safety for granted, and the lives of the industry and the professionals like those assembled behind me that make it their livelihood. So thank you all for your partnership in this critical mission. And I now welcome Captain Ambrosi, the president of ALPA, to make some remarks. Captain, thank you so much for being with us.
On behalf of nearly 80,000 pilots across 42 airlines, thank you for being here today. Thank you, Representative Langworthy, and your colleagues in the Aviation Safety Caucus for your leadership and for prioritizing aviation safety and security. Security and safety must always be the primary focus of our industry. The stakes are too high to allow any gaps or loopholes in the armor that Americans depend on to keep aviation secure. Every day, we operate tens of thousands of flights, carrying millions of passengers in the United States, and each and every one of them expects consistent and effective security procedures regardless of their airline, origin, or destination. On September 11th, 2001, we witnessed what can happen when there is inadequate aviation security. And as a nation, we vowed to never forget and never let it happen again. In the decades since, we've built a security mentality and structure that works. We must never stop improving, and we certainly should never cut corners, because our enemies will always look for our weaknesses. Currently, some carriers operate scheduled flights with ticketed passengers under Part 135 and Part 380 regulations, which do not have the same level of security screenings. That can mean the same type of aircraft operating out of the same airports could do so without the same security screening standards to which all other airline operations are held. That is absolutely unacceptable. Allowing Part 135 and Part 380 operators to take advantage of less strict security protocols introduces risk into our aviation system. Passengers deserve the same high level of aviation security, regardless of their departure point and destination, and ALPA is grateful for Representative Langworthy and his colleagues for their leadership on this issue. By addressing the security threats created by the current loophole, we close a dangerous precedent that could spark a race to the bottom and continue to undermine aviation security. Carriers should compete on routes and services, but we must never allow them to compete based on safety or less strict security procedures. Americans, regardless of whether they live in a large metropolitan area like here in DC or a rural community, deserve the same level of safety and security. The Safer Skies Act is one important step toward what our industry needs at this critical moment. Representative Langworthy, thank you for your leadership on the Aviation Safety Caucus at this important time in our history. And again, Representative Langworthy and your colleagues, thank you for your continued leadership to close the security threat created by this loophole. Americans depend on demand safe and secure airline operations. And this bill is a critical step in ensuring every flight on every airline is secure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain. Next, we'd like to welcome forward Alex Roberts, who's a DCA-based flight attendant and a representative of the APFA.
Appreciate you. Good afternoon. My name is Alex Roberts, and I'm a flight attendant and a member of APFA, the Association of Professional Flight Attendants, the union representing my 28,000 colleagues at American Airlines. As crew members, we provide care to 3 million travelers in the United States every day. But above all, we are safety professionals trained to respond to onboard threats, medical emergencies, and evacuation orders. We are truly the last line of defense for passenger safety in the skies. This responsibility is why I'm here today speaking in support of the Safer Skies Act, which ensures that every passenger traveling through our airspace has been properly screened. Flight attendants rely on the professionalism of many work groups tasked with maintaining security, including the critical role of Transportation Security Administration. Flight crews and the flying public are safer when TSA workers are able to perform their duties on all passenger flights, ensuring there are no weapons or substances on board that could compromise the integrity of those flights. No passenger should be exempt from this screening. And we thank the 47,000 TSA agents who keep us safe every day on every flight. In fact, the very creation of TSA was in response to the worst terrorist attack in American history on September 11th, 2001. I was just 5 years old then, but I still remember it vividly. I remember it because my mother was a flight attendant and she was on duty that awful day. One of my earliest childhood memories was standing in the living room watching images of the attack on TV and fearing for my mother's safety. After nearly a week, we were reunited, a blessing far too many Americans that day never had. After 9/11, our country vowed, never again. And that is why it is so essential to pass the Safer Skies Act. 9/11 changed our industry and our country forever. And this bill helps fulfill the promise to maintain aircraft security, protect passengers on board, and ensure our aircraft are never weaponized again. Thank you to Representative Langworthy, Representative Vesey, Representative Bergman, and to the many co-sponsors for demonstrating that nothing is more bipartisan than protecting American lives. On behalf of myself, APFA, and the broader aviation community, we urge the passage of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. And next, we will welcome forward Sarah Nelson, the president of AFA.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Nelson. I'm the president of the Association of Flight Attendants, CWA, representing 55,000 flight attendants at 20 different airlines. And with me here today is the president of our PSA chapter, Lee Wilkes, here to say thank you, Congressman, for forming the Aviation Safety Caucus. This is not something that we can take for granted, and it is something that we absolutely must be focused on every single day. Aviation safety and security happens every single day because hundreds of thousands of aviation workers, from the people who build the planes, engineer the planes, get the parts, the people who are inspecting the planes, do maintenance regularly, the people who are checking people in at the airports, the people who are screening our passengers, and with the law enforcement that are working with them behind the scenes, the people who are flying our planes, and the people who are working on our planes. We are asking all day long, every single day, is it safe? And because we do that, passengers can take that for granted. Now, I'm not only the president of the Association of Flight Attendants. I'm a Boston-based United Airlines flight attendant who lost my friends on a route that I normally flew on September 11th, 2001. Flight 175 flew into the South Tower of the World Trade Center, and you can picture it because all cameras were trained on that site because American Flight 11 had flown into the North Tower 17 minutes earlier. I know the exact moment that Amy, Michael, another Amy, Catherine, Al, Robert, Alicia, Marianne, and Jesus lost their lives. I know what it's like when the planes stop. We all know. We all know the grief that we held in our hearts and the desire to pick up and rebuild our lives. But we also know what happened because of that. Safety and security must be in place if we have economic security. Millions of workers lost their pensions, took pay cuts. We took a step backward in aviation because we couldn't attract people to these jobs to do this work. Everything starts with safety and security. The TSA was formed in order to make sure that safety and security is not sold at the lowest price with the highest cost for our country. When TSA was created, we federalized the workforce and we connected to all the other security agencies and law enforcement agencies that do this work. TSA screeners do not just look for liquids and knives and guns and other weapons. They work with the critical analysis of an entire network of law enforcement that determines the potential risks, so that we can plug those holes, mitigate those risks, and make sure that we continue to run a safe operation. It is disgusting that there are people who are gaming the system to use what we call the scheduled charter loophole of Part 135 flying with a 380 waiver that has ballooned over the last 10 years and has been used as a reason for people to buy tickets on their airline. They sell these tickets by telling people that you can avoid TSA security for the price of a first-class ticket. Our safety and security is not for sale. We stand with Congressman Langworthy. He stands with us, and every single member of Congress better get on this bill right away, because if they do not, we will know where they stand. And they fly on their planes, and they're going to have to answer to us. Thank you.
Next, we'd like to welcome Captain Kyle Moore from the Southwest Pilots Association and the head of their Government Affairs Committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Moore. I'm a captain with Southwest Airlines, and I have the privilege of representing the over 11,000 pilots of Southwest Airlines Pilots Association. Every day, we make safety our top priority every time we step into a cockpit. Aviation safety is built on rigorous standards that ensure passengers, crew members, and the public can trust that every flight operates under the highest levels of security. However, a loophole has allowed certain operators to bypass the security measures that have been fundamental, protecting our skies since 9/11. The Safer Skies Act is a crucial step in closing that loophole, ensuring that all flights, regardless of the operator, adhere to the same security protocols that commercial carriers follow every single day. We cannot allow a two-tiered security system to exist, one where some flights are held to a rigorous standard while others operate with weaker protections. The American people expect and deserve better. This is why we are proud to stand in full support of the Safer Skies Act. This bill is about fairness, security, and most importantly, ensuring that every passenger and every crew member can fly with confidence. On behalf of the Southwest Pilots Association, we strongly support this bill. We urge Congress to act swiftly to pass it and protect the integrity of our aviation system. On behalf of the thousands of pilots we represent, we thank Congressman Langworthy and his colleagues for taking decisive action to strengthen aviation security. We look forward to working together to pass this bill and make our skies safe for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, we will welcome Andrea Thiemley, an APA representative.
Hi, I'm Captain Andrea Thiemley, and on behalf of the 16,000 American Airlines pilots that make up the Allied Pilots Association, we strongly support the Safer Skies Act of 2025. We want to thank Representative Langworthy, Representative Veazey, and Representative Bergman, as well as all of the other co-sponsors for their leadership in addressing this critical loophole in U.S. charter flight regulatory guidance. As airline professionals, you've already heard, we witnessed firsthand the horrific acts of September 11th, 2001, and we never want a repeat of that tragic day in our nation's history. We're concerned that our collective memory of that event is way too short, as evidenced by some charter operations that have lost focus on security in favor of financial profits. The Safer Skies Act addresses this security gap and brings those priorities back into focus by enforcing a single security standard for all air travel. The American public deserves confidence in their safety and security while traveling, and this bill is a great first step in addressing this loophole and restoring confidence in our aviation sector. Thank you to Congressman Langworthy for his leadership on this.
Thank you very much. We'll take any questions you have now. Yes, ma'am.
We are Freedom for Recreation Television. I know this is a bipartisan caucus. Do you feel confident about having this bill go forward and get it on the House floor?
Well, we're going to be, telling the story as to why we need to focus on aviation safety every single day. And I think it was very articulately laid out the case. And I tell you, I wouldn't want you to knock on my door if I wasn't on board with this legislation. Members of Congress fly every single week, but this loophole needs to be plugged. This is just a matter of common sense. Just because someone has the means to buy what is essentially a first-class fare shouldn't allow you to avoid the safety and security that is necessary for any flight. I think that this is something that certainly deserves a vote. We'll be fighting hard to move it on the floor and get a Senate companion so that we can make this law. Because there needs to be one standard, just like as I talked about in my remarks. We need to have one standard for pilots, whether you were a regional carrier or a big national carrier. One standard to keep everyone safe. And we're taking everybody's life into the hands of the professionals behind in the cockpit. But the idea that we can have a loophole like this, our adversaries that seek to do our country harm look for vulnerabilities across the system each and every day. And this one is glaring. And for a very cheap fare, they can end up avoiding all of the standards that we've put in place. And it's all for naught if someone can weaponize an aircraft against a building or any other target. So the time for this is now. And I'll be fighting hard to get my colleagues on board. We're very impressed with the bipartisan array of co-sponsors we've been able to achieve. And it's in large part because of the great work of the people assembled behind me who are working tirelessly on this legislation and truly creating a grassroots effort to bring this. It's, you know, these scheduled charters don't fly out of every city. They don't fly out of my district, but they fly out of a lot of our metropolitan areas, the bigger ones in the country. And we really need to plug this hole in order to maintain the peace of mind for the flying public. Yes.
At that point, how many of these flights are there on a regular basis, and how many of these charter companies are there? And if I can ask more broadly for the Aviation Caucus, we obviously just saw very high-profile events. Is there more legislation that we should expect to see coming?
Well, I don't think we're at a legislative fix at this point. I had a very great conversation this week with Secretary Duffy, actually during the recess week, to discuss the findings of the NTSB and the FAA actions on that. And I do think this was a very preventable tragedy. It wasn't due to the efforts of the pilot or the airline that tragedy happened. It was because of traffic around DCA. I think that has now come to a close, and we're not going to see that anytime soon. And it's something that Secretary Duffy is very serious about. It obviously happened on the first day, the day he was sworn in as cabinet secretary. And we can never allow that to happen again here in Washington, D.C. And it just, the real tragedy here, you know, we had about a 14-year window with no aviation disasters in the United States of America. And from this tragedy, we have to be vigilant and see that there's no interference with our flight paths in and out of DCA or any airport for that matter. And the fact that was going on for years and we hadn't had a tragedy is probably a miracle. But the loss of life is immense. You know, those families will never be made whole. And we have to ensure that never happens again. I'm not sure it requires any sort of legislative fix, though, because the airline was doing what it needed to do. The pilots made no errors. It was the unfortunate decision to allow that helicopter traffic into that same airspace on approach to the runways. In terms of the charter flights, Captain Ambrosini, if you want to join me, if you could share any of your wisdom on that.
This is not a small problem. It's well over 100,000 flights a year are happening under this loophole. And
cherry blossoms are here. It's beautiful.
We're going to leave this to take you live to the White House, where Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt is speaking to reporters. You're watching live coverage.
From that community in Virginia, this is a big win for the American public, and the president is very proud of Attorney General Bondi and the FBI Director Kash Patel, and they worked alongside Governor Youngkin in Virginia. So we applaud the effort of state and local law enforcement. This was a very violent individual who was picked up in a home with 5 children present. So our communities are safer this morning, and it's it's a good day for our country. I'll take a couple of questions and then I have my morning meetings.
Do you have an update on the status of the internal investigation that you described yesterday into the signal?
Not this morning, but we've been incredibly transparent about this entire situation and we will continue to be.
Caroline, the president announced auto tariffs yesterday. He's also alluded to other tariffs, lumber, pharmaceutical drugs. Can you give us an expectation of the timeline? Are those part of next week's package? Are they more the weeks to follow? When should we expect those?
Sure. Well, I won't get ahead of the president on any additional tariffs. As you know, on April 2nd, there will be the reciprocal tariff announcement, which is going to focus on countries, particularly that have been ripping off the United States. The president said yesterday he thinks that some of these numbers will be more conservative than many people are expecting. But we're going to make sure that American workers are put first, and we're ending the unfair trade practices that have been hollowing out our middle class for decades. And I would just like to emphasize these auto tariffs yesterday are a big deal for auto workers in the industry. And you saw United Auto Workers Union, Sean Fain, who wasn't the greatest fan of the president on the campaign trail, came out this morning and applauded the president for this move, saying it's a great thing for auto workers who have been sold out by unfair trade practices. So the president is determined to rebuild our manufacturing base. We want more jobs, more products made right here in the United States, which means more money in the pockets of the American people at the end of the day.
Caroline, will the White House cooperate with any request from Congress regarding the signal situation?
We haven't seen a request from Congress come through our inboxes yet, and when that does, we'll have an answer on that.
A new YouGov poll shows that around 75% of Americans consider that the signal problem is a very serious problem. Does the administration plan to hold anyone accountable, potentially change their messaging on it?
Well, we have never denied that this was a mistake, and the National Security Advisor took responsibility for that. And we have said we are making changes. We are looking into the matter to ensure it can never happen again. But of course, the president has put together a team. Look at the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, who was voted in by the United States Senate, putting our warfighters first, making the world a safer place for the American people and for all people. And we're going to stay focused on that. And I think the arrest of an MS-13 gang leader this morning speaks volumes about the competence of the president and his team. Thanks, guys.
River announces Bitcoin interest on cash. Now, US dollars in your River account will earn you high-yield interest rate that can be paid in Bitcoin. With the price of groceries, mortgage, and tuition on a steep rise, people are now looking at a retirement age of 80 instead of 60. And that's all because dollars are losing value at a record pace. The challenge is finding a way to hold on to your dollar while still getting ahead. That's where River Bitcoin comes in. River Bitcoin's interest on cash protects your dollars with FDIC insurance while offering you the option to recap the potential gains of Bitcoin. Over the past 2 years, you would have earned 2 times the rate of most high-yield savings accounts and 16 times the rate of national average savings account with Bitcoin interest on cash. Get started at badlandsmedia.tv/river. Move your cash to River today and start earning real interest rate with Bitcoin. That's badlandsmedia.tv/river.
Crash. Committee will come to order. The Subcommittee on Aviation and Space of the United States Senate's Committee on Commerce convenes today for what I consider a very important hearing. 57 days ago, our nation witnessed the first major U.S. commercial passenger flight crash in nearly 16 years. Families had their loved ones taken from them in an instant. Children lost their parents, husbands lost their wives, a Kansas couple lost their daughter, and a rural community in our state called Kiowa lost a husband and a wife, a pillar of the community, who were traveling to visit their daughter in college. I've taken that American flight before. There were many Kansans on that flight, and several of the members of this committee lost constituents on the American Airlines Flight 5342 and the Army's Black Hawk helicopter. In addition to the families who are grieving, our first responders made heroic efforts to find survivors and save lives, and the investigators have spent nearly 2 months searching the Potomac River and working to reconstruct wreckage to find answers. It has been a difficult 57 days. 67 lives that were lost on January 29th were taken prematurely in an accident that by all indications should have been avoided. Now, the families of these victims, the Federal Aviation Administration, the National Transportation Safety Board, the U.S. Army, and Congress are tasked with how to best honor the memory and make certain accidents like this never happen again. I want to highlight NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamady and NTSB Board for their diligence and transparency throughout the investigations. That job obviously is not an easy one, but it's been done with professionalism and care. It's their work that we are here, brings us here today to review. NTSB's preliminary report into the Midair collision provides insight into the events of January 29th, but many questions, certainly in my view, many questions still need to be answered, not only by the NTSB's investigation, but by our nation's aviation safety regulator and by the Army. The preliminary report provides alarming statistics in using existing FAA data on the risks at DCA to aviation safety. That data includes, and NTSB provides these numbers. In a 13-year period, not a single month went by without at least one, quote, close call between a helicopter and a commercial jet operating at DCA. Between October 21 and December 24, there were 85 incidents where the lateral separation between a commercial jet and a helicopter was less than 1,500 feet, and the vertical separation was less than 200 feet. And during that same time frame, there were more than 15,000, quote, close proximity events between a helicopter and a commercial airplane. The NTSB findings that it is possible for a helicopter on Route 4 to have as little as 75 feet of vertical separation from airplanes on approach to runway 33. I commend the NTSB for issuing urgent safety recommendations, and I commend the FAA in acting to implement them, particularly the permanent restriction of non-essential helicopter operations at DCA. However, I want to know how, with these statistics in the FAA files, why prior to January 29th, the agency failed to improve safety protocols at Reagan National Airport. This committee worked tirelessly to pass an FAA reauthorization bill last Congress that prioritized safety, enabling our industry to continue innovating and equipping the FAA with the resources necessary to keep our skies safe. We need a permanent confirmed FAA administrator to implement this important framework for the future of the industry. President Trump recently nominated Brian Bedford to lead the FAA, and I look forward to his testimony before this committee in the near future. I commend Secretary Duffy for his push to modernize airspace, and I look forward to this subcommittee working together to keep America's traveling public safe and improve public trust in our air travel system. Demand for commercial aviation is expected to grow 4% each year over the next 2 decades, and along with new technology and commercial spacecraft entering our airspace. This will further place demands upon our airspace and require the tools and guidelines to ensure a safe airspace. American Airlines Flight 5342 and Priority Air Transport 25 carried innocent civilians, selfless service members, talented figure skaters, fathers and mothers, husbands and wives, sons and daughters. And while Congress responds to the January 29th ought to be deliberate and not executed in a knee-jerk fashion. Congress must make certain that this loss of life occurs never again. In this early investigation, we have many unresolved questions. Among those for me is, why was the ADSB out, not transmitting on the Black Hawk? Was it turned off or was there equipment malfunction? Why had precautions not been taken to mitigate the risk of collisions between commercial aircraft and rotor wing near DCA? The statistics I just described. What is the severity of this issue at other airports where combined traffic is also high? What explains the discrepancy between the altitude readings of the crew of the Black Hawk? Why did the Black Hawk's invalid pressure altitude data influence other systems that utilize this source? How the use of night vision goggles may have impacted the Black Hawk helicopter pilot's line of vision? And finally, how should the FAA evaluate combining duties of air traffic controllers? I'm appreciative for our witnesses being here today. I know they each take this circumstance seriously. I'm anxious to hear the discussion that they have with us. In the end result, should it be a better understanding, as well as working to identify and prevent tragedies today and into the future. I now recognize the ranking member of this subcommittee, Senator Duckworth, the senator from Illinois, for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, and thank you for your continued partnership on aviation safety issues. I enjoy being your partner on this subcommittee. And I want to thank both the chairman of the Commerce Committee and the ranking member for your work with us as well. I do want to extend, first and foremost, my condolences to the family members of the victims, some of whom are here with us today, both on the commercial airliner as well as the family members who lost the brave soldiers in the Black Hawk helicopter. These are folks who put on the colors of this great nation, committed themselves to defending this great nation, and were at their duty stations training to protect and defend us as they lost their lives. I also want to thank the first responders and everyone at NTSB for their tireless work to get us the answers that we all are looking for. There's a saying, and as many of you have heard it, our aviation regulations are written in blood. So we have an obligation to the victims to learn what went wrong and prevent a collision like this from ever happening again. As a former Black Hawk pilot myself, and I have flown helicopters out of very congested aircraft at Midway Airport. In fact, I commanded the Midway unit for a number of years. I know how challenging this type of mixed-use airspace can be. But a challenging airspace is no excuse. This should never have happened. This collision was horrendous, and it is heartbreaking. But it was not a surprise. Our alarm bells about potential collisions have been ringing for years. Coming out of the pandemic, we saw a frightening rise in close calls and an erosion of our aviation system's margin of safety. We've known for years that we need more air traffic controllers and more safety technology. The warnings have been clear, and in some cases, right here within this committee, and a bipartisan consensus on the need to upgrade the equipment and the need to train more air traffic controllers. In November 2023, we held a hearing on close calls. NTSB Chair Hamidi testified, citing staffing shortages, fatigue, distraction, deviation from FAA regulations, and a lack of runway safety technology. And she warned, and I quote, "The concerning uptick in such incidents is a clear warning sign that the U.S. aviation system is sharply strained. We cannot wait until a fatal accident forces action. We must act before there is a tragedy." End quote. Chairwoman, just sadly predictive of what's going to happen. And you said that in 2023. At the same hearing, the National Air Traffic Controller Association's president told us that staffing shortages were so bad that many air traffic controllers were working mandatory overtime, 6-day work weeks, and 10-hour days. He warned, and I quote, "Over the long term, this will continue to introduce unnecessary risk into the system," end quote. So we passed in a bipartisan way FAA reauthorization bill last year to help rebuild our aviation workforce and make critical investments in safety. The FAA is still implementing that new law, but clearly Congress has more work to do to shore up aviation safety in this great nation. In December of 2024, we held another hearing. The GAO told us that more than 75% of our aging air traffic control systems are unsustainable or potentially unsustainable. The deadly collision at DCA is not the only aviation safety incident so far this year. We've seen deadly crashes in Philadelphia and Alaska, a crash landing in Toronto that miraculously everyone survived, even after the aircraft flipped upside down. Earlier this month, we saw passengers standing on the wing of a 737 aircraft in Denver to escape a fire. And near misses keep happening. In February, a Southwest flight came within 200 feet of colliding with a FlexJet plane at Midway Airport. At such a dangerous time for aviation safety, when we need to bolster our workforce and invest in technology, the last thing we should be doing is making cuts to the FAA. Yet 2 weeks after the DCA crash, the Trump administration began firing hundreds of FAA employees. I say all of this because it is important context. We need to keep in mind during today's hearing. We need to understand what happened at DCA, but we also need to understand how this fits into a much larger threat to aviation safety. According to the NTSB, DCA had many close calls in recent years between October 2021 and December 2024. As the chairman has said, there were more than 15,000 instances of commercial aircraft coming close to rotary wing aircraft. 85 of those had a vertical separation of less than 200 feet. And last year, there were also 2 high-profile runway close calls at DCA. NTSB's preliminary report raises several questions. Most notably, how did FAA allow a helicopter route to come within 75 feet of a runway approach? FAA has deconflicted the airspace, but DCA is not the only airport in the country where airplanes and helicopters share congested airspace. Several of us raised this at an earlier briefing, and thankfully, FAA is now evaluating 8 cities where this may also be an issue, including in Chicago. We also need to know more about what helicopter pilots knew about their altitude. Was their equipment working properly? Voice recordings showed the pilot and instructor pilot indicated different altitudes as they approached the Key Bridge, and NTSB determined that some of the altitude information on the helicopter's data recorder was invalid. There are also questions about ADSB. Why was the helicopter not transmitting ADSB out? Do commercial aircraft need to be equipped with ADSB in? How come so many helicopters are allowed exemptions from the ADSB out requirement at DCA? So I look forward to hearing from our witnesses, and I yield back, Chairman.
Ranking Member Duckworth, thank you very much for your opening statement. She almost called me the ranking member. There's no reason to apologize. Senator Duckworth was the previous chairman of this subcommittee, and I had a great opportunity to work with her as the ranking member. And I would indicate certainly to Senator Duckworth, but to those in the audience, this is a subcommittee that will set partisanship aside, and we will continue to work closely together to find the answers that we're looking for today, and beyond finding the answers, making certain that changes are made to prevent this tragedy. We are joined by the chairman of the full committee, Senator Cruz, and I now appreciate his presence here and his leadership on this issue from the very beginning. And I now recognize him for his opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the ranking member as well. I want to thank each of the witnesses for being here today, and I want to extend a particular welcome to the family members of the 67 crash victims who are here today for this hearing. I've met with many of you since the crash, and each of you have my very deepest condolences for your unimaginable loss. The crash involving American Airlines Flight 5342 and the Army Black Hawk helicopter was preventable. It didn't have to happen. And I want you to know that I am committed to using the power of this committee to determine if any policy failures led to this crash and making certain that Congress acts to correct them. This accident marks the first time a commercial crash in the United States has led to mass fatalities in over 15 years. While America's national airspace system has kept Americans safe for decades, this critical juncture shows that more action must take place to enhance the safety of our system. The hearing today will examine the factors leading up to the Midair collision 300 feet above the Potomac River. Whether the Army's practice of disabling ADSB out is a glaring safety concern. Whether the FAA missed warning signs with thousands of instances where helicopters and commercial aircraft at DCA came too close to colliding. Whether the communications between the air traffic controller and both of the pilots of the American Airlines flight and the Black Hawk helicopter was inadequate. The families of the American Airlines Flight 5342 victims deserve answers. Congress deserves answers. And the American flying public deserves answers to these important questions. The NTSB does terrific work. I'm grateful to Chairman Jennifer Homendy and her team for their thorough investigation of this accident. The preliminary report being discussed today is factual. It does not include analysis, nor does it include findings. It is just one step in what will be a lengthy and ongoing investigation. This committee will closely follow how that investigation proceeds and look forward to the NTSB's full findings. Some actions, however, cannot wait. Aviation safety is dependent on what is called the Swiss cheese model. Each layer of cheese represents a defense against an identified risk, building redundancy into the system to plug holes and prevent accidents. After decades of advancements, the U.S. aviation system has been held up worldwide as the gold standard of safety. The FAA's air traffic organization depends on thousands of talented air traffic controllers, hundreds of millions of dollars in annual investments to sustain technologies used to operate the air system, and billions more invested in technologies and facilities across the system. Even with these significant investments, the air traffic system is failing. Facilities, which are falling apart, are short-staffed, and projections show that the shortages will last for years. Over the weekend, the NOTAM system broke down for a third time in just 2 years. Congress has provided tens of millions of dollars in the past two years to modernize the NOTAM system. And it is broken down already twice this calendar year. President Trump and Secretary Duffy have pledged to take action to improve the air traffic control system. I plan to lead this committee in passing legislation to do the same. We must provide resources for the needed short, medium, and long-term improvements that chart the path to success and sustainment for the air traffic system. Earlier this week, I issued a call to aviation stakeholders for specific ideas to improve the air traffic system. I asked for concrete proposals, taking nothing off the table prematurely to make sure that whatever resources and authorities Congress provides to the administration will make a lasting difference. My proposal will complement the Trump administration's forthcoming plan. What the tragedy of Flight 5342 shows us is that it is never too early to act to improve aviation safety. I want to thank the families of the victims for taking your enormous grief and channeling it into energy, channeling it into advocacy, channeling it into standing up and speaking out for other families flying on other flights, fighting for them so they don't have to endure the grief and loss that each of you is enduring. It is my hope that we can spend the coming months in the wake of this tragedy working seriously to plug safety gaps and to ensure that an accident of this magnitude never happens again. Thank you.
Chairman Cruz, thank you for your opening remarks, your leadership today, and your leadership into the future. We now recognize the ranking member of the full committee, the senator from Washington State, Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Chairman Moran. Thank you, Ranking Member Duckworth. Thank you, Full Committee Chairman Cruz. We're here today to examine one of the most devastating accidents in U.S. history. With 67 lives lost on January 29th, we have a responsibility to not only understand what happened, but to fix it so that it never happens again. I want to recognize the families who are here with us today and express my condolences, but also my appreciation for the diligence that you now are demonstrating by being here today. Too much of aviation safety in the last several years have been left to the advocacies of families. We shouldn't have to rely on you. You should be able to mourn your losses. But we need you to continue to advocate for these important policies. I welcome NTSB Chair Jennifer Hamady, FAA Acting Administrator Chris Richelieu, and Brigadier General Matt Bramman, and who is the Director of Army Aviation. You're here to provide us an update on this collision and why a Black Hawk helicopter on a training flight collided with this American Airlines flight. As we seek answers, the NTSB's preliminary report has alarming facts. First, in the 3-year period leading up to the collision, commercial airplane and helicopters got within 400 feet of each other on 15,214 occasions, within 200 feet on 85 occasions. FAA's air traffic managers approve helicopter route charts annually, so if the data raised questions about the safety of these routes, the ball clearly falls into the FAA's court as to whether to act on this data or make changes where the helicopters can fly in DCA. A helicopter at 200 feet would only have 75 vertical feet separation from an airplane approaching on runway 33. These findings reveal a very systemic issue that demand answers from our witnesses today. Acting Administrator Richelieu, I want to know, why did the FAA not act? Why did the FAA not act on 15,000 reports of dangerous proximity? How were these helicopter routes allowed to remain when alarm bells were literally going off in the towers? This lack of oversight must change. The Army Black Hawk helicopter was not transmitting what is known as ADS-B out signal, although we don't know why. What we do know is that the military told our colleagues, House Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton in 2023, that the military operates 100% of its flights in the National Capital Region without this safety technology, 100% of the time. On March 7th, I wrote Secretary Hegseth about this issue for a response, asking to respond by March 21st. I've still heard nothing back. I do not like this silence. It's deafening. General Bramman, I have questions about these policies, especially given that the FAA's 2019 rule stating that the deactivation of the ADS-B out technology pursuant to an exemption was not to be routine. Well, the Holmes letter says that not only was it far from routine, 100% of the time operated with this exemption. Acting Administrator Richelieu, your agency gave government airspace users a loophole. What we want to know now is why this was allowed to continue if we had this data and information. And are there any other agencies that are acting with ADS-B out that we haven't addressed yet? The FAA rule needs to change. Chair Hamady, I will be asking you about ADS-B requirements. In 2010, the FAA said that it was premature to require this kind of equipment on operators. Yet, at the same time the FAA made that decision, just 2 years earlier, you wrote a letter saying, disagreeing with them, but saying that the conclusion, stating the quote, the equipage of aircraft with ADS out in capacity will provide for an immediate substantial contribution to safety, especially during operations in and around airports. Why did we not listen? 15 years later, commercial aircraft are still not operating with this. If American Airlines regional jet had been equipped with this ADS in, it would have been able to receive the Black Hawk's transmission, giving it a better intelligence on positioning. Tim Lilly, the father of the pilot from the commercial craft, who he himself is also a Black Hawk helicopter pilot, and his wife, Sherry, spent many years working at Gulfstream. They know a thing or two about aviation. They gave me a list of actions they hope Congress can take to improve safety. Mr. Chairman, we all need to work together on this critical safety legislation. Legislation to close the ADS-B out loophole, require more commercial jets to have ADS-B in capacity when operating near our nation's busiest airports, and have stronger information sharing between our military and civilian authorities. This isn't just about policy, it is about saving lives. To my colleagues, I hope that we can work together in a bipartisan fashion, since the FAA Reauthorization Act did require next-gen completion by 2025. We also directed the FAA to develop a plan for accelerating airline equipage with next-gen technologies, and authorized $17 billion through 2028 to modernize and replace the FAA ATC systems and infrastructure. So I do want to say, I do not believe in cutting the services, the benefits, or the training of our air traffic controllers. We need them, and we need them to do their job. I supported Senator Cruz's efforts to continue to advance more training centers to get more air traffic controllers trained. But now we need to learn this painful lesson. We need to make sure that we are preventing future accidents from happening. We must be unwavering in this effort. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Ranking Member Cantwell, thank you for your opening statement. I'll now introduce our panelists who are here to testify. Our first witness is Jennifer. I'm sorry, I should put a title before you. Our first witness is Chairman Jennifer Hamady of the National Transportation Safety Board. The NTSB is an independent federal agency that investigates every civil aviation accident in the United States and significant events in other modes of transportation such as rail, transit, roadway, and pipeline. She has served as the chairwoman since 2021 and is a member of the NTSB board since 2018. Our second witness is Mr. Chris Rochelot, acting administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Rochelot has served at the FAA for more than 20 years in multiple roles, including as Deputy Associate Administrator for Aviation Safety. And our third witness is Brigadier General Matthew Brahman, Director of Army Aviation for the headquarters of the Department of the Army. Throughout his service, General Brahman has deployed over 36 months supporting overseas contingency operations. And I thank you, General, for your service. I now recognize Chairman Jennifer Hamady to deliver her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Duckworth, Chairman Cruz, Ranking Member Cantwell, and members of the subcommittee for the opportunity to provide you with an update on our investigation of the Midair collision that occurred over the Potomac River near Reagan National Airport on January 29th. The NTSB knows tragedy all too well. We experience it every day, which is why we fight so hard for safety. Yesterday, we remembered the 6 lives lost during the collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore a year ago. Today, we once again mourn the 67 lives lost at DCA, the 7 in Philadelphia, 10 in Nome, Alaska. We often talk about safety in terms of numbers. Did accidents, fatalities go up or down? It's important that we remember today that those who died at DCA and in other accidents we investigate aren't numbers. As you said, these are mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, wives, husbands, cousins, best friends who won't be there with their loved ones for Easter egg hunts, Passover Seders, the end of Ramadan, Mother's Day, Father's Day, graduation, all of life's celebrations. Their families and friends, whether in person or online, are here today. I can only imagine what they're going through, and I want to take a moment to again express our deepest sympathies to each of them. Please know that we keep you in our hearts as we diligently work to determine how this tragedy happened so no one experiences the deeply significant loss you must feel today. NTSB was on scene that night within an hour of the collision, and we remained there for over a month. Work continues to this day, including diving operations to recover personal effects and any remaining portions of the wreckage. On March 11th, we released our preliminary report, which contains only factual information that we've gathered in the first few weeks, all of which can change throughout the course of the investigation. It doesn't include analysis or findings, nor does it determine probable cause. Those will be in our final report. But we don't wait for a final report to take action if we uncover critical safety issues that require immediate attention, which is why, in conjunction with the release of our preliminary report, we also issued 2 urgent safety recommendations to the FAA. In both reports, we cited FAA surveillance data that showed between October 2021 and December 2024, there were over 15,000 close proximity events between commercial aircraft and helicopters at DCA. In reviewing that and other data, including airport operations and established helicopter routes, we determined that the separation distances between helicopter traffic operating on Route 4 and aircraft using runways 15 and 33 are insufficient and pose an intolerable risk to aviation safety. As a result, we recommended that the FAA prohibit operations on helicopter Route 4 between Haynes Point and Wilson Bridge when those runways are being used for departures and arrivals. We also recommended that the FAA designate an alternative helicopter route that can be used to facilitate travel between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge when that segment of Route 4 is closed. I want to commend Secretary Duffy for his swift acceptance of our recommendations. The Secretary and the Acting Administrator and the General have been tremendous partners throughout the course of this investigation, and I want to thank them for their commitment to safety. I know we're all searching for answers, the right safety solutions, the gold standard for accident investigations for a reason. We are thorough and we're fact-based. We leave no stone unturned and we let the evidence guide us. Investigations take time. We have a lot of work to do in this investigation, from interviews to analyses of large volumes of documents and data to review, to air carrier operations that we have to review, helicopter operations, air traffic control, human performance, helicopter airworthiness, flight recorders, and more. In total, we have about 40 NTSB experts leading this investigation in collaboration with the parties and others, and we're aiming to complete this investigation within 1 year, barring, of course, any unforeseen circumstances. Now, I want to close by thanking you for your steadfast support of the NTSB, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We now recognize the Acting Administrator Rocheleau of the FAA for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Duckworth, Chairman Cruz, and Ranking Member Cantwell, as well as members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss the NTSB's preliminary report on the midair collision of PSA Airlines 5342 and the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter that occurred in January near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, or DCA. I would like to begin by offering my sincere sympathies to the families and loved ones of those who perished in recent aviation accidents, particularly the accident near DCA. The FAA continues to support the ongoing NTSB investigations. Our work with the NTSB will help us understand the factors that contributed to these accidents, and we will use the data to inform future FAA actions. Aviation safety is the FAA's #1 priority. Let me repeat that. Aviation safety is the FAA's #1 priority. While flying remains the safest mode of transportation, aviation safety is not static. There's always room for improvement. The professionals at the FAA take their jobs very seriously and strive to ensure safety every day. But the fact of the matter is, we have to do better. We have to identify trends. We have to get smarter on how we use data. And when we put corrective actions in place, we must implement them with diligence. I want to thank Chair Hamady and the entire NTSB team for their dedication in their ongoing investigation. Earlier this month, the NTSB issued an initial report and 2 urgent safety recommendations. The recommendations align with the actions the FAA took under Secretary Duffy's leadership immediately following the accident to restrict helicopter operations around DCA, eliminating mixed helicopter and fixed-wing traffic, and carefully developing alternative routes. Following the NTSB recommendations, the FAA took action to make these restrictions permanent. When essential helicopter operations, such as life-saving medical, active law enforcement, active air defense, or presidential transport must operate in the flight-restricted airspace, fixed-wing aircraft are not allowed in that airspace. We're also continuing to analyze other airports that have both established helicopter routes and nearby airplane traffic. The FAA is also carefully reviewing offshore helicopter operations. As part of this analysis, we're using machine learning and language modeling to scan incident reports and explore multiple data sources to find themes and areas of concern. We will take immediate action if needed to mitigate any identified safety risks. Additionally, I will establish a safety risk management panel and engage with aviation stakeholders to identify additional hazard areas involving helicopter and fixed-wing interactions. And all aircraft operating in DCA Class B airspace will be required to broadcast their position and identification using ADS-B out, with very limited exceptions. We're bolstering aviation safety in other ways too. Air traffic control staffing is a top priority as air traffic controllers play a critical role in keeping the American people safe. Right now, we have over 10,750 controllers on the job, with over 3,000 in training. We intend to hire another 2,000 controllers this year. We have streamlined the hiring process and incentivized hiring with a 30% increase in the salary of those who qualify to attend the FAA's Academy. And we're already seeing positive results from these improvements. During the hiring surge that closed last week, we received over 10,000 applications, and more than 8,000 of those were referred to testing. We also continue to maintain rigorous oversight of Boeing to ensure the safety and compliance of its aircraft designs and operations. This oversight extends to ongoing monitoring of Boeing manufacturing practices, maintenance procedures, and software updates. We're working closely with Boeing to address any safety concerns and to ensure that all required modifications and improvements are made to meet the highest safety standards. We have a strong foundation at the FAA, and we're going to make our agency even stronger. We are refocusing our energy and directing all of our resources to safety, and will continue to recruit, train, and retain the best and brightest for the FAA team. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I also thank President Trump and Secretary Duffy for putting their faith in me to lead the FAA during this time. The work we do at the FAA isn't easy, but it's vitally important to the American people. And I'm proud to once again be part of the FAA team. I'm proud to once again be part of the FAA team. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir. Recognize Brigadier General Matthew Brayman for his testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Duckworth, Chairman Cruz, and Ranking Member Cantwell, and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to come here before you today to speak about the midair collision that occurred between an Army Black Hawk helicopter with the call sign PAT-25 and American Airlines Flight 5342. First and foremost, on behalf of Army senior leaders and all of our soldiers, I want to pass my continued condolences to all those that are affected by this tragedy. I want to thank the professional work of our first responders and the federal, state, and local agencies that responded within minutes to the crash site and aided in the recovery. I want to thank Chairman Hamady and the NTSB for conducting a thorough investigation, facilitating a close and transparent relationship with the Army as we conduct our parallel investigations. The NTSB remains lead in the investigation, so I can't offer facts and recommendations at this time, but I can offer an Army perspective on the preliminary report and provide clarifying information on Army helicopter operations, and certainly can do that here in the Washington, D.C. area. For context, PAT-25's unit, the 12th Aviation Battalion, falls under the Army Aviation Brigade, or referred to as the TAB. and that unit has the mission to provide continuous, responsive aviation support to senior military and government leaders to enable continuity of government operations and defense support to civil authorities. The TAB is one of dozens of organizations, both civilian and military, that operates helicopters in the DC area. Our aircraft continue to meet all requirements to operate in the national airspace, in Class B airspace, and the helicopter routes in Washington, DC, and they operate under positive control of flight services when within 30 nautical miles of DCA. PAT-25 was operating out of Davison Army Airfield at Fort Belvoir. The crew of 3 were fully qualified to fly in the local area. The pilot in command, CW2 Andrew Eaves, was an instructor pilot. The co-pilot, Captain Rebecca Lobach, was a qualified pilot in command as well. And the crew chief, Staff Sergeant Ryan O'Hara, was a standardization flight instructor. The night of 29 January, PAT-25 was conducting an annual proficiency and readiness test, or APART. And as part of that flight, was approved to operate at contingency locations associated with their directed mission. This has led to questions as to whether PAT-25 was transmitting automatic dependent surveillance broadcast out, or ADSB out. The specific status of both its operation and functionality is something that is under the investigation of the NTSB. The crew, however, was approved to operate with that capability off in accordance with Army policy. The aircraft transponder, however, was active with Mode 3 Alpha Charlie and Mode S when within the Class B airspace and was emitting all the required information to allow air traffic services and traffic collision avoidance systems to detect and track the aircraft. Army policy does not permit transponder off operations in the national airspace. They do not permit transponder off operations. There is certainly no shortage of speculation on potential causes of the accident. I understand well the desire for answers. As the director of Army Aviation and a senior Army aviator, there is nothing more important to me than the capability, proficiency, and safety of our air crews and those whom they transport and support in defense of this nation. And I'm also personally invested in the safety of our commercial aviation enterprise, as I live with an airline pilot, and her safety and the safety of her passengers is paramount to me as well, which is why it is essential that we see this investigation through to its fruition so we can have well-informed, fact-based conclusions to make desired change when needed. But where prudent, the Army is not waiting to take action. Immediately after the accident, the 12th Aviation Battalion paused all operations. They've only recently resumed flights and only outside the 7 nautical mile radius of DCA, with the exception of flights directly supporting the Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and that remains true today. The Army continues to fully comply with all FAA restrictions on helicopter traffic over the Potomac River near DCA. The Army is actively participating, along with other military services and agencies, with an FAA-led working group to redesign the Route 4 helicopter corridor as recommended by the NTSB in its preliminary report. We've also issued interim guidance to elevate the approval authority to operate ADSB off. The Army is fully committed to a transparent and collaborative review of the events of 29 January and of all operations in the vicinity of DCA. We support any and all efforts to ensure a tragedy such as this never occurs again. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before this committee, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, General. Let me begin by asking witnesses questions, and then we'll alternate between Republicans and Democrats based upon time of arrival after the leadership of the committee has their opportunity to ask their questions. Chair Hamady, let me begin with you. First of all, I am interested in learning about the occurrences that have been described. I described in my opening statement about near misses and occurrences, TCAS advisories that occurred on numerous occasions over a long period of time. And what I hope you, and I will ask the administrator of the FAA these questions, but I would like to know, what did people know? When did they know it? And why didn't someone do something about it? In asking you about this topic, is the information that is collected by the FAA. That's where these statistics that we've each mentioned, that's where they come from. Is that true?
There were different sources of information, some which was FAA, some of which are voluntary safety reporting programs.
And do those voluntary safety reporting programs, it's voluntary reporting to the FAA?
Yes.
So I want
Yes.
to give you the chance.
Yep.
Okay. Yes. So the information that has been described here about those events over a long period of time is housed and utilized by you, but housed at the FAA.
I believe through a contractor, but yes.
And do you know at this point whether that information was reviewed in a regular manner? Have you investigated why information that seems so important didn't result in changes in policy, rules, or regulations?
I don't know why. What I will say is this was a data request, came from a data request from the NTSB. We made that with the FAA and received information from the Aviation Safety Action Program, ASAP, from ATSAP, which is air traffic control, from mandatory occurrence reports, and we also received information from FAA surveillance data from radar. But this was a request from us, and that resulted in our evaluation of that data and our urgent safety recommendations. It is, I don't know if the FAA pulled that data themselves at any point, and I'd have to defer to the acting administrator on that.
That information was so valuable, so important, so critical that that's the reason you asked for the immediate changes in safety regulations. True?
Yes, and there does seem to be an issue with identifying emerging trends and looking at. There's a lot of data going to FAA, and taking that data and looking at trends and not specific issues, I think is something not only the IG has raised, but others have raised. Even the acting administrator has raised about having to do a better job with analyzing those trends. But it's key, because if we can get it after an accident occurs, what's key is getting it before and preventing it.
This is the wake-up call that suggests whether changes need to be made. True?
Correct.
Administrator, I'm interested in asking you the same series of questions. What did the FAA know prior to this accident? When did they know it? And why wasn't some action taken to encourage and in fact increase the safety, particularly at an airport like DCA and maybe others, and the proximity between helicopter and commercial air service traffic?
Yes, sir. So I'm very concerned about what we've learned in the subsequent investigation, both from the NTSB as well as our own reviews that we immediately took. Clearly, something was missed. I would say immediately after the event, we took the action, again, I referenced earlier, with Undersecretary Duffy's leadership, to restrict air traffic in that area, to ensure there was no helicopter traffic, as well as fixed wing.
My question is, what did not happen at the FAA that would have highlighted this problem earlier, at the time in which this information is acquired by the FAA, but apparently not looked at until the accident?
So the actual process by which there's an ongoing review all the time of the data that is available. As the chair mentioned, there's millions of pieces of data that come in, and I would tell you that we have verified every single near midair collision was investigated, but there are certainly those instances where the information itself was not identified, and that's why we've put artificial intelligence and machine learning in place now to ensure that we're able to go through millions and millions, tens of millions of pieces of data to identify those trends and act quickly to mitigate those risks.
There's no question but what, had this information been utilized by the FAA or others, that steps could have been taken to make certain that flying, particularly again in the circumstance of helicopters and commercial aviation at a place like Reagan National Airport, there would have been an opportunity to do something had that information actually been known and acted on.
Yes,
True?
sir. That
True?
is correct.
Thank you. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on the chairman's questions, this is also my first question. Mr. Rushlow, can you tell me if this new methodology using the AI or whatever other methodology you're using to look at the aggregate data is being applied to other airports where there is close helicopter traffic in proximity to landing aircraft?
Yes, Senator, it is. We have 10 locations around the United States, including Alaska, Anchorage, that we're looking through right now, what we are referring to as hotspots, to look at similar trends, similar activities as it relates to fixed wing and helicopter operations.
Is this methodology of reviewing aggregate data going to be applied nationwide, not just in this particular area, but to look at the overall trends of near misses at other airports, not just between fixed wing and rotary wing?
Yes, ma'am. So there are 3 activities going on right now. First, the hotspots I referred to. Second is kind of a nationwide use of this review and use of this new capability that we've just admitted. And then, of course, the ongoing analysis and how we're doing that with our industry partners as well as the military.
Thank you. According to NTSB, between, as we've said, between October 2021 and December 2024, there were more than 15,000 instances of commercial aircraft coming close to helicopters. 85 of those had a vertical separation of less than 200 feet. General Brayman, do you know how many of those 85 close calls involved Army helicopters?
Our ranking member Duckworth, we do not.
Can you tell me why that is?
That data in those databases is currently not shared, but certainly the Army is interested in becoming part of an opportunity to share data because that's relevant to our safety as well.
Mr. Rochelle, will the FAA commit to sharing that data with the Army?
Yes, ma'am, we will.
Thank you.
We've also asked for that information, and we're going to share it as part of our investigation with all the parties.
And I think this needs to be ongoing into the future so that especially the military aircraft that are flying within rotary wing close vicinity, these folks should be getting this data, and we can do that moving forward. Administrator, well, FAA, or I've already asked that. General Brayman, can you explain the Army's rationale for its policy that gives commanders discretion to determine how many crew chiefs are needed for a particular mission? I think it's important. I don't think that the civilian population understands the extent to which the Army does risk assessment and risk mitigation and risk analysis and that process. I think would be important. And how are you going to be implementing that process moving forward?
Thank you, Ranking Member Duckworth. I realize that I have broad authority as the Army aviation regulation proponent to direct how every aircraft and every operator conducts their mission. But the reality is, and I'm not afraid to take that authority and use it when appropriate. The reality is the best individuals we have to assess the risk of every single flight are our unit commanders because we hold them responsible. They have the authority, the responsibility, and we hold them responsible to take any mission that they authorize, look at the factors involved, understand the people assigned to their organization, and adapt that crew to meet those requirements. And certainly that is something that will be looked at in this investigation. Do we do that? And we will hold commanders accountable if they fail to uphold that responsibility.
Can you speak to if a risk assessment for a particular mission comes in at medium or high risk, how the approval authority of that changes? Because you mentioned the approval authority for the DCA area has been raised higher for ADSB out, correct?
Yeah, yes, Senator. So all missions go through an initial approval process. So a commander has to authorize a reason for an aircraft to fly. At the completion of that authorization, the crew then assesses all the risks associated, known and expected risks associated with the mission they've been tasked to do. That discussion involves a third party, a senior officer or senior aviator within the organization that then assesses that risk and directs the crew to make any changes to mitigate anything that either that briefing officer understands based on their experience. And then when those things are implemented, it goes back to a commander who must authorize every single flight. So in the occurrence of things like ADSB out operations, that authority resides with a medium risk authority. So a battalion commander must approve that mission in particular. And in this case, the policy allowed that to be delegated down to a company commander. And they must approve that it meets the standards of the policy completely. We have now elevated that risk to high risk. That requires an 06 commander to approve any mission that has ADSB off.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask your indulgence for an extra 30 seconds because my next question I think applies to everybody here, and I think people will be interested.
Please proceed.
Thank you. This is for the FAA. I am hearing that there is a backlog of air traffic controllers waiting to get their FAA medicals approved so that they can return to duty. And we have an air traffic controller shortage right now. I think in the Chicagoland area, there's about a dozen air traffic controllers who are waiting for, they got new medication, whatever it is, but they're waiting as long as 12 to 18 months to get an appointment or to get a ruling that this is a problem at all of the major airports around the country. I'm sure every one of us has air traffic controllers waiting to be put back onto duty, and they can't because of the backlog with the FAA medical system. Can you speak to that? And will you commit, if I give you a list of my air traffic controllers who've been waiting, will you take a look at those folks and make sure that their medical issues are addressed so we can get them back on the job?
Yes, Senator, I commit to that.
Chairman Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On March 1st, multiple commercial aircraft landing at DCA reported receiving a traffic alert collision avoidance system, a TCAS resolution advisories, as they were preparing to land, advising pilots of an impending threat from above and in some cases directing the crews to take evasive action by descending. I think we were all alarmed that just a few weeks after the tragedy, commercial pilots were being told they were at imminent risk of a deadly mid-air collision. It's now come to my attention that these warnings were caused by the Secret Service and the U.S. Navy improperly testing counter-drone technology at DCA. Apparently, the Navy was using the same spectrum band as TCAS, causing the interference and faulty resolution advisories, even though the FAA had previously warned the Navy and the Secret Service against using that specific spectrum band due to interference risks. Acting Administrator Rocheleau, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Let me just say this is deeply disturbing that just a month after 67 people died while on approach to DCA, that the Secret Service and Pentagon would inadvertently cause multiple flights to receive urgent cockpit alerts recommending evasive action. It is inappropriate for such testing to occur at DCA given the facts of what occurred. And I expect this committee to investigate why precisely that happened. General Brayman, I want to turn to your testimony. On March 11th, Chairman Moran and I sent you a letter asking a series of very specific questions. This week, the Army responded with a one-page information paper. However, there were specific questions in the letter that were not answered. I want to turn to them now. We asked you specifically, how frequently does the Army turn off ADSB out transmission?
Chairman Cruz, as I stated in the discussion about how we approve the missions, a mission would have to fall into the category as defined in the federal regulation and Army policy. It must have national security implications and be sensitive in nature to be able to do that mission.
General, you're not answering my question. My question is, how frequently is ADSB out turned off? I wasn't asking what the standard is. I was asking the frequency.
I can take the number for record, Senator, but I can tell you the types of missions, and the majority of the missions they fly are missions associated with that national security mission.
Is it accurate that ADSB out is turned off for 100% of missions flown by the Army Air Brigade at Fort Belvoir?
Senator, I think you're referring to the June 8th letter from the Joint Staff to Representative Norton. In the context of missions, meaning the operations that the 12th reports in their mission requirements, I would say that's an accurate statement. I would not say that's an accurate statement of 100% of the flights being flown by that organization.
Okay, so I want to understand what you mean by missions. Does missions capture training flights?
Only training flights that would have been operating in a location that's sensitive as part of their continuity of government operations.
Well, that would be all of them around DCA, is that correct?
Only specific sites that are part of that continuity of government operation.
In your one-pager, you said 75% of the flights are mission rehearsal readiness flights. Are those operated with ADSB out?
They are, Senator, yes.
So right now, today, the Army is flying helicopters in and around DCA Airport with ADSB out turned off. Is that correct?
When conducting their NORTHCOM directed mission, that is correct.
I have to say, I find that shocking and deeply unacceptable. And I want to encourage the Army right now to revisit that policy and to revisit that policy today. And I can tell you, if the Army chooses not to, I have a high level of confidence that Congress will pass legislation mandating that you revisit the policy. If today another accident occurs over DCA with another helicopter that had ADS-B out turned off, the Army will have very direct responsibility for that. And I am at a loss to come up with any justification for risking the lives of the traveling public with that decision. You can't change the decisions made yesterday, but you can change decisions made forward. That's my understanding. The Army has a memo, August 9th, 2024, entitled ADS-B Out Off Operations in the National Airspace. My staff requested that memo from you, and my understanding is your team declined to provide it. That is also unacceptable. I want to ask you at this hearing, will you commit to providing that memo to this committee?
Senator, I'll commit to reviewing the information and getting what we can to you. Absolutely.
That answer needs to be a yes, that you will provide that memo to this committee.
Senator, we'll review that and we'll look at the ability to give it to the committee. Absolutely.
If it is not provided to this committee within 24 hours, I am confident that you will have a senior commanding officer give you a direct order to provide that committee, provide that memo to this committee. And I just want to underscore, there's no reason the Army has to wait for the conclusion of the NTSB report to revisit your policy on ADS-B out. You can do so right now. And I got to tell you, I spent this morning looking in the eyes of family members who lost family members. I don't know how I would do it tomorrow to another room of family members who lost loved ones because yet another helicopter was flying with ADS-B out. And so I cannot urge you more strongly, change that policy right now.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too have asked for the same memo. So I want to follow on in the same line as Senator Cruz. I also want to associate myself with the information you're requesting on spectrum interference. This is one of the issues that I think, one of the reasons why I think spectrum and spectrum fights are so important is because I think the agencies with adjacency and issues, we can't leave this up to the flying public. And but I want to go back because Brigadier General, you mentioned in your testimony, we now have the additive dialogue that we just heard, but you said it's not allowed. You're saying it's not allowed. ADBS out was not allowed. That's what you said earlier. Is that in your testimony? In addition to the Holmes letter, you basically stated that using ADBS out, it's not like it was it was not allowed.
Army policy is ADS-B out is not to be used for routine use.
Okay. So acting administrator, did you know this? Did the FAA know this? Did the FAA know and understand and absorb this? Did you know that you were allowing a flight to go within 75 feet of each other and there was no signaling message that we have already identified as a safety measure is something that we have had as a requirement?
So I understand the FAA was aware of this. We have an existing memorandum of agreement with the Department of Defense.
Did you know it was 100% as the Eleanor Holmes Norton and as the Brigadier General was pretty clear this morning, we don't allow it, even to the point of not answering Senator Cruz when they're going to change it. Because I'm pretty sure their attitude is going to be, we don't allow it. He's going to say he would rather have a route somewhere where he can fly without it. That's what he's going to say. And so, you know, that's a separate issue over here. Our job, though, is the FAA oversight, and you can't give exemptions to things that you don't understand. And so he, in their application, kind of made it sound like, well, it's not going to be that routine, but he's very clear. They're never turning it on if they don't have to. They're never turning it on. So what I don't understand is why the FAA didn't understand that. Why you would allow this design. This is the wrong design. Whoever said you could fly in this airspace this close together without a safety feature that was already being required by the FAA and then giving them an exemption makes no sense. So why did you allow it to happen?
So I can't speak to why the previous administration may have allowed for that memorandum of agreement, which is why we, effective today, will require in any DCA Class B airspace, ADS-B out to be turned on, except in very limited circumstances.
What are those other limited circumstances?
So that
other agencies? Is there any other agency that's doing this?
So that we have 46 different helicopter operators within the National Capital Region. But again, DCA Class B airspace will now require ADS-B on to be out.
What other agencies are operating this way?
So we have certainly a number of military units. We have local law enforcement. We certainly have the Department of Justice and FBI. We have a number of different agencies that fly the National Park Police. And those are the entities that we're working with closely now to make sure, first and foremost, they understand the new restrictions that we have in the
Do
airspace.
they have exemptions?
Some of them do.
Are you concerned about this?
Absolutely, which is why we immediately put in place the requirement to have ADSB out on.
And so you think they're operating that way?
Yes, ma'am.
You think that Homeland Security is operating that way?
They are operating, effective today, they will be operating with ADSB.
Effective today?
Yes, ma'am.
So for the last month, you've known, Purity, that basically says under the federal aviation waiver, all U.S. Custom and Border Protection, air and marine operations in the capital region basically have this exemption as well.
So they haven't had.
So I want to understand if people were
Sure.
still flying in this airspace, we all fly in and out of this airspace.
Right.
Do we now have to worry about other operators in this airspace that may be doing the same thing as happened with the military?
So
And
I
now
should-
you're telling me you're going to take action today.
I should clarify, immediately after the accident, we put the restrictions in place so that no mixed traffic could occur. So no helicopters and fixed wing in the same airspace. Today, we're requiring the ADSB out to be on. So previous to this day, the fixed wing as well as helicopters were not allowed in the airspace. So we cleared
So now
the complexity of
now
that
today
airspace.
you're going to say to Homeland Security, you have to have ADBS, basically the automatic surveillance broadcast system has to be on. You're going to make that today.
That's correct.
Well, I
For
would.
any of the Class B airspace that you can see in the graphic, in that red airspace, that's required.
Acting Administrator, you're not building faith in this system of oversight of the FAA if you're telling me that we now have a bunch of other operators in this airspace that you now said after the accident were prohibited, but now you're going to turn it back on, and if they meet this requirement. And we have letters from them thinking that they're exempted. I want to see this rule. This would have been a great debate with Mr. Bradbury before the committee, because the American people, these poor families have lost loved ones. This is not their day job. It is your day job. It is the day job of the FAA not to allow these exemptions to become prolific and everybody use them. And then us have to sit here and figure out how to do our oversight job of you to make sure that these details are exposed when we can't even get a memo from some of these agencies. So, Mr. Chairman, I know my time has expired, but I will come for a second round with the witnesses, because I think it's clear. The NTSB has been very clear on the requirements for ADSB in. And in this case, if they would have listened to them, it's $40,000 to equip, $20,000 to equip one plane. You could probably equip the whole fleet of aviation for $100 million. I guarantee you their lives, the family lives, are worth that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before recognizing Senator Budd, does the FAA, Mr. Rushlow, does it have the authority to supersede the operations of the Army and these other agencies in the airspace around airports? We haven't gotten the Army to say they're going to do this with their own policy, but you say you're mandating it. Do we know that the Army and others have to follow your mandate?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. Senator Budd.
Thank you. Well, first and foremost, I want to offer my condolences and prayers to all the families that are here today. I'm saddened that so many North Carolinians were lost in this accident, including Captain Rebecca Lobach and the 4 members of 5342's Charlotte-based flight crew. Samuel Lilly, Jonathan Campos, Denasia Elder, and Ian Epstein. Senator Moran, I'm sorry for the loss of so many Kansans as well in this incident, and I want to thank you for organizing this hearing. Chair Hominy, thanks for your work so far. On page 9 of the preliminary report, it states that the MPFR, the multi-purpose flight recorder's reading for pressure altitude, conflicted with other altitudes readings. Ultimately, this conflict led your team to invalidate the pressure altitude reading provided by the recorder. Can you provide any details on the differing altitude readings? And do you have any update on whether this conflicting data was limited to the MPFR, or if that was provided to the flight crew and perhaps was a confusing factor?
We are still looking into that and doing some testing. What I will say is the pressure altitude was determined invalid on the Black Hawk because we would expect that to be somewhat similar to the CRJ, but it was much lower. So we determined that that was invalid and couldn't be used to calculate the barometric altitude. We would need 2 sets of data, which is pressure altitude and barometric pressure setting. We had the pressure setting. We don't have the pressure pressure altitude data for that. So we can't, we were not able to determine from that what the barometric altitude was of the Black Hawk. However, we are looking at other data.
Okay, thank you. General Brahman, Pat 25 was operating out of Davison Army Airfield on a pilot annual standardization mission at the time of the collision. Given the concentration of senior military and civilian officials surrounding DCA, how vital are these missions to readiness for continuity of government operations?
Senator, they're extremely vital. To go back to Senator Cruz's question about how many flights are done, 75% of the missions flown by the 12th Aviation Battalion are in direct support of the continuity of government rehearsals, exercises, and making sure crews are familiar with how to get that mission accomplished. And they stand ready every single day on a 15-minute alert string to do that mission.
Thank you, General. Can the Army continue to fulfill its priority air missions, air transport missions, without access to Route 1 and Route 4?
The Army is certainly, the fact that we're in the working groups will allow us to help influence routing that will allow us to continue to do that mission. And I'm confident we can do that.
Thank you. Chair Hamady again. In your view, is the permanent closure of Route 4 the only solution that allows for continued operations of both rotary and fixed-wing aircraft around DCA?
And it's permanent closure when runways 15 and runway 33 are in use. That was our recommendation to the FAA.
Thank you. Administrator Rushlow, the aviation investigation report from the NTSB shows that the separation between an aircraft on approach of runway 33 would have a mere 75 feet of separation from a helicopter operating on Route 4 and hugging the shoreline of the east bank of the Potomac. Was the FAA aware of this conflict prior to January 29th? And given the insufficient vertical separation that we're talking about, was the FAA relying solely on controllers in the DCA tower to deconflict the approach to runway 33?
So the FAA was aware of the design of that airspace in advance of December 29th. I would say that's one of the reasons why we immediately restricted that airspace after the incident to review the circumstances around the airspace itself. In addition to that, it's one of the reasons why we are looking at hotspots or mixed traffic areas around the nation, whether that's Boston, Dallas, LA, and Anchorage.
Thank you.
Senator, can I?
Please.
There is a DC helicopter working group that we have been trying to figure out who is part of the working group and get minutes and get documents from that working group to see what information was shared and what was discussed over the years. We have not been able to attain that yet, and I hope we can from FAA and others.
Are you a part of that working group?
We are not part of that working group.
But you have access to it and their willingness, they are willing to provide what they find.
We have requested information. We have not even been able to identify who is part of the working group firmly and get documents as part of that working group. We've requested all of that information because we do want to evaluate what was discussed. We're also going to interview the FAA cartographers on how this route was mapped because that 75 feet is max. That is the maximum. It goes down from there as the glide slope comes down to as commercial aircraft approach runway 33.
Thank you.
So let me see if I can help Senator Hamady, Chairman Hamady.
That's a very hard job. No.
You are very good at public relations with senators, but we recognize the challenges you face. So do either one of you belong to this working group? Does the Army or the FAA participate? And can you answer that so the NTSB can pursue information?
I mean, the FAA, it's the FAA's working group.
It's the FAA's working group. All right. Mr. Rushlow, what's the problem?
I'm happy to work with the chair. We've been working extremely closely together on this investigation, and I'm happy to work with the chair and understand why she hasn't received that information and make sure we follow up on that.
Can you think of any reason that NTSB shouldn't be a part of that information?
Off the top of my head, I can't. I don't know why they would be restricted in that, and I certainly will talk to my folks when we get back.
Thank you.
Yes,
Chairman, should we ask if is the Army part of this working group as well?
The Army is part of the working group. Yes, Senator.
There are apparently 17 entities that are part of the working group. We just haven't been able to verify who all the entities are.
Surely the FAA is in charge and they can help you.
Surely I would have been happy to understand that before today and work.
General,
with
you
the
know any
chair.
reasons that the working group's efforts can't be known by NTSB?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Let me follow up. Mr. Rushlow indicated that the FAA does have the authority to require ATSB out. Do you agree with that assessment that the FAA can make this decision? And if you don't follow the FAA policies, then you're precluded from the airspace?
Chairman, the Army operates 100% under FAA authority.
Very good. And let me turn to perhaps the next steps or new information. And to this, I'll go to Chair Hamady. Since the report that we're discussing here today is 2 weeks old, what has transpired, if anything, in those 2 weeks? Have you discovered any new and relevant information that you can share with us?
Where would you like me to begin? One thing I can say on ADSB out, off, That's policy of the Army, but we are still looking at installation, programming, and potential for equipment malfunction. And the reason I mention this is because the accident helicopter, for this accident helicopter, no ADSB data had been received from an FAA ground station for 730 days prior to the accident. And that was abnormal. So we began looking at the fleet for the battalion. The battalion had 25 helicopters. That includes this particular helicopter. 9 of them were Mike models, and all were transmitting ADSB out when they were turned on, because we have to verify that it's working. There were 16 Limas, including the accident helicopter, which we're still looking at, but 7 were transmitting when ADSB out was turned on. 8 were not, and stopped doing so sometime between May and November 2023. We don't know why. 5 of those started transmitting since the NTSB identified the issue and began working with the Army to try to isolate the reason. So I just want to let you know that you can have ADSB out on, but you also have to make sure that it's working.
You indicated working with the Army, but there's other participants in this arena. And then were you narrowing it to the Army as if something is necessarily wrong there? Or more broadly, there's a problem in receiving the information?
For the ADSB out on, we wanted to look at the helicopter fleet for the battalion to see if whether ADSB out on, when turned on, was actually transmitting data, because we did think it was abnormal that for the helicopter involved in the accident wasn't transmitting data for so long.
Any explanation, General?
Chairman, this exactly is what the value of the investigation is. There are things that you would not normally look at that are being determined here, and that's certainly going to help us drive policy and any changes that we need to do as a result of the investigation. And certainly the NTSB has the expertise to do that.
So what we're hearing from Chair Hamady is that there may be, it may be transmitting, it may be on, but there's no receipt. There's, I don't know, technical problems in the process by which it's not providing the information it's supposed to provide, right?
Chairman, obviously, the functionality of any Army equipment, it's certainly Army aviation equipment, is important to me. So if we're discovering that there's a challenge there, we will take direct action. Absolutely.
This is not an inconsequential thing, right?
It's not. And I think for the public watching, because I think there are a lot of people watching, is ADSB out broadcasts latitude, longitude, and altitude and velocity once per second. It updates once per second versus 4 to 6 seconds for radar, which is significant when you have converging aircraft.
Mr. Rushlow, you indicated as of today, there's a change in policy at FAA. I would be interested in knowing if that change in policy is only related to DCA airspace, or you are making those requirements, putting those requirements in place for other airports.
Thank you, Senator. So the requirements that I announced today are effective for the DC Class B airspace immediately. That part of our ongoing work, as I related earlier with respect to hotspots and the mixed traffic that we've seen that could be problematic, are areas where we're looking at kind of adding that requirement in. It seems premature simply along the lines of the way airspace is structured in different locations that we need to focus before acting too quickly. So we want to make sure that as we're looking at the different airspaces and how they're constructed, that we're taking kind of intentional, careful action.
And that intentional action is underway. You're doing
Yes,
that
sir.
at other airports
Absolutely.
today.
And wherever we find a risk, we will mitigate that risk immediately.
Chairman Hamady, I asked you a question and I interrupted you, and you sound like your answer would be lengthy of the things that you've learned in the last 2 weeks. I'll come back to you after recognizing the two senators to my left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow up on what Chairwoman Hamady is talking about, testing the ADSB out, whether it's actually transmitting data because the data was not received. Will we be able to check that with all of the other rotary wing operators that are in this region as well? Is that something the FAA should be mandating? Is that they could do that? I mean, you're not looking at the other operators, so they're not part of this accident, correct? That's what my question for Mr. Rushlow is, will you be directing, will the FAA be directing all of the other helicopter operators, whether it's Homeland Security, local law enforcement, who have this exemption to ADSB out, will you be directing that they actually test their equipment to make sure that it is actually transmitting the data that can be received?
Yes, Senator. I think that's part of our ongoing work in the collaboration between those operators and how we make sure they first and foremost understand the requirement, and second, that their equipment is functional.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to also follow up on my earlier questioning about the FAA's air traffic controller workforce. I had mentioned, you had committed to looking at the list of names I gave you, that I will be giving you for the air traffic controllers who are waiting for medical review. I would like for you to, I'd like for you to commit to reporting back to me in writing about how many controllers around the country are waiting for medical clearances so that they can return to work, and what the FAA is doing to make sure these medical reviews are happening in a timely manner.
I will commit to that.
Thank you. In the race to hire more air traffic controllers, and then the staffing was adequate on that evening, but we could have used more air traffic controllers, obviously. And in the race to hire more air traffic controllers, I want to make sure the FAA does not lower your longstanding high standards for air traffic controllers. There could be a temptation to sacrifice effectiveness for efficiency, but the FAA must stick to its stringent standards to protect safety. Can you assure this committee that as administration works to hire more air traffic controllers, you will not in any way lower the high standards that is currently required for individuals to become certified air traffic controllers? And there's plenty of places, a lot of them are in actually Kansas, that have the expertise to help us train air traffic controllers, as long as we keep those high standards.
100%. Part of our ongoing activity to surge in air traffic controller hiring is to look for the best and the brightest. And that's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
Thank you. You're back, Mr.
To follow up on Senator Duckworth, you should look to Kansas, and we'd welcome you. I'm going to turn to Senator Schmidt in just one second. General, the senator from Illinois was asking about routine maintenance and determining whether equipment is working. Do you have a standard in place that what Chairwoman Amity said? It doesn't make sense to me that you wouldn't know there were problems with the transmission or the equipment. Do you have a protocol in place and that equipment inspected on a continuing basis?
Certainly, Chairman, with general aviation operations, we have protocols for the status of aircraft. I will have to get back to you and take up the record on what the protocol is to ensure that ADS-B out transmissions outside of the aircraft are being received. It's something I'll have to look on. How do we do that?
And whether protocol is being followed.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my friend from Illinois would agree. I certainly don't want to see us reduce standards. I guess, and following in that same spirit, with Mr. Rochlow, can you commit that no hiring decisions will be made based on race?
Yes, sir. Again, we're looking for the best and the brightest, and we're prioritizing those who are best qualified.
Because as you know, there's a lawsuit by about 1,000 folks who are claiming that they didn't get a job because of their race, the FAA.
We're all about making sure the best and the brightest are there, and we do that through a testing mechanism.
That's great to hear. I did want to ask, General, and again, I apologize if this has been asked before. They're running us in and out of here, different committee hearings, armed services. I did want to ask, this was a very strong crew in the Black Hawk. Is it typical, or I guess, is it a problem? Is it typical and is it a problem to have someone who was a lower rank as this is my understanding, that the evaluator was a lower rank than the pilot? Is that a typical situation? Is that problematic? Is that not a problem? Do you think it contributed in any way? I just wanted to get your assessment.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. It is extremely typical in Army aviation because the preponderance of our force are our warrant officers, and they are professional aviators. That's what they do for their entire career. And so they are instructor pilots, or maintenance test pilots, or safety officers, and our commissioned officers fill roles of leadership within the organization. So it's a very routine to have a senior member being evaluated by a junior member.
Okay, so I'm sure you've gone through this analysis, and I just feel like in the spirit of making sure we're getting this right moving forward, that you don't think there's a systemic problem associated with maybe somebody with a lower rank saying something to somebody of a higher rank in those kind of situations. You've went through that analysis, I'm assuming.
Absolutely, and that is certainly the personalities of crew members and capabilities is something that is considered in that risk brief process for every single flight. Is it the right crew? Is the crew mixed properly? Commanders would know if there's issues with simple as they don't get along, and commanders would take that into account before approving any flight.
And I guess for the FAA, and again, maybe you've been asked this before, but clearly in the chairman's opening statement and a number of the committee members, just to report the statistics of the number of near misses between helicopters and aircraft landing at DCA, that those operations now have been halted. Can you just explain to the American people why that didn't happen before?
So again, I'll say that the reports that were come in previously were certainly analyzed, but something was missed. And since that time, we've been using new tools available to us, artificial intelligence, machine learning, to be able to scan the tens of millions of data points, to be able to do that analysis in a more proactive and ideally at some point here predictive way to head off, to identify risk earlier and to mitigate that risk.
But this wasn't a new issue at DCA, right? This is an issue that had been a longstanding concern. Is that accurate?
It's accurate. There were a number of reports that came in, and I would say that we've, as I mentioned earlier, we investigate every single near mid-air collision. And even as we talk about spectrum issues, Chairman Cruz mentioned, we have teams that go out and assess the airspace itself, making sure that we're working with partners, whether it's on counter UAS technology, to make sure that airspace is as clean as possible from interference.
And so moving forward, obviously it was a response to the tragedy that happened. And I would be remiss not to express my condolences to the families who are here. I know everyone has, and it's devastating for each and every one of you, including some folks from back home. That how you see things, that the state of play as it currently is now will continue?
Yes, sir. We'll continue to use the latest tools we have to be able to assess that data and work with the industry, with the aviation ecosystem, if you will, to identify that risk early and to mitigate that risk immediately.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Schmidt. Mr. Rocheleau, at the moment, whether it's on or off is irrelevant because there's no flights. You're announcing something that doesn't at the moment matter because you have not lifted the ban on the flights. Is that true?
So it's helpful to, if I can just point to the graphic. In the graphic, I can explain that in the yellow sectioned area, the graphic there, that is where there is no mixed traffic, no helicopters, no fixed wing, except for those very few circumstances where we have emergency national security type of traffic. In the red section, in that red airspace, is where ADS-B out. So DCA Class B airspace is now required. You'll also notice where, based on the NTSB recommendations, where we've eliminated Route 4 down going north to south on the Potomac, as well as Route 6 that formerly, you can see on the left side of the graphic, was in effect between from the west to the east, where Bowling Air Force Base is.
I'll have to think about that.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, just for the record, because I see we have several
Senator Campbell, you're
colleagues.
recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify on your point, acting administrator, we still have a rule that says they have an exemption, all sensitive. So I know you're making a declaration today, but I don't think that supersedes the rule. Now, maybe President Trump's going to call all these agencies and tell them to stand down, but legally, whatever the FAA is doing today doesn't take precedent over that rule. So when I come back for a second round,
I believe the FAA has control over that airspace, and they can say.
they can definitely shut it down, but as it relates to the rule, his decision just to say that you now have this requirement that a rule gave them an exemption to.
I think he can issue an emergency directive. Is that correct?
So it's the.
All right. What's up, everybody? I'm going to take over here for a little bit until while Jessica does a few things, but I figure I'll just jump on and do a little bit of commentary. I hope that's cool. Sorry for interrupting. I will pick this up where we left off, about the same point we left off when I'm done. And I'm only going to talk for a few minutes. I don't really have that much to say, I don't think. Well, how's everyone doing? It's about lunchtime here on the East Coast. Actually, I'm not even in the right chat. Let me get in the right chat. Here we go. What's up? Badlands Daily should be wrapping up here in a minute, so maybe we'll get those folks over here. But yeah, I wanted to jump in and talk about. I saw that CanCon. I was listening to Badlands Daily, and I saw that CanCon was. I know this isn't the hearing that we were just listening to, but this is worth talking about. And I think my show tomorrow is going to be so loaded with stuff because I didn't get a chance to do the geopolitical roundup on Badlands Daily on Tuesday, and we didn't really do a geopolitical story or segment on breaking history because we had a guest. So it's the two opportunities I had to really do my geopolitical stuff I didn't do this week. So tomorrow it's going to be, I probably will go over an hour, but I'm gonna have to figure that out. But I wanted to talk about the Pulse Ferry thing because that is definitely interesting. So let me pull it up real quick. I thought I already had it pulled up, but stand by for processing. Oh, come on. Here we go. Yeah, copy that. And boom. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So Paul Sperry. Sorry, share my screen. Paul Sperry, senior reporter, RealClearInvestigations.com. He's a good journalist. He is reporting. Let's see. This is all about the Signalgate stuff, and you know, the drama and like I don't, generally speaking, unless it speaks to something that I am, like geopolitical or a story that I'm already tracking, I generally kind of ignore a lot of like the drama and stuff in the news cycle, just because I feel like that stuff's noise. More often than not, it's noise, and it's just not worth the time and energy to expend on it, unless, of course, it's related to things that I'm already tracking. But this story has taken like another twist that I think is potential, makes it much bigger than just like the potential faux pas that everyone kind of is painting it to be. So let's start with, I want to see. So Paul Sperry reposts this October 24th post saying the Atlantic's anti-Trump smear merchant in chief Jeffrey Goldberg helped lie the U.S. into the Iraq war, falsely claiming that the relationship between Saddam's regime and al-Qaeda is far closer than previously thought. Yeah, when the reality was, as I understand it, is that I mean, al-Qaeda, of course, is a CIA proxy, and Saddam Hussein was may also have been had some of those ties, but he was basically trying to, I think he was part of what I am beginning to call the proto-sovereign alliance, the first sovereign alliance, which was like the 90s, 2000s. There was a group of leaders, Assad, Saddam, Gaddafi, a few others. I mean, probably not, I don't know about the Kims. The Kims were probably puppets, but there are a number of leaders that were trying to earnestly, elevate their civilization and do it together. They systematically were taken out. They were trying to defect from the central banking system, operate outside of it, not buy into the big pharma vaccine agenda. And we all saw what happened to all of them. So every single one of them toppled. So let me plug my computer in. So yeah, all of them are toppled. And yeah, of course, when Saddam wasn't getting with the program, that was a big reason why they had to overthrow him. And as I've covered with John on the Middle East, the first Middle East special we did October 10th, 2023, the West took control of the oil in the Middle East even before World War I, but we solidified control. We, meaning the city of London, solidified its control over the oil in the Middle East after World War I. So we didn't go into the Middle East 20 years ago for the oil. We went in for other reasons, pipelines being a big part of it. But I think the opium in Afghanistan was another one. But anyway, I digress. We're back to March 25th. Why in the world was this is Paul Sperry. Why in the world was Waltz calling hack Jeffrey Goldberg in the first place? He's the Atlantic editor who manufactured October surprise hit piece alleging Trump called fallen vets losers. Waltz had Goldberg in his contacts, which means he'd been his source. That last line, I think, is Paul Sperry's speculation, but I think it's fair speculation. Doesn't necessarily mean he's right, but it's very fair speculation. The fact that you would have a journalist number in your phone would suggest that you have spoken to him before, or you've at least exchanged contacts. And why would you do that to somebody who was hostile to the Trump regime, Trump administration? Waltz really is a separate post. Next post, Waltz really screwed the pooch. He has thrown Ratcliffe and Gabbard in the hot seat, putting them in very untenable positions during the SSCI hearing underway right now. And Hegseth will be next in the barrel. That's a very fascinating point. The timing of the release of the article was certainly interesting. Like the day before those hearings began, didn't seem like an accident, but whose plan was that? That's the question. New in an Ireland talk show, left-wing conspiracist Rosie O'Donnell claimed Trump stole the election with help from Elon Musk, who owns and runs the internet, because only cheating could Trump have swept all swing states over Kamala. O'Donnell wants the results investigated. Breaking. These are all, I'm reading Paul Sperry tweets for anyone who's not watching and just listening. Breaking. CIA Director Radcliffe denied Jeffrey Goldberg's suggestion in The Atlantic that an undercover CIA agent was part of the Signal chat group thread. Radcliffe testified that the participant was not an undercover agent, but a staffer who was helping coordinate the meeting. Developing. Goldberg said to be holding back for a proposed book, the full transcript of the high side chat group discussion about Yemeni war plans if GOP committees don't subpoena the text from the agency heads who participated, then the full details damage may be contained. God, what a scumbag. Developing. Hill sources say DNI Gabbard avoided perjury by testifying that no classified material was shared in the group chat. True. While CIA Director Radcliffe avoided false statement by testifying that my communications did not include classified information. Accurate. Did Dems coordinate with Atlantic? That's a question Paul Sperry is posing. And then he lists out 6 dates. And so the first date is March 15th. Atlantic eavesdrops Yemen strike group chat. March 24th, Atlantic publishes some texts. March 25th, SSCI Dems grilled Gabbard, Radcliffe in pre-scheduled hearing. March 26th, Atlantic publishes full texts. March 26th, HPSCI Dems grill. So that would be the Senate special. The Senate. What is it? Hold on, I'm sorry. Now that I'm trying to figure out what it stands for, the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. So that it was the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and the House Select Committee on Intelligence. Dems grilled Gabbard, Ratcliffe, and then April 1st special elections. So the April 1st, I believe, is Tuesday. So next post is breaking Democrats. This is from yesterday. Breaking Democrats during this morning's House Intelligence Committee hearing are accusing SecDef Hegseth of drinking alcohol while texting details about the military strike on Yemen over the Signal app, suggesting Hegseth was drunk during the operation. Breaking, speaking just now. For some reason, when Paul Sperry does breaking, it doesn't bother me because I think he actually does break news and does good analysis. And I like the fact that he's willing to speculate and get a little what people would call conspiratorial. That's just my own little editorializing right there. Side note, but I like Paul Sperry. Breaking, speaking just now from, I think he means from Hawaii, SecDef Hegseth reasserted he did not disclose classified information, no war plans, no targets, no sources, no methods, and was just providing a general update on the military operation in Yemen during the commercial Signal app chat. New just spoke with Full Bird, Army Colonel who thrice voted for Trump. Quote, I've spent most of my career handling classified information, so I'm not an apologist. That is clearly classified. Time over target is exposure time. Double standard with Hillary, but this is a firing offense. Okay, so I stand corrected over the arguments that I made with Ashe yesterday, which, that was a little bit of me just playing devil's advocate, not a lawyer, don't really know, but if I was a lawyer trying to defend Waltz, how would I argue it? And I said that, there wasn't a date attached to the time, but this colonel was saying that the time over target is exposure time, meaning that if they could figure out when the time was, if they just assume like every day at 12:15 we look up over this target and we can shoot down those planes. Yeah, I mean that's 100%. I would assume that logic makes sense 100%. So I stand corrected. I was wrong. Next post. Though NSA Waltz admits he built the Signal group, he claims, quote, I don't know this guy, end quote, Goldberg, whom he calls a loser, also claims I don't text him. He speculates Goldberg somehow got sucked into his phone contacts and says Elon Musk is being brought in to figure it out. Although I will say this, like my phone contacts, like when I joined Telegram, my phone contacts all got added to Telegram. I don't know about Signal. I'd have to check how that works on Signal, but I know on Telegram, like I didn't tell my phone to like add all, but like anytime somebody that is in my phone contacts joins Telegram, I get like a message on Telegram saying this person is now a member of Telegram, right? So that's not totally implausible what he's saying there. So I'm just trying to be objective here and weigh and measure at all sides. New, though Waltz insists, quote, I wasn't talking to Goldberg, end quote, a U.S. intel official told me Waltz was a source for Goldberg while on HPSCI. There's no need for an investigation to figure out how, quote, there's no need for an investigation to figure out how he was added to the chat. Goldberg was in his address book because he's been talking to him, end quote. That is something that is pretty easy to figure out. And I suspect given the visibility of this article, given like the level of interest in all this and the vitriol against Trump and his entire administration, this is going to be adjudicated. I suspect that Waltz, by one team or another of the Uniparty, is going to be subpoenaed, and they're going to figure out, have you ever spoken to Goldberg before on the phone? Was he in your address book? Like, there's ways to figure this out without having to figure out whether he added him to Signal. I don't know. I feel like there's a few different ways to skin this cat, you know? So then Paul Sperry is reposting Anna Bauer. Michael Waltz, she's saying, Michael Waltz claimed that he's never met, don't know, never communicated with Jeff Goldberg. Here's a photo of Waltz standing next to Goldberg during a 2021 event at the French Embassy. The event Waltz attended, a Q&A with a French filmmaker, was moderated by Goldberg. And sure enough, there's Jeff Goldberg right behind Michael Waltz. And it says the movie is The Will to See. The Will to See. I'm sorry. I need to look up what that is. Okay. This is a I think I remember when this movie I remember just like seeing this. This is definitely like a propaganda piece. Let's take a look at this. The storyline is an old-time war reporter, philosopher, and writer is sent by a group of news reporters to bear witness and reports from places in the world where suffering and misery are at their peak, where wars are going on under our noses, where the world's destiny is being determined, and no one, it seems, is paying attention. In one of the many travels documented in the film, Levy meets with President Zelensky and shines a light on the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. The Will to See is an unflinching look at the most urgent human crises around the globe. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's like shameless propaganda of how important the work of journalists is. Oh, journalism. That's big J journalism. What I do is little J journalism. So I just want to be clear about that. Jeff Goldberg is the big leagues. He is the capital J, big J journalist. And I am just a lowly small J journalist. So respect the biz, guys. Just respect the biz. Paul Sperry, new FEC records for ex-Cheney aide Michael Waltz, now Trump's national security advisor, who accidentally leaked to the Atlantic, shows he's contributed $8,150 to Never Trumpers and $0 to Trump. Ooh. Michael, that is a little sketchy, bro. It says Mitt Romney, he gave $5,000 to Mitt Romney. That is a big old red flag right there. $450 to John McCain. $450 ain't much, but neither really is $5,000 like at the level these guys are playing. But $450 is almost negligible, but still, you're giving money to McCain. Yikes. The $5,000 to Romney, I think, is a bigger faux pas. I mean, Romney is just a donk. $2,700 to Avocado Jeb and $0 to Trump. That right there is the most damning evidence I've seen thus far, personally. Everything else I think is circumstantial. That is dasting. All right. FYI, Kamala's BFF and billionaire Democrat backer Laureen Powell Jobs, who pumped millions into her 2024 campaign, owns the Atlantic magazine and employs Jeff Goldberg. Okay. Kamala's BFF. So Kamala's BFF. Got it. Everyone, please hit the thumbs up if you are enjoying me reading Paul Sperry's tweets. Next one, breaking. Leaked signal chat revealed trigger-based targeting for drones and bomb damaging assessments. Yeah, we already know that. Okay. Prior restraint, Biden White House demanded reporters submit their questions in advance for pre-screening and then getting. Okay, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, right? Okay, so I think we've hit the real big ones, and so this is why I wanted to jump on and talk about this, because now we have to explore the possibility. I'm sorry, I hope I'm talking into the microphone. I'm sitting at a tiny little table here in this room I've been quarantined to. I think I need to like build a studio, I think, in my attic. I'm gonna do that. I've set it on the air now, and so I've set that goal, and that goal needs to be achieved. But the problem is finding time to do it when it's not either going to wake my kids up, or it's not time when I'm playing with my kids, or it's not time when I'm working. And those are all the majority of my schedule. So, anyway, we have to weigh and measure now the possibility that this is an op and Michael Waltz is expendable and Michael Waltz is being jettisoned, or he's being used to expose something. What is he being used to expose? So as I explained on Badlands Daily on Tuesday, I thought that there was a benefit for me personally. I can't speak for everyone else, but for me personally, there was a benefit to seeing this chat because it allowed me to see how the sausage was made. It allowed me to understand that with confidence that the Yemeni strike was not direction given by the Zionist lobby, at least as far as we can tell. There, of course, could have been other conversations that occurred that led to this signal, that led to the operation, the signal chat, and we just aren't privy to the other conversations. But the arguments being presented in the chat, I think, at least meet the threshold to me where I can see those all being political calculations that are reasonable. And when you think about peace through strength, you only have strength if there's a threat of action, if there's a threat of power projection, and if a group like the Houthis are allowed to fire weapons at U.S. warships without, as they were doing for a long time against Biden, without retribution, that tells the rest of the world that the U.S. Navy isn't the threat it once was, and that other people are going to start testing those limits. And you have to remind everybody what happens. You know, every once in a while, the lion has to get up and remind all the jackals who's the king of the jungle. And that's what I think ultimately that's what the message was about. There were the other ancillary benefits that we've discussed. I don't need to revisit those right now, but so I did see a benefit to the chat. I understand that the rest of the public isn't going to necessarily, that's not going to resonate with everyone else. And I realized that the Trump is a Zionist puppet crowd is that message is not resonating with them either. So I don't think that was the purpose of it necessarily. Although, I mean, for someone like me, it just, you know, it puts more wind in my sails. Now, why would you want to expose something like this? Like, what would we be exposing if it wasn't about the content of the message of the discussion? What else are we exposing? Well, we could be exposing the number one. I mean, Michael Waltz. Like, let's just assume that he is the one being exposed here. It's like, okay, like that's a nefarious relationship. But why even bring him into the administration to begin with, just to expose him? Well, if he does end up getting burned by this and getting fired and jettisoned, and he is exposed for being a mole, like an infiltrator, it does demonstrate yet another like example of malice and how like these operators are infiltrating Trump's cabinet. It demonstrates the close relationship between these DC operators, because Waltz is a former congressman, and the media. It certainly opens up avenues for investigation, because now we can, like, if it is proven that Waltz did this on purpose, then we need to look into Waltz. We need to follow the money. We need to look at his other relationships. We need to see how else he's compromised the administration. I mean, that could open up infinite number of other rabbit holes. So we won't speculate on that right now. It also opens up the Atlantic, and it opens up Jeffrey Goldberg, and there's meat on that bone too. The thing that resonated with me, that struck me from the very get-go, is that Jeff Goldberg, it just didn't seem like a coincidence that it was Jeff Goldberg. Of all the people in the media that could have gotten added to that chat, it could have been any number of writers. It could have been anybody from the Atlantic. It could have been any other person from the Atlantic besides Jeff Goldberg. But it was Jeff Goldberg, the guy who has lied about Trump in the past in like really vicious ways, tried to do the October surprise with the suckers and losers thing. And also, to Paul Sperry's point down here, I'm sorry, I didn't go back to this tab. I didn't do that. I'm sorry. Rookie Irish. Sorry, dude. I'm not that whole time I was speaking, I wasn't really reading the screen, guys. I just had it like sitting on Paul Sperry's page. I'm kind of riffing right now. I reached the end of Paul Sperry's tweets, and just to recap, after we did the movie thing, it was, and I'm sorry that whole time y'all missed this, but this is what we were reading. We were reading this guy right here. FEC records for ex-Cheney aide Michael Waltz accidentally leaked the Atlantic, shows he's contributed $8,150 to Never Trumpers and $0 to Trump, $5,000 to Romney, $450 to McCain, $2,700 to Avocado Bush, and $0 to Trump. And then Kamala's BFF, Laureen Powell Jobs, pumped millions into her campaign, owns the Atlantic. And then leak signal chat revealed trigger-based targeting, which, we talked about that on the daily the other day, or yesterday with Ashe. And then this is like wait. Yeah, this is a different story. So this is about reporters pre-screening their questions with the Biden administration before getting and then getting quotes approved before publication. So they're like bullying the journalists, but if you're a journalist and you're getting bullied by an administration, it's because you're allowing yourself to get bullied. I mean, the whole point of journalism is to go around a administration and expose them for being, nefarious. So anyway, but as Paul pointed out, down here, he said that right here, Jeff Goldberg was was the person who was the merchant in chief, as Paul calls it. The anti-Trump merchant in chief, but he's the one who said the relationship between Saddam's regime and Al-Qaeda is far closer than previously thought, which, I mean, how many people died because of the Iraq war? Not just Americans, but just people in general. I mean, it has to be millions. I don't have the exact number, but so Jeff Goldberg's a bad guy. There's no denying that. Exposing him, I mean, that's great, but it's really more about exposing, in my opinion, the system of systems. As Bernie Brett calls it, the system of how people in our government are literally in bed with people from the media, and the intelligence community is certainly involved to some extent, if not orchestrating and facilitating the entire thing. And I think that is a really important thread that's going to tie into the Epstein stuff. It's going to tie into the Israel stuff. It's going to tie into the Ukraine stuff. It's going to tie in to the tariff stuff. It's going to tie into everything. It's going to tie into so many other, it's everything. It's the whole octopus. All the tentacles basically have their power and are able to reach as far as they can because of the media and because of the control over the media, and also because of the media's deep incestuous relationship not only with Congress, but with, more importantly, the intelligence community. So I feel like that's something that has been revealed in stages, step by step by step. I mean, I said, let me see if I even have that. Let's go ahead and play this video. I hope you all are okay with the video. This is from GART 3, I think. Let me see. Yeah, GART 3. Where's GART 3? Well, I thought I had it, but that is just disappointing that that is not there. Well, anyway, it was a good video, but it's the video of me at GART during DPH. I asked them a question and just said that the public needs an enemy. It's like because I agree with Burning Bright that this is like the storytelling aspect of the narrative war is so important, and that we have to have the narrative war, like the war of stories is won by better storytelling. Like we have to tell the better story. Now, of course, the story we're telling has to be told with truth. I mean, we can't be using like fiction in order to sell the story. Deception is going to be part of the presentation, so to speak, because that's the nature of psychological warfare operations. But ultimately, the underlying truth of these stories that are being presented have to be factual in basis. But I also think the components of the storytelling in general have to be applied to this. So which means you have to have a plot, you have to have a conflict, you have to have a resolution, you have to have a protagonist. That's Trump. You have to have, I mean, you could also argue that the American people are the co-protagonist, but Trump is he's the vehicle that we're using to navigate through the story. And then I would argue that you have to have the antagonist, because the antagonist is what drives the conflict, and and then the resolution is when the protagonist and the antagonist resolve their differences, however that happens. And you have to have a good, strong villain, so to speak, for the story to be effective. Every movie you've seen, the best movies, the greatest movies, are only as strong as their villain. And that's why people always remember the bad guys in the greatest films of all time, right? So presenting a bad guy to the public is very, very important. And I postured back then that the bad guy that needed to be presented was the CIA, and that the public needed to understand that the CIA was behind all of this stuff, and that it actually was a specific entity inside of the US government that was doing all this, not just the quote unquote government, but the CIA. And then I think I certainly think we've gotten to that point. I feel like we are 14 months later, almost 15 months later since then. That was early January of last year. So now I think we're at a point where we need we need to zoom in and have more specific villains, right? And those are all discussions for another time. But it seems like the CIA needs to be fully exposed for what it's doing. But it also seems that the way that all these narratives are unfolding, it's not like one of these threads is being resolved, and then we're moving to the next thread, and it's being resolved, and then the next. It's like all the threads are resolving at the same moment, at the same time, and they're all kind of coming together and converging. And I know Burning Bright's used that word and talked about crisis cascade, and I think that's like narrative convergence, I think is what he calls it. All that is spot on. I think that's exactly what it is. And it kind of ties it all together. And So anyway, yeah, I mean, it's kind of just my thoughts on it. I think that Michael Waltz could be getting burned here. The more that comes out about him, the more it seems that Trump appointed people to his cabinet that are not necessarily quote unquote white hats. And I think this was something that a lot of us got pushback on back when this we suggested that at the very beginning of this administration, that maybe Trump wasn't appointing, white hats. And this is something that I think our movement fell into in the first administration more easily because we hadn't been through it yet. But, we just want to assume that because Trump is in office, everything is fixed and everything is good and we can trust everything. And, daddy's going to take care of everything. We just need to snuggle up and eat the popcorn and enjoy what we're witnessing. I don't think it's like that. I think we are still very much in the thick of a information war, a psychological war. And that means that there's going to be a lot of deception at play. And that means that Trump is still surrounded by bad guys because he has chosen at this point, I would say, I think the first administration, he threw himself into the swamp and therefore was swimming with all the sharks. Now I think he has chosen to put sharks in the tank with him for very specific reasons, because those sharks are going to maybe draw in bigger sharks, if I'm using that metaphor properly. I don't know, but I think there's a purpose in all of it. I mean, people have speculated about Pam Bondi, the way she's handled the Epstein files. That is certainly a big head scratcher. I think the jury is still out on that whole situation, but obviously the most divisive issue in the movement at this juncture, it's not a secret, is the pro-Israel dynamic, right? I mean, and Trump has chosen, and I've had a lot of offline conversations with a lot of different people from inside and outside of Badlands about this. Most of the inside Badlands I've had on screen, but Trump made a choice when he appointed all these people. He could have gone out and appointed just a bunch of, there's a whole network of people, of really, really good qualified people that Trump could have gone to, who don't ostensibly have strong connections to Israel, who don't ostensibly have strong connections to Zionism. And Trump chose not to go with those people. He didn't go and get Christopher Miller. He didn't go and get General Flynn. Even though General Flynn does vocally support Israel, I wouldn't necessarily describe him as, Israel isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think of General Flynn. That's how I would posit that. When you think of Mike Huckabee, Israel is the first thing that comes to mind in my opinion. Same with a number of these other cabinet appointments, mostly because of what they have chosen to do in the past year and a half, 2 years, where they have gone out there and made themselves the headline on behalf of AIPAC, on behalf of the Israel lobby. And Trump leaned into that. And I think it was November 13th, a week after the election, Trump went and appointed, I want to say it was 11 cabinet officials. That was like the biggest day, I think, of appointments. That was when he appointed most of the cabinet. And the first person he appointed, well, it was the first major day of appointments. I think he hit like a few really small positions in the days leading up to that. And then he started with Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel. And the whole X just went on fire. Everyone was like, I told you so. Nick Fuentes, I told you so. Trump is owned by Israel. And when I saw that, when I saw Nick Fuentes just fly off the handle, I started laughing because I said Trump is leaning into that was the signal to me that Trump was leaning into something. He was provoking a response from people that he knew were going to give him that response. He knew Nick Fuentes and everyone that is that keeps their finger on the pulse of this stuff was going to have that take that, why are you appointing the ambassador to Israel before you appoint a secretary of state, a secretary of defense, a national security advisor, homeland, anybody. And then after Mike Huckabee, it was a bunch of people who are hyper pro-Israel, people who are in the byline of their Twitter handle. They're I stand with Israel. They're Israel flag emoji in their Twitter handle. Some of them probably even went over and signed a damn bomb at some point, you know? He leaned into all of that, and he wanted to like wrap himself in the Israel flag, so to speak. I don't think that was an accident. I think that there was like a caricature being built, and I was having a private discussion with somebody earlier, and the example that I used was this, because they were getting frustrated with me for, you know, what they consider trusting the plan, which I don't trust the plan. Like, the plan that I trust is God's plan, and at this point, the plan that I trust is the plan that I can perceive. Understanding that I was following Q from the very beginning and found all of it very real and compelling, and continue to track it and continue to acknowledge that it is probably exactly what is happening. Although it's hard to know exactly which posts were misinformation and which were, you know, accurately conveying something. You know, when we lived through the Biden administration, Biden demonstrated to all of us, because I blackpilled a little, well, the most I blackpilled was after Biden got in, probably like the rest of you, because my concern when Biden got in was that he was going to go full normie. Like, I was like, why did it have to be Biden? Why couldn't it have been somebody a little more provocative, somebody a little more, you know, somebody who was going to be a little more of like a character? Like, that's what I thought to myself, because I thought Biden was going to come in and like balance out the temperature, like lower the temperature of the room and get everyone, you know, calm and just kind of like coast, and people would go back to sleep and stop paying attention to politics. And I was so wrong, because Biden went full like clown mode and like became a senile old man and became a totally bumbling like Mr. Magoo character. And what did that do? That turned politics into an even bigger circus than it was during the Trump administration. More people, if I feel like, started, well, I don't know if more people were paying attention. More people were noticing, I should say, like the noticing level of how cartoonish and clownish the government is. People started noticing that, like, those were going off the charts, and it demonstrated it was a proof of concept that caricatures work. In the age of entertainment, in the age of infinite entertainment, when you can literally just all day, 24 hours a day, you can be entertained by any number of sources and never even have to tune in to you know, news media. Like, I'm not going to say reality prime, because, well, I'll say reality prime. It's what Chris Paul calls it. The official narrative. You can literally go watch TMZ, like Hollywood, you know, or play video games, like whatever it is. How do you get people to focus on whatever is happening in DC? You put like Mr. Magoo in the White House, and you make him blow everything up that Trump built, and in the most like cartoonish way possible. And that's what Biden did. So when Trump comes back, he is now basically creating a new caricature, like a new version of himself, like reinventing himself as Trump the Zionist. It's drawing all of the people out who were already like of that mindset and skeptical and already like on the fringe. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I love Trump, but I'm a little skeptical of like his, like, the only thing that worries me about him is like, he just seems like he's really a simp for Israel. Those people have now gone full bore, like Trump is a puppet, and they're, you know, and it's like he has become the heel in the WWE wrestling pageant. And the heels, for those who didn't watch wrestling back in the day, those were the most popular characters. Those were the ones who got the highest ratings. The Rock, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, by the way, I think he was probably the greatest heel of all time. Macho Man Randy Savage was originally a heel before he became a character. You know, I mean, there's a whole number of those wrestling characters who were the bad guy. And that's what drove the ratings. Without a good bad, like I said before, without the good bad guy, without a villain that the audience loves to hate, the audience doesn't tune in. And so, not that Trump is making himself a villain, but he is turning himself into a little bit of a heel. And it makes me look back to I take all of these slings and arrows for you in a totally different light. Because obviously, I think he's referring to, when he said that, the media attacking him, them trying to impeach him, them trying to destroy his life, them trying to kill him, obviously. But then, I mean, probably the hardest arrow to take of all of them is MAGA, or at least portions of MAGA, earnest MAGA, by the way. I mean, I know people personally who have been following Trump and loved Trump from the beginning, and like even people who followed Q, who like blackpilled and all that, who view Trump as a puppet now because of this. And so they have now turned on Trump. Like MAGA has now, segments of MAGA have turned on Trump because of this. And I think Trump did that by design. And it's a difficult pill to swallow probably as a Trump supporter to hear that, but the conflict is necessary because it causes friction. It forces conflict. It forces debate. It forces dialogue. It forces resolution because, as I said before, that's what conflict does. The art of storytelling is conflict resolution, right? So you have to have conflict in order for there to be resolution. So if you want to resolve the Israel situation, you have to have conflict with the Israel situation, and not just conflict on the ground over in Gaza, but conflict in the political realm of people arguing, why are we so deeply invested in Israel? Why does Israel seem to be controlling our government? And Michael Waltz, by the way, is one of the biggest Zionists in the Trump administration. I mean, he is a simp for Israel. So when he got appointed, like I didn't even really know that much about him, but when I 5 seconds of looking into Michael Waltz, I knew he was a hardcore Zionist. Apparently, he was Zach Payne's congressman. That's what Zach said. So Zach knew all about him. Zach was not impressed by him. But yeah, you have this whole cast of characters in one day appointed, and Chris Paul and I got on Badlands Daily the next day and talked about it. And it was, I was kind of laughing about it because I was like, dude, this just feels like he just put out the casting order he put out the order to central casting, send me all of your Zionist, all your best Zionists. And, by the way, a lot of these people in his administration might be Trump loyalists, and they may prioritize their loyalty to Trump over their loyalty to Israel. Like that all remains to be seen. But surface level, I mean, he could have gone out and got way more provocative picks like, Nikki Haley. I mean, there's a few others that come to mind. So he could have been judicious in who he selected, but I mean, the people he picked, all of them are, willing to sacrifice American lives to preserve Israel. They have made that very, very clear. And that is a problem for true first principles, America first patriots. That is a problem because I don't think American lives should be sacrificed for any foreign country. I think American lives should only be sacrificed to defend America. And that's only when every other option has been exhausted. So anyway, I've been ranting and I apologize for that. Are there any questions from the chat? Let's check it out. How are the homies doing in the chat? Let's see. Another decent article on hacking Signal account. Okay. St. Pete put it in a, let's check that out, St. Pete. I'm going to keep looking in the chat, but we will, I'll pull that article up. See if there's any questions. If anyone has any questions, throw them in the chat. I'll see what I can do to address them. Another article from St. Pete. Appreciate that. I'll go for another few minutes. Yeah, I'm filling in right now for Jessica. Jessica's on a call with Rumble, so that's an important call, obviously. So I'm filling in for her. So I just figured I'd jump in here and do a little live stream while I'm here during everyone's lunch hour if you're on the East Coast. All right, yeah, St. Pete. Let's check this out. So you got. Make sure Ashe isn't texting me. Oh yeah, I'll play this. This is actually a good. Before I play this article, St. Pete, I do appreciate you sending it. Let me play this. I just sent this to John and asked him for his feedback on this. And a number of people tagged me in this, but Jay Vines DM this to me, so shout out to Jay Vines. But let me pull this over. This is worth watching. This is related to what we're talking about. Okay, so for those who are just listening, not watching, this is a woman speaking, a video from Vincent Kennedy, and a woman speaking in front of a executive order screenshot that you can't quite read. And her caption is, "Did Trump just ban AIPAC?" Let's listen.
Trump just might have banned AIPAC. Yeah, you heard me right. Trump may have just banned AIPAC from donating in our elections. Trump signed this executive order today protecting the integrity of American elections. And I was reading through it because it's very lengthy. And I came across this one point and I knew I needed to make a separate video about it. So it says this at the beginning: federal law 52 U.S. Code prohibits foreign nationals from participating in federal, state, or local elections by making any contributions or expenditures. But foreign nationals and non-governmental organizations have taken advantage of loopholes in the law's interpretation, spending millions of dollars through conduit contributions and ballot initiative related expenditures. This type of foreign interference in our election process undermines the franchise and the right of American citizens to govern their republic. Amen. Now, later in the executive order, it says the policy. So what they're actually going to do about this. It says the Attorney General, in consultation with the Secretary of the Treasury, shall prioritize enforcement of 52 U.S. Code and other appropriate laws. And here it is, guys, to prevent foreign nationals from contributing or donating in United States elections. I did what any sane person would do, and I copied the text and put it in ChatGPT, and I asked it, would that mean that AIPAC is banned? And it says possibly, but only if AIPAC or its affiliated PACs received money directly or indirectly from foreign nationals, or foreign nationals were involved in decisions about how AIPAC spent money. I mean, it sounds like it would. Maybe I'm getting a little too excited because President Trump has received millions of dollars from AIPAC or other pro-Israel groups. We're just going to have to see what happens, but let me know your thoughts. Do you think that means AIPAC will be banned from donating in our elections? Or is that just wishful thinking? Let me know your thoughts and make sure you're following me for more.
And yeah, like to clarify, at the end where she says that Trump has received money from AIPAC and other pro-Israel groups, and that shows the AIPAC tracker shows $230 million. I'm pretty sure that the $230 million, I'm pretty sure 200 million of that came from Sheldon Adelson. So like a single donor. I think a single person gave him 200, like who's an Israeli citizen, by the way. Gave him the 200 million. And technically it was Sheldon Adelson in 2016. And then it was his wife, Miriam Adelson in 2024, because Sheldon Adelson died in 2020. I'm just verifying. Yeah. So like here, I'll just pull this up. Just to show my work here. Miriam Adelson, this is the Times of Israel. This is October 17th, 2024. Miriam Adelson gives $100 million to Trump campaign, making good unreported pledge. And this is because she had previously pledged she was going to give $100 million. And then this is confirming 3 weeks before the election that she made good on that pledge and gave the $100 million. So that wasn't through, as far as I can tell, I mean, that wasn't through AIPAC. That was just her giving it directly. So that eliminates that middleman that I think would be that money wouldn't be part of that EO. That EO was, as I understand it, was going after NGOs that had foreign donors. Now should foreigners also be giving money, like foreign citizens be giving money to U.S. elections? That's a separate question, and I think that also needs to be adjudicated. I don't think that that EO addressed. Let me see that. Trump, EO, foreign donors. I don't recall that EO saying anything about citizens. And why is the internet now suddenly wanting to go slow? Oh, you know why? It's because I'm on the Times of Israel, because the Times of Israel always wants to like crash my computer whenever I'm using whenever I'm streaming. Hold on one sec. I want to get to the bottom of this. Protecting and preserving. Let's look at the protecting and preserving, and then we'll talk about APAC a little bit. And I saw what one of y'all said about in the chat about the city of London, and I'll talk about that too with the proxy state of Israel. We'll talk about that too. So here it is: preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections. Let's see if it's individuals. The Secretary of State shall take all lawful and appropriate action to make available information from relevant databases to state of citizenship of individuals registering to vote or who are already, okay, yeah, I mean, that's to vote, but I want to know about donations. Okay, preventing foreign influence and unlawful use of federal funds. The Attorney General, in consultation with the Secretary of the Treasury, shall prioritize enforcement of 52 U.S.C. 30121 and other appropriate laws to prevent foreign nationals. Okay, so it's foreign nationals. It's not just NGOs. So it's foreign nationals from contributing or donating in United States elections. The Attorney General shall likewise prioritize enforcement of 31 U.S.C. 1352, which prohibits lobbying by organizations or entities that have received any federal funds. Yeah, and see, like, this is where it's going to get a little sticky because AIPAC is not a foreign lobby. That is the whole argument, the whole thing that gets everyone so worked up about AIPAC. For people who don't know this, AIPAC is the one group that has never been forced to register as a foreign lobby. It's always had that exemption, and that gives it, and that's why, by the way, these people who for weeks have been sharing, hey guys, look, Israel is number 10 on like the countries that do foreign lobby. That's because the Israel, like a lot of these groups, AIPAC, and there's a few others, have the ones that are from the 1940s have never been forced because they were grandfathered in or whatever. I don't know what the reason is. They don't count when they do those assessments. When they do the assessments and it says that, you know, Qatar, China, like all that, like Saudi Arabia, and then Israel's number 10, it's because for two reasons. Number one, you have situations like this where, you know, an Israeli citizen is basically bankrolling a presidential campaign by themselves because Sheldon Adelson, the richest man in Israel, purportedly, I mean, I bet you there's richer men who just don't have their money reported or whatever. But yeah, there's that. And then there's the fact that these groups are not registered as the foreign lobby. I want to see what USC 30121 says. Contributions and donations by foreign nationals. It shall be unlawful for a foreign national directly or indirectly to make a contribution, a donation, or donation of money or a thing of value to make an express or implied promise to make a contribution in connection with a federal, state, or local election. A person's solicited, okay. Foreign national is defined as a foreign principal, such as a term. Any individual who is a citizen of the United States, and it shall not include any individual who is a citizen of the United States, or an individual who is not a citizen of the United States, or a national of the United States, and who is not lawfully admitted for permanent residence. So a foreign national is a person who is, yeah, got it. I mean, obviously. I'm just trying to make sure sometimes there's tricky language in these things. You just got to read through them like 3 times. And then the other one was 31 USC. And that, by the way, guys, this is the one that I was sharing. There's Cornell Law. I was reading this. So now I'm going to do the other one. Well, hold on. It's 31 USC 1352. And it is. All right. Cornell again. Limitation on use of appropriated funds to influence certain federal contracting and financial transactions. None of the funds appropriated by any act. Okay, maybe expanded. The prohibited. Sorry, I'm just trying to speed read it to see. Yeah, I mean, it's basically just saying like any money that comes from federal grants. I mean, this is all stuff that you would assume like is already in place. But all right, so a declaration filed by a person pursuant to paragraph 1A of this subsection in connection with the federal contract, grant, loan, or cooperation or cooperative agreement shall contain the name of any registrant under the Lobbying Disclosure Act of 1995 who has made lobbying contacts on behalf of the person with respect to that federal contract, grant, loan, or cooperative agreement. Let's look at that. Let's look at the Cooperative Disclosure Act of 1995. What is that? Because I bet you that's gonna explain why. That's gonna help you understand why. Help us understand why. All right, this is from the U.S. House of Representatives. To provide for the disclosure of lobbying activities to influence the federal government and for other purposes. Yeah, so it defines who these people are. Agency as the meaning given to the term. Okay, client, any person or entity that employs or retains another person. It's not going to be that simple, of course. Yeah. So anyway, I mean, that's why it gets so subversive, because they have these laws and then they have loopholes around it and they get around it. And so that's what gets people so upset about AIPAC. Is that, and for those who don't know, JFK wanted to force AIPAC to register. And that was like a big deal. And the arguments that were made against JFK were that these are real arguments. You can go find them on the internet, like recorded arguments that were made, is that they said that if you allow us, or if you force us to register, then that's going to limit our ability to actually influence Congress. And by limiting our ability to influence Congress, you are basically damning Israel to be destroyed by its enemies. So their argument was in 1962, 1963, was that if we can't control Congress, Israel's going to be destroyed. You're basically damning us to be destroyed, which is insane. But when you consider the fact that their plan was just to keep attacking, or at least certain people in Israel, their plan is to keep attacking their neighbors and expanding their borders and, wars of conquest and like antagonizing people. Yeah, like they were right, like because they're pissing everybody off and people are going to want to eventually, come for somebody's head. That's the problem. By the way, there's like a massive multi-thousand person peaceful protests in Gaza right now for Hamas to leave Gaza and like leave power in Gaza, which, kind of saw that coming. But let's see. Let's get back to the thing. So this federal actions to address executive order, harmful restrictions. Yeah, I mean, basically this thing, it sounds like this might also apply to the Adelsons. The Adelsons might not be able to bankroll the next presidential election, which is good. Like, I don't think a foreign billionaire should not be able to come in and say, here's $100 million. Here's your presidential campaign and just buy. I mean, the fact that Trump had basically one person bankroll most of his campaign is kind of crazy. But I mean, it's smart from a businessman standpoint, but are the optics great? No, because that's what everybody points to say Trump is a controlled puppet. What most people don't understand is that Bibi Netanyahu right now is facing 3 felony charges. One of the charges is from a 2015 recorded conversation that he had with a media mogul in Israel. This was like a left-wing guy. Sheldon Adelson, by the way, is like the number one, or was the number one right-wing media mogul. He was like the Roger Ailes of Israel. And so Netanyahu went and met with the left-wing media mogul, whose newspapers were crushing him and like digging up dirt on him and all this stuff. And he went to him and he said, hey, if you give me favorable coverage, and Sheldon Adelson was a big Bibi Netanyahu backer. With his newspapers were, like pro Bibi Netanyahu. And so Netanyahu goes and gives this other guy and says, if you give me favorable coverage in your newspapers, I will give you better access. I will give your reporters better access to the government than Sheldon Adelson's guys. I don't have the proof that Sheldon Adelson was slighted by that or pissed off about that, but I would imagine that he would have been, right? I mean, isn't that kind of a stab in the back? So that recording gets released publicly. That was one of the charges that Netanyahu gets charged with. So that was 2019. He gets 3 charges. And that one, in my opinion, is based on what the charge is, as I understand it, and not being like a Israeli lawyer or anything. That's a pretty open and shut case because there's a recording of him literally offering the guy access to the government and like preferential treatment. It's pro quid pro. And that's what he's charged with fraud, like defrauding the government, defrauding the people. He's going to get convicted of that 100%. That's why he's trying to overhaul the judiciary. He's trying to load the Supreme Court with more judges that he gets to pick. They just had a vote yesterday. Actually, I haven't even checked the vote. Let me see. Israel judiciary overhaul. So they had a vote yesterday in Israel they approved it. So it says right here, Israel's parliament approves a key part of Netanyahu's divisive judicial overhaul. So the judicial overhaul that he's doing right here is he's going to get, he wants to set it up so that the Knesset, which is their Congress, doesn't have to vote in consensus to approve the judges. On the Supreme Court, we're talking about the Supreme Court. What that means is that if you are the ruling party, so you have like the majority party, the people who have 6 in the Knesset, in order to be prime minister, there's 100 seats in the Knesset, in the Congress. You have to have 60 seats. So 60% of the Congress has to support you as prime minister to stay in office. If you lose, if you go under that threshold, if you get to 59, the government officially collapses. They schedule new elections for the Knesset, and like the prime minister's gone. And then, 4 months later, you have an election. So right now, Bibi Netanyahu has 63 seats supporting him because he lost 6 seats when Itamar Ben-Gvir left. Ben-Gvir says he's coming back, so he's technically at like 68, 69 seats, I think it is. But the point is that you have a majority party, a majority coalition, and then you have the opposition coalition, like the other 30 seats that oppose you. You have to have consensus in order to appoint a Supreme Court judge. You have to have consensus between the opposition party and the ruling party. What this new rule is going to say is that we don't need the opposition party. Whoever the prime minister appoints is going to be in. So that would be like eliminating. I mean, and I know that we've talked about this on the American side of like, should the Senate have to appoint cabinet officials? I don't think the Senate should have to appoint cabinet officials. Now, judges are a little different because you're talking about the 3 branches of government. You're talking about the checks and balances. The checks and balances are the executive appoints a judge, the legislature approves that judge, and then that judge then sits on that 3rd branch and has the power to overrule the legislature and the executive on specific matters when there's a case brought to them. That's the checks and balances. So that's a different system from what necessarily they have in Israel. They have similarities, but it's parliamentary. So they're more of a European model. But basically what Netanyahu is trying to do is he's trying to load the Supreme Court with more judges that are all friendly to him. And you got to think that he's like vetting these people to be like, hey, after I get convicted of these charges, because these cases are still pending, you're going to overturn the convictions. Like that's basically what's happening. So he's loading the Supreme Court with judges that are going to bail his ass out. And that's why you've had all these protests in Israel against him. I mean, it's tyrannical for sure. But it's so you can stay in office for sure. Anyway, we got, all right. So we will go back to the chat and see what the chat has. I hope all that makes sense, but point is like, so I sent that thing to John, and John's interpretation of it was like, she's not wrong. The girl in that video is not wrong. This does open the door to go after AIPAC if it chooses, but it's not like a banning. She said it was banning AIPAC. I don't think it's a banning AIPAC, but technically it could be banning AIPAC. So she's not wrong, but it's also not like an explicit banning AIPAC, but also the optics of it would be pretty weird if it was explicitly banning AIPAC anyway. So hope that answers the questions. We have election integrity stuff. Bondi is live now. No. Okay. Ruby Ray Media says 3 hours ago. Yeah, we're going to go back. Let's see. Okay, Jessica's back. So I'm probably going to pass it back to Jessica here in a minute, but let me just see, Jessica, if there's any more questions. Okay. D. Brewer says, I got a question. Has there ever been anything done by this administration to help we the people individually, such as Internet for All has promised, or lowering electric bills, anything? This is a good question. So this is a loaded question, by the way. Because when you say lowering electric bills, anything, there's a number of different ways that you could technically lower your bills. The government could come in and price fix. They could come in and they could say, you can't charge more than this for this product. You would literally be in a socialist communist system if they did that. That is, you have completely left capitalism and the government is now setting your prices. You're basically in communism. You're somewhere between socialism and communism if you do that. So that's not the approach that you would take. The approach that you would take is you would deregulate the electric, the energy sector. You would encourage development. You would encourage investment in energy. You would lower taxes in that field. You would make things easier so that those companies who are producing energy could lower their costs and still make money and compete for business, right? And then lowering their costs would then lower your costs. So that's not something that happens overnight. We're only 65 days into the administration. So if Trump waved a magic wand and did all the deregulation and all that on the first day in office, and I think he did do a lot of stuff similar to that on his first day in office, it still takes time for those things to be implemented, and then for the implemented measures to then amount to the cost being lowered by the companies, and then those costs being reflected in your bills. So to your question, have they actually done anything to lower your costs? The price of eggs, I think, has come down $2 is my understanding. I mean, I know that was a talking point that they were paying people money to say, but my understanding is that the price of eggs has hit its apex and is now coming down. So yes, prices are starting to come down as I understand it, but it's 65 days into the administration. So without price fixing, you probably still have a few months before you're going to see your standard of living actually start to improve in terms of your cost of living. Good question though. Good question. The Internet for All thing would be an infrastructure investment. And I think when you talk about the $1 trillion from Saudi Arabia, the data centers they want to build, that kind of stuff, that's what they're talking about. Like the SoftBank investing $100 billion for, technology. They're talking about high speed internet. They're talking about, because ultimately what they want to do is they want to produce or offer high speed internet, and then they have to be able to reach customers, which is going to require laying lines, running them to houses, running them to neighborhoods. I mean, I know that my mother-in-law lives out in the country, like deep out in the country, middle nowhere, and she just got whatever it is, the latest and greatest internet run to her house. Before, she was satellite dish and super slow speed internet, and I'm talking about December, she just got lines run to her house. So those were things that I think were put in place in the first Trump administration, and it took that long for it to reach where she lives, which is one of the most remote parts of the country in terms of the area she lives. So anyway, hope that answers the question. Takes time. That's the TLDR. Okay. Netanyahu's speaking right now. Jessica, let's pull Netanyahu up. I'm going to stay on screen, but can you put Netanyahu up? I'm going to let you run that feed just in case I need to jump off. Please. And then Putin, I think, there's another one with Putin that we'll do after that.
Could be easily swept aside. Well, a year and a half later, Nasrallah is gone, Hania is gone, Sinwar is gone, Def is gone, and Assad is gone. We have battered Hamas. We have brought Hezbollah to its knees. We destroyed the remnants of Syria's army. We hit the Houthis with the great help of our American allies. And we exposed Iran's vulnerability. We are changing the face of the Middle East. We are giving it a new future. Yet as we win the war against the forces of anti-Semitism in the Middle East, the fires of anti-Semitism rage in the heart of Western civilization. They rage in Europe's capitals, in the Western press, in social media. They rage in America's elite universities. I went to one of them. I can't believe that in Boston, in Cambridge, in MIT, where I went to school, in nearby Harvard, in Columbia and New York, and elsewhere, people are demonstrating with passion. These ignorant demonstrators. Who are they demonstrating for? For these murderers, these rapists, these mass killers. This is a reflection of a deep rot that has pervaded the intellectual hub of free societies. And this vilification of Israel, the Jewish people, and Western values has been propagated by a systemic alliance between the ultra-progressive left and radical Islam. It must be resolutely fought by civilized societies to safeguard their future. This is why we must all commend President Trump's decisive actions against anti-Semitism. And we must pressure other governments to do the same. I know that you share this resolve to fight anti-Semitism. That's why you're here. That's why I salute your coming here to Jerusalem, to express your refusal to come for
keep it playing, but I just want
to come from many lands.
I just want actually pause
all those from across the political.
I just want to make clear this is what those people are protesting. Like, who are they protesting for? They're protesting for. I mean, are we being serious right now? Because I'm pretty sure a lot more than just the murderers and rapists got killed when you dropped all.
Anti-Semitism has persisted from the Middle Ages down to modern times. The answer to this is complex, but it has two powerful and prominent elements. Throughout the course of their wanderings, the Jewish people suffered from a deadly duality. They were prominent, but they were also weak. And this deadly duality invited envy and aggression with horrendous consequences down the ages. The nations of the world have long been habituated to regard the Jew as a helpless victim, totally powerless before plunder, pillage, and pogrom. Well, you know from your own lives and from the lives of nations, old habits die hard. Sometimes it takes more than a generation to effect a change of perception. Our tormentors are now undergoing a change of perception. They realize a simple truth. We are no longer powerless. We are no longer weak. As Herzl predicted in 1896, the Maccabees, he said, the Maccabees will rise again. The Jews who wish for a state will have it. We shall live at last as free men on our own soil. The world will be freed by our liberty, enriched by our wealth, magnified by our greatness, and whatever we accomplish there for our own welfare will powerfully benefit all of humanity. All this has happened. Israel is a fount of innovation, of progress with all of humanity. But the most important change is this. Our soldiers are truly the modern Maccabees. We refuse to surrender to terrorism. We do not bow our head to anti-Semitism. We fight back. We do so on the battlefields of the Middle East. And with your help, we will fight anti-Semitism on the intellectual and political battlefields of the world. There is only one basic requirement for winning. I was recently in Washington, where I met President Trump, but I took time to meet 50 Jewish students, the leaders of tomorrow. They told me how they were being harassed on campus, violently harassed. One student told me that he was facing the dean of the university, who invited one of the Hamas killers to give a lecture in an elite American university. And I said, well, what are you doing about it? He said, I'm suing him. I said, good for you. This is exactly what you should be doing. Do not apologize. Do not bow your head. Stand strong. Stand together. And I say this to all of you. Thank you for your clarity. Thank you for your courage. God bless you all. God bless the Jewish people. And God bless the many friends of Israel here and around the world. Thank you.
All right. I texted Ashe to see if she wanted to come on to talk to me about and join me to talk about this, because I thought that was we obviously didn't catch the whole thing, but I think we probably got the gist of it. I don't know if we need to go back and watch the whole thing. I was laughing in the chat at that last line. He said, "I'm suing him." It's like, isn't that what Kanye accused? Anyway, the thing that Ashe and I have talked about this a lot on a lot offline. I don't know how much we've talked about it online. It's hard. It all blends together. But the thing that I have been warning against since October 7th is that the whole religion thing. And I noticed this pattern was starting before October 7th, because this was happening in Virginia in 2022 with Governor Youngkin passing an anti-Semitism bill. Anti-Semitism is already protected under hate speech. This is already on the books. It's been long on the books. If you go and you commit a crime against somebody else, and it is proven that a motive for the crime, or I don't know the exact language. I don't know if it's your motive or if it's like what you communicate to the victim, like during the course or whatever it is. But if it's, a hate crime, we all understand what a hate crime is, right? Anti-Semitism is one of them. So having a new anti-Semitism law specifically for anti-Semitism is redundant and unnecessary. But these new anti-Semitism laws, which are, I think, 38 states, is last time I checked, it might be 40 now, but most of them, almost all of them, are Republican legislatures. These are state level. They are now classifying anti-Semitism based on the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism, which is, of course, subject to change. They can change it whenever they want, but they don't peg it. They're not like, we're freezing the definition right now. It just says whatever they say anti-Semitism is, that's now anti-Semitism. And what the IHRA says is that criticizing the Israeli government, comparing them to Nazis, saying that the Jews killed Jesus, which literally the Bible says, all this other stuff, like all this stuff related to it, like the government of Israel, that has nothing to do with, people engaging in actual like Jewish hatred during the course of committing a crime. It's all like political speech. It's very, very silly, but it's very draconian. I mean, you could ostensibly maybe even start to apply that to politicians who support Israel or politicians who are potentially Jewish. I mean, it's a very, very slippery slope that you're starting. And what the pattern suggests is that they are establishing they're trying to conflate rather a religion and a political entity. Religion, Judaism, and a political entity, meaning a government. So they're saying that the government of Israel and the religion of Judaism are one and the same. And if you criticize the religion of Judaism, if you criticize the government of Israel, you are criticizing the religion of Judaism. If that is the case, then why don't we also say, if you criticize the government of Saudi Arabia, you are criticizing the religion of Islam. If you are criticizing the government of the Vatican, you are criticizing Christianity. I mean, let's be consistent. But they're not going to do that, obviously, because that would be very, very silly to do that. So this ridiculous standard that they are establishing, which, by the way, like all the people in Trump's cabinet are full bore in support of. All of them are like, hell yeah, this is awesome. Kristi Noem, when she signed hers, and because she championed that for South Dakota, when she signed it into law, she called it the God's Chosen People Act. So all of you Christians listening right now, she's saying that she's defying Jesus. Jesus says in the New Testament that those who choose to follow me are the chosen people. It's not the Jewish people. It's those who choose to follow me, meaning whether you're Jewish or Gentile, if you choose to follow me, you are God's chosen people. No. According to Kristi Noem, it's only the Jewish people, not the Christians, not the Gentiles who follow Christ. They're God's chosen people. It's such a ridiculous, just backwards. Obviously, these people are being funded and are have like a hand up their ass and are puppets. I mean, Kristi Noem included. Like, because it's so just perverse, like the way that they're going about this. And again, this is like me talking about this. The whole conversation is designed so that even when you approach it from an objective standpoint, the way I am right now, versus obviously a lot more inflammatory commentators, and you understand what I mean when I say that. It's designed so that people can come in and say, well, you're a Jew hater. Why would you bring attention to this? Like, why are you doing this? Well, the reason I'm bringing attention to it, guys, is because it's a government. Because what these people are demanding is that you get on your hands and knees and you worship an earthly master, otherwise known as the Israeli government. And if you're going to do that, then you are betraying God, you're betraying Jesus, you're betraying everything that I believe in as a Christian, and shame on you. You're engaging in idolatry. So no, I'm not going to support that, especially as a Christian. And I've had a number of Jewish people come up to me at GART and say very, very nice things to me about standing up for this. So, and I appreciate them doing that. They understand, they get it, that this is not like a Jew hate thing. This is 1,000% the Israeli government controlling our government thing. And the comments before that somebody made about the city of London, you're 100% right. This is an octopus. The head of the octopus is the city of London. The proxy state of Israel is one of its arms. There's no doubt that it's one of the many arms. It could be the most important arm, like we don't know, but behind the proxy of Israel is the diaspora. And the diaspora is a network of Zionists that go across the entire world. And this diaspora is basically a vehicle to become a Jewish mafia if it chooses to be. Because you could easily have, look at the collection of oligarchs that are across the world that identify as Jewish, that enjoy the narrative shielding that Netanyahu just presented to you, that can say, hey, if you criticize me, I can have you arrested for criticizing a Jewish person. Even though I am Roman Polanski, a convicted pedophile and Hollywood producer who had to flee the country and went to Israel, and the Israeli government protected me from the U.S. government from extradition, because they do that. That's an actual law in the books in Israel. They protect convicted pedophiles over there, people who are either accused or convicted They won't extradite you for doing that, especially if you're someone like Roman Polanski. Roman Polanski, by the way, received a standing ovation at the Oscars after being convicted for raping a 12-year-old girl. Jeffrey Epstein, Jewish, worked with Ghislaine Maxwell, also Jewish. Her father, Robert Maxwell, also Jewish, responsible for creating the entire network that Mossad uses to operate around the world. That network is the diaspora. So, we need to have the conversation and we need to talk about this stuff. And if people are going to get uncomfortable with it, you should probably leave the room. And you're not cut out for this part. This is the part of the story that, mommy and daddy will come get you when this part's over. But we need to be adults and have the conversation, acknowledging the fact that Steve Witkoff is Jewish, acknowledging the fact that Adam Bowler is Jewish. Both of them have stood up to Netanyahu and shut him down in terms of this, like the ceasefire negotiation. You saw the thing that Bowler, I've been talking about Bowler for weeks now. So, Jared Kushner, Trump's kids are Jewish. Trump, by the way, also has a kid who's Arab. He has a grandkid who's Arab. So, Tiffany just had a child with, I'm so sorry, I can't remember his name, the husband's name. It just escapes me, but he's Lebanese. So he's Arab. And Trump was interviewed on Al Arabiya, which is a Middle Eastern Arab news station, and was asked about that. And he was like, yeah, he's like, I have tons of friends who are Arab, very warm, awesome people. Some of my favorite people in the world are Arab. So he's like, yeah, I have grandkids who are Jewish. I have grandkids who are Arab. Guess what? I want peace in the Middle East. So, but we can't have a network of Arabs conspiring to blow up governments and control people through pedophile honeypot operations. We also can't have networks of Jewish people controlling people through pedophile operations and overthrowing governments and all that kind of stuff. So, if we're not mature enough to have the conversation without saying Jew hater, we probably aren't going to save this country. The country's probably already lost. But that's a Band-Aid we got to just rip off and just move on. And if we can't do it, then we're probably screwed. So, but Ashe and I have hashed that out. Ashe, I think, used to have a lot more hostility towards me because I think she didn't know where I was coming from. And she thought that I was maybe more biased than I am. But my bias towards Israel is my perception that I think it is the network behind it, the diaspora, that controls our government. And that's the thing that killed JFK. It's the thing that probably did 9/11. That's my opinion. I also think it's the thing that potentially did 2020 election. Because I think that if you look at what Trump was doing in 2020, signing the Abraham Accords in September, Trump says now that Iran was about to sign. He says that had he been reelected in September, had he been reelected in 2020, Iran was going to join the Abraham Accords. What does that do? If Iran joins the Abraham Accords and Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accords, what happens then? How do you have a war in the Middle East if those two are in on it, or in the peace deal? I think it was the diaspora that did the 2020 election. I think it was the diaspora that did COVID, frankly, because look who benefited the most from COVID, Netanyahu, right? You can say that, and when I say the diaspora, I'm saying the capital D. I'm saying the Jewish cartel, like the Jewish mafia. Netanyahu's the one who stayed in power. He couldn't form a coalition government in January 2020. He couldn't get 60 Knesset seats, like I said earlier, to do it. It wasn't until COVID broke that Benny Gantz, who was the guy running against him, the moderate, said, all right, we'll put aside our differences. We're forming an emergency coalition. You be prime minister. I'll be alternate prime minister. We'll take it from there. Look where we are now. Yeah. So I mean, if you look at it from that perspective, how could we not address the situation? How can we have a country and be free and have liberty if we don't address that situation? And at the end of the day, like the conversations I've had with these Jewish people at GART, how as a Jewish person can you look at this situation and not be appalled by the fact that this network of people are creating things like Jeffrey Epstein and then using your identity, the Jewish identity, to hide behind it and say, like, you can't criticize me for doing this because I'm this. It's so silly. It's one of the most perverse things that's happened, I think, in the 20th century is that whole dynamic. And I think we just need to rip the Band-Aid off and talk about it because if we don't do that, the country's gone. And I mean, God bless Adam Bowler and Steve Wickoff for doing it, because you got to imagine those two guys, especially Wickoff, because Wickoff definitely comes from, I think, a community that is very pro-Israel. It has to be hard for him to walk into those meetings with Netanyahu and all those Israel leaders and basically tell them no and put them in their place and be the bad guy in the room, so to speak. I'm sure they're all looking at him like, you're betraying us, like you're betraying the movement, because they want to conflate the two things. They want to conflate the religion with the government. And if you let them do that, then it's over. So identity politics, man, it's you might as well just let Biden back into office, let Kamala back into office if you're going to do that, because the country's lost if you aren't going to stand up and protect the American government from external forces. Let's go ahead and go to the Putin thing. Have I triggered everybody in the chat yet? Is everybody in the chat hating me yet? Okay, we got some Rumble rants actually. Before we go to Putin, we got Rumble rants. Trumpet, $25. We need to talk about Israel. Please keep talking. Thanks. Thank you, Trumpet. I appreciate that. Definitely appreciate all the kind words. People definitely say very encouraging, nice things at GART. The internet is not conducive to the positive feedback, although I get plenty of positive feedback from the Badlanders. But that's not what this is about. Like, this is not about feel goods or data boys. This is about just speaking hard truth. Chris Paul took a big bow last night. He absolutely earned it. He took a lot of heat. Chris Paul took heat, man. Heat for all the stuff he said about elections over the past, 2 years. And he ended up being completely vindicated by President Trump. And I'm so happy for him. And he is owed all the credit in the world. We're very, very lucky to have Chris Paul on our side. And I don't just mean like at Badlands. I mean like doing this. I mean, Chris Paul could be doing any number of things with his life right now. And he's doing this. He's choosing to dedicate his life right now to speaking hard truths and helping walk us all through the logic and the the mind riddle that is our current reality. And we're lucky to have someone like that, because this stuff can be so dizzying and so confusing, but long before you get to the religion stuff and the geopolitical stuff, even just domestically with election integrity. And it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But having the hard conversations is what is going to get us out of this. And, I'm all about self-policing. 10 years ago, I called for, I wanted myself. I called for it to myself, like speaking to myself, like I am right now in front of my computer, that people in Islam should be policing Islam to get all of the crazy radical stuff out. And then MBS came along, and that's a big reason why I love MBS, because before MBS came along, I had a pretty negative view of Islam and a pretty negative view of the Middle East. And all of like the positive optimism that you see out of me now towards that place is as a result of me watching them step up and fix their own problems, and like having a great respect and admiration for that. And I want to see the same thing happen with the Jewish people. Like, they should do that themselves, but we can't do it for them. Well, we can do it for them to a certain extent when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and all that. But when it comes to like cleaning up their culture, like the bad actors who want to hide behind the diaspora, for lack of a better word, they're going to have to do that themselves. But not being an expert in the Jewish community, that's an even more unique situation than anything else, than Islam or anything else, because Islam is 2 billion people. Christianity is 2.5 billion people. The those are the two largest demographics in the world. It's every race, every continent, like every country. It's everywhere, right? I mean, it's just everywhere. The Jewish community is far more, much smaller. I mean, you're talking about a fraction of a percent of the human population. And as I understand it, much more insular, much more protective of its community, historical persecution, and for those reasons, they are wary of outsiders, as I understand it. I mean, look, Ivanka Trump, when she married Jared, she had to convert. So that I know that is sometimes a common thing, is that if you want to marry into a Jewish family, you need to convert. They're not going to convert to convert out. So because of that, it seems like there is a inclination for maybe like the earnest Jewish people to want to be protective of other Jewish people when they see outsiders attacking people in their community. But I think that those people need to take a step back and say, are these people being attacked because they're Jewish? Or are they being attacked because they visited Epstein Island, or they created Jeffrey Epstein, or they, fill in the blank, and are using their Jewish identity to shield themselves from criticism? And if that's the answer, the earnest, innocent Jewish person should be asking themselves, are they then lumping all of us together? Are they bringing us all into the boat with them and sending us into the hurricane? Like, you see what I'm saying? It's like the collective blame occurs because the bad actors wrap themselves in the identity and say it, like Netanyahu just did with that speech, and say, oh, well, you anti-Semites are criticizing all Jewish people by criticizing me or criticizing the government. No, we're not. We're criticizing what the hell you just blew up a whole civilization, bro. Like, that's what you're being protested for. Look at the pictures. It's a demolition site, right? That's what Trump said. So I think the innocent, earnest people in that community need to take a step back and really like reflect on that and think, do we want to sink or swim with these people? Like, these people, meaning Roman Polanski, Jeffrey Epstein, Harvey Weinstein. I mean, there are a number of them. I mean, look at Hollywood. Hollywood is historically, notoriously very, very Jewish, right? And if you look at Hollywood culture and you look at the repugnant stuff that's come out of there, there's a lot to be said about some of the characters that from there. There's plenty of Gentiles involved in that stuff too, by the way. But I would look at those Gentiles and say, don't lump me in with you. Like, prosecute all of them. So that's what you try to be careful of. That's what you have to be aware of. And this was also like a good comparison is the Italian mafia. It's like you are prosecuting the Italian mafia. Well, if you're prosecuting the Italian mafia and you're looking for mobsters, all of a sudden you're going to start noticing people who are Italian. You're going to start noticing business owners who are Italian, who are talking to other business owners who are Italian, who are in the mob. So all of a sudden, it's like everywhere you look, you're going to start seeing Italians. Does that make you anti-Italian? It's like, I mean, it could potentially if you do it for long enough, but I think that really depends on the reaction from the Italian community. And is the Italian community going to coalesce around the Italian mafia and protect the Italian mafia from the police if push comes to shove? And, that's the way you have to look at it. And if, that it's a really simple moral exercise that I think everyone needs to engage in, and including Jewish people. And the sooner we can all do that collectively, the sooner we can get out of this mess and we can stop playing the identity politics game. So, and Silent Whisper says, my sister married a Jewish man and did not convert. And look, that's look, I grew up in Virginia. Look here, I want to put this up. It says, my sister married a Jewish man but didn't convert. She puts up Christmas trees and he does presents. Sister does his Jewish stuff on Jewish holidays and Fridays. I had a friend growing up whose dad was Jewish and his mom was Indonesian, and his mom was Christian and Indonesian. and they did Christmas, and like they did the same thing. So yes, like I fully understand that that is also a thing. I fully understand that there are Jewish people who don't even practice religion and are non-practicing, and there's definitely degrees of it. I'm referring more to when you go to places like New York, which I'm not familiar with, but Trump certainly is, and you have like actual communities where there's like neighborhoods and communities where it's there's a more of, and by the way, you go to New York, there's Polish ethnic communities and Italian ethnic communities and Irish ethnic communities, but it seems like the Jewish community probably has preserved itself a little more than the others, just because, again, it's a smaller thing. I mean, how many people have Irish blood in them? A lot of people are Irish. But you're right. There are different gradations, and those are the people who I would look to and be like, I mean, you're obviously not part of the community that I'm talking about. You're part of the community, but you're not part of the community where you're laying down in front of Netanyahu and saying like, don't criticize Netanyahu because that means you hate all Jewish people. Yeah, it's just very, very silly. Very, very silly. I mean, Messianic Judaism. Yeah, I mean, I understand that there's Judaism that believes in Jesus. I don't really understand Messianic Judaism, to be honest. Somebody's gonna have to explain that one to me. There are the thing about Judaism that because I have studied it over the past year to better understand it, as I did with Islam as well. I mean, I didn't study Islam, but I understood more about it than I knew before, and I now understand that Fox News and the Republican Party were lying to me about Jesus, and they were lying to me about the Muslims wanted to kill me because I love Jesus. That was a total lie. They love Jesus too. That was a huge revelation for me to learn that. But yeah, there's no central doctrine in Judaism. There's like all these different denominations, and the biggest one in Israel is Rabbinic Judaism. And I made a post on it earlier, but Rabbinic Judaism was created 400 years after Christianity, or after Christ was murdered. And it was created by the descendants of the Pharisees, the guys who persecuted Christ. And their claim was that Moses on Mount Sinai, you can go look this up, go to Wikipedia and look up Rabbinic Judaism. It'll say exactly what I'm about to tell you. Moses went to Mount Sinai, got the 10 Commandments. At the same time, God told him oral laws that weren't written down. And basically, Moses gathered from what he was told that these laws should be preserved by the elite effectively. They should be preserved orally and not written down. And then eventually, in the 400s AD, they decided to write them down finally. But among those laws, like among the things that were said, God apparently told Moses that in the future there would be a street whore who would have a bastard son and would claim that her son was the son of God, and it would all be a lie, and he would be the greatest heretic of all time, and that person would end up being boiled alive in a pit of excrement for all eternity in hell as punishment for his sin. And that is what is written in the Talmud. The Talmud is the oral Torah, as they call it, that was written in the 5th century. And that is what is the most widely practiced denomination in Israel, is that form of Judaism. Now, does that mean that everyone who practices it hates Jesus? I don't know. I can't say that, but that's what the official doctrine is. That's what the Rabbinic Judaism doctrine is. It's based. And so when Netanyahu says the word Torah, he's not referring to the Pentateuch, which is the first 5 books of the Old Testament, the thing that Jesus practiced. He's referring to the oral Torah, which is the Talmud. And the Talmud says that. And the other thing about it is that the laws that he gave Moses contradicted the 10 Commandments and gave caveats for when they could deviate. So anyway, let's go to Putin. I've been on here for too long. So everyone have a good day. We will move on to now that I've gotten everyone whipped up on religion, we will move on to Putin. And let's see if there are any more rants. Appreciate y'all letting me get on here and get all autistic. But yeah, man, I think everything's gonna work out. I'm very encouraged by it. I think people, I've been talking about the the book of Revelations happening, and that could be exactly what's happening. And Ashe and I have talked about this, and Ashe has talked about how Jewish people will recognize Jesus as the Messiah, and that could be what happens too. I mean, this could be very, very biblical, but we have a responsibility to do the right thing and push for the right thing. And the right thing is not to kill people. The right thing is not to push for war, and the right thing is not to allow people to coerce us into worshiping a government of men. So with that said, I'm done. 3:00 tomorrow, Geopolitics with Ghost. Y'all have a good day.
Putin.
Спасибо, благодарю вас. Хорошо. Уважаемые коллеги, друзья, дамы и господа, я приветствую участников и гостей 6-го международного форума «Арктика. Территория диалога». Его впервые принимает Мурманск, столица русской Арктики, город-герой, который... Во всех этих именно из этих соображений. Начнем работать с Слово Труднева. Такие, как Центр строительства крупнотоннажной арктической державы. Мы выступали и выступаем сегодня за равноправное сотрудничество в регионе, включая научные исследования, защиту биоразнообразия, вопросы климата, реагирование на чрезвычайные ситуации и, конечно, экономическое, промышленное освоение Арктики. Причем мы готовы к совместной работе не только с арктическими государствами, но со всеми, кто
and tell them to stand down. But legally, whatever the FAA is doing today doesn't take precedent over that rule. So when I come back for a second round.
I believe the FAA has control over that airspace, and they can say.
They can definitely shut it down, but as it relates to the rule, his decision just to say that you now have this requirement that a rule gave them an exemption to.
I think he can issue an emergency directive. Is that correct?
So it's the agreement we have in place with the helicopter operations that fly without ADSB out is an actual memorandum of agreement. It is not a formal rule. So it's an agreement we have with the Department of Defense and the other helicopter operators in the DC area.
And we can get a copy of that, the
Yes, ma'am.
MOU? Thank you.
Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Rushlow, you earlier testified that you've looked at the airports with higher volumes of mixed traffic. I think you mentioned Boston, Dallas, Anchorage. Is that assessment, have you gone through all the airports? I mean, does that mean that other airports in other large cities or where we have a fair amount of mixed traffic are okay?
So we have 10 locations, a total of 21 airports. So we are doing this hotspot review, this mixed traffic review across the nation, including in the Anchorage area. So we're reviewing all the airspace designs to see where we may have this indicator of risk with mixed traffic. So helicopter operations as well as fixed wing.
And so you mentioned Boston, Dallas, and Anchorage. That's not the full list, I assume.
That's correct, sir.
And so when will this be done?
So obviously 21 locations, I'm receiving regular updates. I anticipate that being, I anticipate that activity being concluded in the next couple weeks. I will tell you that our teams they're being very intentional about how they go through that airspace because it's been built over time as it relates to helicopter routes and other approaches and departure routes. So we're being very intentional, very careful. We don't want to move quickly with inducing additional risk.
Right, I understand that, but obviously time is of the essence.
Yes,
when
sir.
you're in a situation like this, making sure that even a preliminary warning as part of that assessment would be pretty valuable.
And any indicator that there's an emerging risk, we would take immediate action.
Ms. Hamady, you have in the past talked about workforce and making sure that you are fully staffed. And I think this is a direct follow-up on that. Are we fully staffed? I mean, you're going to look at this entire incident and it's going to take the typical year and a half or 2 years, which again, drives a lot of my constituents crazy. Do you have a timeline for when you will finish the full incident report or whatever the legal description is, when that will happen?
We've committed to 1 year, barring any unforeseen circumstances, but 1 year.
And so you have enough staffing on that?
We have 40 experts at the NTSB that are currently leading this investigation. It is a high workload because it's not their only investigation that they're focused on, but they're very committed to this one. And then we have an entire agency that supports them.
Right. We have a array of past reports, and it varies dramatically, but I appreciate the fact that you're trying to accelerate this. I think it frustrates a lot of people that it takes, so long. I mean, how long does it take to gather the facts?
So, I mean, it is a complex investigations, and our investigations are very broad. And there's a lot of information that can change over time. And we are very fact-based, following the evidence. So we do, that's our credibility. So we want to be exact when we issue something. I will say, I do have to congratulate our workforce, because when I came on as chair, we had well over 400, close to 500 reports that were 2, 3, 4 years old, and they're now below 2.
Right.
So that is significant. But the complexity of investigations, and then the fact that some things we don't have control over, like if we can't get access to evidence because a district attorney or law enforcement is prohibiting us in a certain situation with a highway crash, that can extend the timeline.
Sure. No, I've seen that. But I think in something like this, where time is of the essence, I
Yes,
appreciate you guys
agreed.
making the effort, and glad to hear that you have the workforce. Mr. Rushlow, in your testimony, you highlighted some of the recent changes in hiring, and also especially in the training processes, to make sure we have more qualified air traffic controllers, but full workforce. I know you're working with local colleges all over the country on that. Is that is that working? I mean, I think if we can accelerate that, we have a Metro State in Denver is a place where we're turning out some of these members. Is that something you can ramp up?
I'm very interested, and the secretary has been very clear with the public as well as with me that we need to surge this hiring and do it well. Again, back to the testing, the surge, bringing people in. As it relates to additional college initiatives, we have an enhanced college training initiative, ECTIs, that we're using in, I believe, 4 universities right now. We're working with them with respect to advanced simulators and the like to make sure that we can get more, what we'll call throughput, but more controllers through those schools and get them out to the local facilities, centers, towers, TRACONs.
Great. I'm out of time. Yield back to the chair. Thank you all.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me start by saying that my heart goes out to the families and loved ones of the victims lost in the American Airlines Flight 5342 disaster at DCA, and not long after that, unfortunately, as well, the Bering Air crash in near Unalakleet and Nome, Alaska, flying over the Norton Sound area. And I'm thankful for the chairman for holding this hearing, and appreciate the NTSB and FAA and DOD focusing on the after action, so this doesn't happen again, either here in DC or in my state. And I do want to focus a little bit on my state, great state of Alaska, because as I think all 3 of you know, we have a very high rates of airplane crashes, highest in the country, and airplane crash fatalities, which is why we launched with the NTSB's good work in 2020 and the FAA's good work in 2020, the FAA Alaska Safety Initiative called FOSI. And in last year's FAA reauthorization, I was able to include a number of provisions with the goal of reducing the rate of fatal aircraft accidents by 90%. That's a very ambitious goal. And require the FAA to improve maintenance of weather equipment. So, Mr. Administrator, I want to get into that topic a little bit. I was just home. It came up a lot, how there might be cancellations of weather operations and infrastructure and reporting, which makes zero sense to me. I hope our federal government is not doing that. But one of the things in the FAA bill, I was able to include requirements for systematic improvements to the maintenance of our weather systems and advancing new technologies. And this includes a mandate for the FAA to take necessary actions to restore full connectivity of weather systems that are unable to disseminate information due to a telecommunications failure. We have telecommunications challenges in a state the size of mine. So can you talk to that, Administrator Rushline? And then I would like to get an update from your perspective on where we are on the FOSI initiative. As you know, the Secretary of Transportation and our press conference that we all did together, and again, I appreciate everybody participating in that, has made this a very top priority of his. And yet, as we saw in Alaska, we had a fatal crash that, hopefully we're going to learn from. Can I ask you on that, on the data link, telecoms, weather reporting, which is a big deal for my state?
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit more based on our previous conversation. Your leadership, as a result of that and your request, I did travel recently to Alaska to go and understand more. I met with the NTSB lead investigator along with my investigators as it related to the Bering Air tragedy.
By the way, thank you both for coming up to Alaska. I know it's not the easiest, closest state to get to from Washington, D.C., but it's important that you're showing my constituents that it matters.
Yes, sir. And I agree. It's very important. I understand, having been there a number of times, the unique nature of Alaska, certainly its topography, as well as the need for safe aviation operations. So related to, again, reauthorization and the commitment to work to have better communications throughout Alaska, one of the initiatives, one of the reasons I went to Anchorage was to understand more about how we're, the maintenance issues, the connectivity issues, whether that's on the telco side or satellite. And one of the things we're doing right now, and I met with our own technical operations people in the area to test Starlink, so satellite, because of the unique nature of it and the difficulty with telco. We need another solution.
Yeah.
And one of the ways we believe we can do that is using satellite-based technology. And so that's what we're experimenting with right now.
Well, by the way, I really appreciate, the press here kind of went crazy and, Starlink. And, that's actually really helpful for us. And we appreciate the Secretary called me and said, hey, we're going to connect some of these terminals through Starlink because that's the most effective way to do it. So I appreciate it. I appreciate that you guys are working it. Can you give me an update or Madam Chair, an update on the FOSI initiative, and then any preliminary findings you're seeing from the NTSB preliminary report on the Bering Air crash?
Senator Sullivan, this needs to be your last question.
It is, Mr. Chairman.
We are still working on that investigation, of course. The preliminary report was issued and did find that the aircraft was over 1,000 pounds overweight, but we also are going to look at the center of gravity on that airplane and see how that factored in. And then we are really focused in on weather that day as well. As you noted, weather infrastructure is critical for Alaska. And we have a number of recommendations on weather observing stations and also the importance of pilot reports and having air traffic control when a pilot reports weather conditions to pass that information along to other pilots in the area. And that's something we're looking at as part of this investigation in particular.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sullivan, thank you. I don't want to diminish the circumstances that Alaskans faced and the circumstance you as their senator represent. We're trying to get everybody's questions in before the vote closes, and I recognize Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you. And to the families, just such a tragedy. And I know there are those watching at home as well, including the family, Wendy Jo Schaefer, a Minnesotan mom, 2 little kids and husband, and we lost her. So Chair, I want to thank you for your work. I know how complicated these investigations are. And could you just briefly talk about any open recommendations on communications that don't come out of this, that the NTSB, I know you have over 1,000 open safety recommendations, and while this investigation is ongoing, just open recommendations related to technology and anything that would improve communication?
Related to this investigation?
Not related.
Oh, not related.
I
Okay.
understand you.
We have a number of recommendations that remain open, including a number of recommendations issued to the FAA. On communications in particular, I mean, one thing I will mention that we haven't talked about that we are looking at as part of this investigation is our longstanding belief that ADSB in also needs to be mandated by the FAA. We don't know what relevance that has to this investigation yet. However, it is a longstanding position of the NTSB. It will provide key information to pilots. And in 2008, in our comments for a notice of proposed rulemaking to FAA, where they decided not to require it, we said equipage of aircraft with ADSB and capability will provide an immediate and substantial contribution to safety. Just a couple of years ago, and we just talked about Alaska, we investigated a midair collision in Ketchikan, and we reiterated, and this is the statement, that NTSB remains concerned that without a requirement to install and use ADSB supported airborne traffic advisory systems, midair collisions will continue to occur. And that was in 2019.
Okay.
So we'll look at that as part of this investigation.
Okay, thank you. We all know full funding of the FAA couldn't be more important. Last year, we passed the bipartisan FAA bill to improve aviation, workforce training, and actually Senator Braun, then Senator Braun, now Governor, and I had the bill to require the FAA to conduct maximum hiring of air traffic controllers at the FAA Academy. And I guess I'd ask you this, Acting Director Rushlow, you discussed in your testimony the efforts that Secretary Duffy and the FAA have taken to bolster the air traffic workforce. I think 91% of the air traffic control facilities operate below recommended staffing levels. I think there's 3,000 some short. This is, I got from the people who do this work. Can you talk to the current state of staffing and how do you plan to maintain recruiting levels? We did have an increase, I believe, last year.
Yes, Senator, and thank you for the question. This is a very important issue for the Secretary and myself as we look at the safety of the national airspace system in general, but certainly as we're looking to bring the best and brightest controllers into the airspace system to make sure that we're providing that safety for Americans as they travel through the air. I would say that as a result of this surge, we had over 10,000 applications. Over 8,000 of those have now been referred to testing. We've streamlined the process, cut roughly 5 months off that process. So going forward, we intend to have no empty seat at any upcoming academy classes. I would also say that we expect our partnerships with other schools, universities, to be able to bring more people into the career field itself. It's an exciting career, and even incentivizing students to come to Oklahoma City and with an additional 30%. We've kind of put all our focus on this effort in addition to the many other things we've got going on, but controller hiring is of paramount importance.
Very good. As you know, we have a very active airports in Minnesota, a major hub. I would ask you to look at the Duluth Air Traffic Control Tower just because it's the 3rd oldest in the nation. And Secretary Duffy's aware of it. It's had flooding and it's a major air base up there as well for the Guard.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes, and Representative Stauber and I have been working together on that. Anyway, last question is just the importance of fully funding the FAA. Quickly, for both of you or all three of you.
I can talk about fully funding the NTSB.
Yes, please do.
You've done that on
I
previous
mean, you're
occasions.
important, but we did get an increase in funding that I do want to thank you for to 145 in the CR. It was an anomaly, but for fully staffing the NTSB, right now we're at 427. We went down in the last couple of months because people left. We will be able to go up to 450, but fully staffing the NTSB to accomplish our mission would require hiring between 485 and 500 personnel, which requires resources. So as you consider FY26, it would be helpful.
That's very helpful.
And I certainly echo those sentiments. Fully funding the FAA is critical, not just for the workforce, but for our facilities and equipment. The situation is quite concerning to me as I review over 30% of our facilities being unsustainable going forward. We have to invest in that infrastructure going forward.
Thank you. I know that's no solace to the families, but knowing that that you were stepping back and looking at all of this right now, so other tragedies can be avoided, couldn't be more important. So thank you very much.
Gives me an opportunity to editorialize. We need to pass appropriation bills and not continue to utilize continuing resolutions. And that's directed at not necessarily my colleagues here, but my colleagues generally. Senator Duckworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with your last statement. I just have two quick questions. General Brayman, I have never had a warrant officer be afraid to tell me when I was doing something wrong in the aircraft, and I prefer to have them as a pilot in command to myself. Speak a little bit to crew resource management and how it works in an air crew, especially it was not just about, this is speaking to Senator Smith's question, not just about between the two pilots, but also the role of the crew chief, and do they have the ability to speak up as well?
And thank you, Ranking Member Duckworth. There's nothing more important in an air crew than crew resource management, and that is taught from day one. And everyone has an equal voice. And obviously the pilot in command is the one that's designated with the authority to command that aircraft. But I have never been in an aircraft that was ever in an environment where all members weren't a value member of the team. And we rely on all those members to accomplish the missions we're doing.
Thank you. I'm just going to wrap up by saying how important it is to fund and resource the NTSB. You guys do amazing work. You yourself, Chairwoman, oftentimes I'll call you when something happens, whether it's a door plug incident or something, and you were already on the ground or in the air on your way there. And you need the resources to do your work. And as we're seeing from this investigation, how critically that important that is, not just find out what happened, but to prevent future accidents. So I could not agree with you more that we should be funding you. Mr. Rushlow, I think we also need to look at the facilities at FAA, and we need to talk to that. And I'd love to get your commitment to come out and tour the facilities in the Chicagoland area and see the condition of this repair that they are in.
I commit to that. Thank you,
Thank
Senator.
you. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the chairman, who's been very generous.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. I'm going to ask just a couple of tidbits, and I hope they're important questions more than tidbits, but I hope we'll be short so I can go vote. And I think that Senator Duckworth will close out the hearing in my absence. First of all, the fact that ADSB out, there's evidence that the transmissions were not received, and apparently the Army doesn't know that they weren't received. Why doesn't the FAA know they're not received?
I'm not aware of that. I know it's a part of the ongoing investigation. I don't believe that we receive any helicopter information from the Army.
But somebody has to be reporting that they were sent but not received. Who do they report that to?
Again, I think that's part of the investigation. My assumption would be the Army.
Okay.
Well, no. The Army could have it turned on, but I think what the chairwoman is saying is that the receiving station got no data, so the Army has got it turned on, and they don't know that it's not receiving. So this is, again, this communication issue between the different agencies.
Right. Senator Duckworth was speaking on my behalf. She said it exactly right.
I said you were generous.
I think my concluding question, and then I recognize Senator Markey. What is the current state, this is to you, Mr. Rushlow, of operations at DCA? How are they different today than they were on January the 29th?
Yes, sir. Again, I appreciate it, the opportunity to explain. So immediately after January 29th, we restricted the airspace in the yellow boxes I showed in the previous graphic for mixed traffic. So no helicopters or fixed wing will be in that box, if you will.
The
yellow box going forward. In the red section,
that is still true today.
Yes, sir. And that is permanent. We've made that permanent. We've also eliminated Route 4 and Route 6, the crossing that goes over to Bowling Air Force Base from DCA.
Any other changes? I would ask about number of flights. It appears to me, and my understanding is there are fewer flights utilizing Reagan National Airport.
Yes, sir. Thank you. In the aftermath, we reduced the rate, the arrival rate. A lot of that was to support the NTSB ongoing investigation and the emergency response work. Today, we are running at what we call a 30 rate, so 30 arrivals an hour. And regarding some feedback they were receiving during their preliminary investigation regarding the workload on the controllers themselves. Obviously, the tragic event has an effect. I mean, these people come to work every day. They care about what they do. And so we reduced the rate down to 26. Slowly, we move back to now we're at 30 rate.
And will that stay constant or change in the future?
So that right now, that's constant. That's staying. We're continuing to monitor
for the foreseeable
that.
future. The 30
yes,
is it 32? 30?
It can go to 32, but right now we're at 30, and we plan to maintain that until such time as we assess the safety and being able to go to a higher rate.
Senator Markey, are you okay if I continue just a moment? I often, almost without exception, when I'm chairing a hearing, ask the witnesses at the end, the conclusion of the hearing, is there anything that you want to correct that you didn't say as you wish to say it? Something you want to make sure we hear? And then I'll turn the conducting this hearing over to Senator Duckworth. Ms. Hamady?
That's when all my staff cringe when I chime in. On this one, I would say I know there is a lot of focus on the FAA right now. I do think they are very focused on safety. We have an excellent relationship and have been in communication constantly since this accident. I would say one area we're really looking at also is how the Army evaluates when there's reporting of close calls. Do they get those reports? The Army I'm talking about. And how do they communicate? How to, at the battalion level, how do they communicate and talk about safety? How do they evaluate safety? Are they getting reports? Are they monitoring their own helicopters that might exceed altitude levels? We have found so far that a lot of the conversation and safety discussion at the battalion level is really focused on OSHA slips, trips, and falls. There is a disconnect on some of the discussion around safety and safety assurance from the Army as a whole versus the battalion level. So we're really looking at that.
Please answer this question, but just in my absence.
Yes, sir. And I appreciate the opportunity. I just want to make it crystal clear that something was missed at the DCA crash. I take that seriously. I take that upon myself. I returned to the FAA just 2 months ago because I care about the national airspace system and the safety and the workforce. I'm dedicated to continuing that work. And I will continue to review what I mentioned before with respect to the hotspots, working closely with NTSB to learn what happened here and to make sure it never happens again.
General, I'm going to ask you to suspend so Mr. Markey can ask his question because he's going to miss a roll call vote if he doesn't get to. I recognize Mr. Markey.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. I want to take a moment to express my deepest condolences to the families who lost loved ones in the tragic crash in January. Your pain is unimaginable, and your presence here today is a powerful reminder of the lives that were so suddenly and unfairly taken. I want to specifically note the individuals from the Skating Club of Boston who passed away in this crash. Spencer Lane, Christine Lane, Gina Hahn, Jin Hahn, Jenya Shishkova, Vadim Namov. We had a similar plane crash in 1961 that devastated the Skating Club of Boston. The trauma for the city of Boston and for your families is great. So please know that we grieve with you, and we are committed to finding answers and accountability in honor of those who you have lost. Chair Hamady, thank you and the entire NTSB team for your work to investigate this crash. I want to discuss the altitude of the Black Hawk helicopter. NTSB's preliminary report notes that a few minutes before the crash, the pilot indicated that the helicopter was flying at an altitude of 300 feet, while the instructor pilot said it was at 400 feet. The report also found that helicopters may have been above the altitude restriction in over half of near misses that triggered an advisory from the plane's traffic alert and collision avoidance system. In your experience, are altitude discrepancies like this common, and are you concerned that Black Hawk altimeters may have a systemic problem?
This barometric altimeter, we've done substantial examination on it. We don't think we're going to get much from this altimeter because there was such damage. We're going to have to look at other data, but I think it's too early to really say what the discrepancy was or whether it was a discrepancy. There was no information other than 1.1 nautical miles west of the Key Bridge when the pilot flying said, I'm at 300, and the pilot instructor said, I have you at 4. There was no further discussion of why. So there's a lot of work that still has to be done.
Administrator Rushlow, on a related issue, Elon Musk recently made alarmist claims about the FAA's air traffic control communication system. He said, the FAA assessment is single-digit months to catastrophic failure, putting air traffic safety at serious risk. The situation is extremely dire. Elon Musk is in charge of all of the investigations into every single federal agency. That's scary. And this is at the same time that he may be pushing for Starlink, his own company, to take over the contract to upgrade the communication system. And 1 month ago, the FAA announced it was deploying multiple Starlink terminals across the country. Give these systems critical importance to our aviation system. These developments raise serious questions about aviation safety. So I would like you to set the record straight on this issue. He said, basically, we have single months, digit months to catastrophic failure, putting air traffic safety at serious risk. Is that tweet accurate?
I would say that the circumstances around our air traffic system are in great need of renewal. We
I
need
didn't
to
ask you that.
modernize.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, the public needs to hear this. Are we within single digit months to catastrophic failure, putting air traffic safety at serious risk?
I know we need new air traffic control facilities. I know we need that. I know
So you're
we
saying,
are.
you're saying we are at risk. Is that what you're saying? Are you agreeing with him that we are?
I'm saying our air traffic system needs modernization
Are you,
as soon as
you
possible.
understand? We can't have people heading for airports all across the country right now with Elon Musk, the ear of the president, saying that we're within single digit months of catastrophic failure. Can you assure people that that's not the case right now?
I can assure you the flying public to fly is safe. We have the safest, most complex system in the world, and it is safe to fly. I would also say the air traffic system is in dire need of upgrade, and it's something the Secretary and I have been working on intensely.
Well, so you're saying that this is not right. We're not within months of catastrophic failure, because I don't think anyone wants to put a family member on a plane right now with this kind of assessment. Have you made the assessment that we're within a single digit months of catastrophic failure? Have you made that assessment?
I have reviewed assessments in the last 2 months and understand that our equipment needs to be upgraded.
I didn't ask you that.
We're having fun.
Is the existing equipment safe? Is the existing equipment putting travelers' safety at serious risk? Is yes or no?
The existing system is safe.
It's safe. All right. We need to know that. Okay. Are any SpaceX employees serving as special government employees at the FAA right now?
We had 3 special government employees from SpaceX. We are only in contact with 1 at this point. I would make it very clear they did not do any air traffic. They didn't plug into any equipment. They came in to observe our operations and provided expertise along the lines of software and computer systems and
Okay,
how we.
Did any employee have any involvement in the FAA's decision to deploy Starlink terminals in February?
I'm sorry, if you could just repeat that question.
Did any of those DOGE employees have any involvement in the FAA's decision to deploy Starlink terminals in February?
There were no DOGE employees in that decision. Starlink is being tested at a number of our facilities, only tested and not plugged into any air traffic systems.
Are any of these employees involved in the decision-making process around the deployment of additional Starlink terminals?
No, sir.
Okay. So I recognize that Starlink terminals may be an effective communications tool in remote areas, and I'm sure Starlink engineers think highly of their potential. We just need to be extremely careful.
Yes,
that in making these life and death decisions, that they're not based on any pre-existing professional biases or financial conflicts. That's your job. You got to make sure this is the way we operate, because we're going to have hearings on this as this year and next year unfold. So I thank you, and I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to return to General Brayman so he can conclude his remarks.
Thank you, Senator. Do want to clarify 2 quick points. One on the memo requested by the chairman and both chairmen. It can be made available. However, it is part of the investigation. That is the unit's memo that discusses how they utilize ADS-B out off. It's their policy letter. It is in the purview of the investigation. That is why it's not currently releasable. But certainly when the NTSB and the other investigations have done their due diligence, that we can look to make that available to the committee.
Sure,
For the NTSB, if the policy existed prior to the collision, you can provide it. That can be provided.
Thank you.
And
What's
the-
your second point?
And the second one, talking about whether we're willing to change the policy, the Army's policy. The Army is always willing to review its policy. Am I prepared to make a decision on ADS-B out right now? No, Senator, but I want to do that informed by the facts that we have in this investigation. And those will drive policy changes. And that is not the Army policy, that's DOD policy. And the Army certainly has a vested interest in getting it right. But at the end of the day, what I'm most concerned about is the rigid application of that policy, that it's being done correctly and not being abused. And that is part of this investigation as well.
Thank you. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to just go back to this this process, how it's set up in the FAA and how we rectify these issues in the future. But Chairwoman Hamady, I think you're saying in your earlier testimony that even if the Black Hawk helicopter had hugged the shoreline as originally described, that even that route that's outlined is insufficient. Your investigation showed that even that is insufficient.
Intolerable risk to aviation safety.
Okay, intolerable risk to aviation safety. So acting administrator, how did we get to a point where we have a route that's allowed and mapped, that the military is flying, that's interfacing with commercial aviation, that as by the very definition, the NTSB is saying it was, even if they flew the correct path, was an intolerable risk? I think you're saying that because the difference in separation was just too small.
There's virtually no margin of error.
No margin of error. How are you defining margin of error, just out of?
I mean, just looking at this, and I think you have the printout in front of you, hopefully, or staff has it, that we provided. This isn't for the public. This is in our preliminary report and for those behind me. But the chart, when we looked at the glides, when we mapped the glide slope and we looked at the helicopter route, which has no lateral boundaries, it's 75 feet max if you're hugging the shoreline. The collision actually occurred to the right and slightly above the dash line right here. And commercial, and just so you know, pilots for landing on runway 33 don't have to be on this dash line. They can be above or below. But it occurred about to the right. They were not on the on this route. They were slightly over.
You're saying under this route, they could have been below or above this line, but you're now saying that 75 feet is not enough separation.
75 feet is the max. Because there's no lateral boundaries on this route, it goes down as you come over. And so helicopters are not always on that eastern shoreline, which is where the 75 feet is marked. And they weren't in this situation. They were actually to the right of this gray shaded area, which indicates the route that has no boundaries.
But I thought your analysis, even if they were on that route, it's still an intolerable risk because there's
Correct.
not enough separation.
75 feet is very small.
Right. So how did we get to this point is my question. How did we get to this point? It's like, it's a series of errors here, a series of errors. And so I'm just trying to understand, acting administrator, what office is responsible for this? What office is responsible for the exemption to the rule, which just made it worse? But what office said this is a safe pathway in agreement when the NTSB is telling us today it never really was safe? It wasn't. It was an intolerable risk.
And certainly I understand today, and even after the preliminary report, that was the assessment. I can tell you that, and I'm sure we'll learn more over time as to how the airspace was redesigned. I know that as a result of previous incidents that we've talked about earlier today, there were changes over time with respect to that airspace, but it's one of the reasons why we immediately terminated those types of operations after the event. So Route 4, Route 6, no mixed traffic into the airspace. Those are the things that we put in place immediately. I think when you talk about how did we get there, I think we're going to learn more of that through the investigation. Again, I can confidently say, without knowing specifically what's in the investigation, that over time, those routes, that airspace was designed, which is one of the reasons why we've gone back to the hotspots now throughout the nation to understand the circumstances by which we move traffic safely and efficiently.
What office at the FAA has oversight of this issue as it relates to this area?
So the air traffic organization builds out the airspace, and there's an aviation safety office that reports directly to me that oversees the air traffic organization.
And did that office ever bring up any of this data or information or have input from anybody that said, we don't like this scenario, there's too many close calls, too much interface, too complex, too hard to deal with?
On this specific route, I'm not aware of that. I know that when we are presented with those, and we have been, and that's how airspace changes. When we're presented with those circumstances, situations, near midair collisions, we investigate them and we put mitigations in place.
Well, I'm questioning whether anybody was investigating. I mean, that's the issue. You had an alarm going off once a month. You had the data. Maybe you're saying maybe people weren't looking at it. And while I get that AI is this very new and interesting technology, it's no substitute for the FAA having an oversight over this level of traffic. And so as my colleague, the chair of this hearing mentioned, that like now we want to know, do we have other problems in other airspaces? I mean, we're very focused on DCA, but now we want to know, we have big military complexes, 10 bases, 10 military installations in the state of Washington. I'm sure Chicago has a lot. We want to know, do we have to worry about this somewhere else because the FAA isn't looking and doesn't have an organization that is overseeing this information?
I agree 100% with you. This is of utmost concern to me, not just in the DC area, which again, we've put measures in place to reduce the risk and to make the airspace less complex. This is one of the reasons why we have a task force working on what we're calling hotspots, to ensure that we're looking at airspace design wherever we have mixed traffic in 10 locations. I believe it's a total of 21 airports specifically, to see where similar traffic like this needs mitigation.
So you say this office reports directly to you, and And you say this, they oversee these areas and the interface.
Let me be clear about that. The office that oversees air traffic reports directly to me. The task force, the group of people that are looking at these hotspots specifically, are part of multiple parts of the agency: air traffic, aviation safety, airports. So we have a number of people part of that effort to make sure that we're looking at the airspace design. And if we find risk, we react.
Well, there was risk for sure. There was risk. It was being sounded in an alarm and it wasn't being addressed. So now we have to figure out why that wasn't being addressed. There's a lot of information here that says very high risk, very high risk. So why was that ignored, or was no one looking at it? So we need an answer. I think this committee did very good work, in my opinion, after the Columbia accident, and set up more safety offices to make sure that we never miss something like that again. And I feel like that's the issue we're asking you today. And so we need to understand what you think is in place and why. If it was in place, did we miss this because little pieces of the responsibility was delegated to various parts of the organization and nobody had a holistic approach? Or, data, lots of data, and it's being ignored. But this is a clear that this was an unacceptable design. It's just unacceptable. And I don't know how we got there. I do want to ask you, are you now supportive of ADS-B in as a requirement? Making sure that carriers like this regional jet, again, I mentioned earlier, it's $20,000 or so per plane. Why can't we just say we're going to do this?
I did understand from the chair earlier that it's been an ongoing recommendation. I have not personally looked into that in the last 2 months as to what the expectations are on ADS-BN. I know that equipage on aircraft throughout the system can be challenging, but I certainly will take that back and look into it to figure out what specifically ADS-BN would be, what would be required to mandate that. Certainly, if Congress passes a law, we would, as we did
already,
with.
We already did, by the way, we already did. It was called the reauthorization bill. And as I said in my opening statement, we basically authorized spending for this through the equipage program. And, you can discuss how this actually gets deployed, but I'm pretty sure the consumer ends up paying for it regardless in some way. And so the point is, NTSB has been recommending this. Is that right, Chairwoman?
That's correct.
You've recommended this since 2008.
And I have to look, but I think we actually have recommendations on ADS-B in that precedes that. Those were comments. And if I may I add our 2008 comments to the hearing record? Thank you.
So I think, Acting Administrator, I think we need to hear from the Department of Transportation and the FAA that they understand that these recommendations have been on the table and you need to respond to them. We don't want to do that. We don't want to keep doing this, which is having one organization who has to investigate all the accidents, deal with all the families, deal with the grief and emotion, and then have an FAA that gets too cozy with industry and gives them exemptions. We don't want that. And so what we want is you to listen to the NTSB. And I know this is historic. I'm not blaming any administration. It's historic. It's historic. As long it's been there since the beginning of the big crashes that we've had, way before the MAX, where the FAA makes safety recommendations and then they're ignored for sometimes a decade. And then people finally say, oh, okay, but we owe it to these families. We owe it to them now. It's not that hard to get this done. So I hope you will take this back to the secretary, have an internal discussion, and basically agree it's time to get this done. Yes.
And if I may add, and we're going to look at this as part of our investigation to see how it could have factored in, but the CRJ had ADS-B out. It did not have ADS-B in. And so we are going to look at what that information could have provided to that flight crew and how it could have made a difference. We've seen that in other investigations, which is why we have these recommendations.
Thank you. I do think that a nationwide look is important. I'm glad that FAA is looking at the hotspots. I understand that many of these routes, it's not just the military that's flying them. It is local law enforcement. It is federal law enforcement. It is hospitals are all flying them as well. But I do think beyond a very local look, a national look is really important. Thank you all for coming. Again, my condolences to the family members. I just want to say again, thank you. Thank you again to Chairwoman Hamidi. Thank you, Mr. Rushlow. I know you've only been acting for a couple of months. We're without an FAA administrator for 3 years prior to your immediate predecessor. And again, Admiral Raymond, thank you for being here. Thank you to all the witnesses for their important testimony today. Senators will have until the close of business on Thursday, April 3rd to submit questions for the record. The witnesses will have until the close of business on Thursday, April 17th to respond to those questions. And this concludes today's hearing. The committee stands adjourned.
Are you ready for the golden age? With recent headlines buzzing about Fort Knox, it's time to shine a light on gold. We've seen questions like, is there really gold in Fort Knox? And is the government secretly moving it? But the real question is, are we going back to the gold standard? In a world where economic stability is uncertain, gold remains a timeless asset. Fort Knox, the fortress of America's gold reserves, is under scrutiny, and this might be the moment gold proves its worth once again. Don't miss out on helping to secure our future. Gold isn't just an investment. It can help safeguard against inflation, currency devaluation, and economic turmoil. Whether it's for your retirement, a family heirloom, or just to have the peace of mind, this is the perfect time to buy gold. Visit badlandsgold.com to learn how you can add gold to your portfolio. That's badlandsgold.com.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Thank you for staying after votes. Yep. And the subcommittee on the Western Hemisphere will come to order. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement for the purposes of the subcommittee's reauthorization of J family programming at the State Department. Now I'm going to recognize myself for an opening statement. And once again, thank you to the witnesses for coming and giving us your time and your expertise. Always welcome. So the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, INL, acronym, the motto is security through justice. But unfortunately, for the last 4 years, they have been more interested in security through ideology, trading fight against narcotics for seminars to teach pronouns and workshops on gender diversity. I believe that the result of this alien ideology has been damaging to our national security, especially in a region which is very close to my heart, Central America. As some of you know, I was the Central American Bureau Chief for Univision Network during the Civil War in El Salvador. I lived in that country for many years until 1992 when they signed a peace treaty. Central America, don't I know it, has suffered for decades, and this was the perfect time to help them. Let's go to Guatemala. Almost 9 million migrants passed through their territory trying to come to the United States in the last 4 years. The Guatemalans needed INL's assistance to tackle that human trafficking and narcotics. But unfortunately, the Biden administration refused to work with the attorney general of that country because apparently she was too conservative. They sanctioned her. Her name is Consuelo Porras. I don't know her, but I do know that she is the head of Ministerio Público, which is for us, the United States, the attorney general. Unfortunately, the previous administration refused to work with her. I believe that if the Guatemalans put her there, the Biden's bureaucrats don't have any business in telling her that she was not fit for the job. And they attacked her over and over again. This is the perfect definition of putting politics and ideology before safety and respect for our neighbors' political views. If the Guatemalans are conservative, well, so be it. We got to respect it. Let's talk now about El Salvador, the country which has been tackling a terrible gang problems for 30 years. I was about to be killed in few instances. I lived it, I know it. And things were terrible in El Salvador until President Bukele arrived in the picture. El Salvador should have been a perfect partner for the INL Bureau, which, by the way, it says that its mandate is to bring down transnational criminal organizations like MS-13 and Tren de Aragua. But instead of training the Salvadorian police forces, INL, Law Enforcement Academy, taught gender and inclusion as one of their main goals for El Salvador. I'm sure that at that moment, the Salvadorians were going to be saying the gringos have gone crazy. I am no law enforcement expert, but I am fairly confident that getting MS-13 to learn how to pronounce correctly pronouns is not going to dissuade them from committing any crimes. I am a witness. I have spoken to him that Bukele wants to work with the United States, but instead the Biden administration cut funds to the Salvadorian police by 50%. Why? And INL concentrated its budget for El Salvador to give it to NGOs that attack his security plan. With or without us, Bukele was successful. His strategy reduced one of the world's highest homicide rates to nearly zero. He presented this strategy to INL, and they said, no, we're not going to work with you. During the last 4 years, unfortunately, woke ideology has replaced common sense, but thankfully, things have changed under President Trump, and we're going to return the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs to its original mission, which is helping our allies fight crime, dismantling gangs, restoring law and order. They have a budget of $2 billion a year, and I think we owe it to the American taxpayers to commit and reestablish their mandate, finding drugs, stopping human trafficking, training police forces worldwide with American-made weapons bought by our allies. INL is one of the best tools we have as Americans to create a safer, stronger, and more prosperous country while helping our neighbors to do the same, whether it's in Central America or anywhere else in the world. I believe that we are still, the United States, we're the point of reference for the rest of the hemisphere, at least when it comes to good governance, the beacon of hope, that there is a political system that respects human dignity. Thank God we're back on the right side of history. I yield back. And now I recognize my dear ranking member, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro, for any statements he may have.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Chairwoman, for convening this hearing, and thank you to our witnesses for testifying this subcommittee's first hearing in Congress, this Congress. The topic of this hearing is broadly to discuss the reauthorization of the State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement. This is certainly important, and I look forward to the discussion on this issue. But I first need to paint a picture of what's going on right now. In just the last few weeks, we've witnessed a deeply troubling pattern of executive overreach and undermining of congressional authority. The administration has attempted to dismantle congressionally established agencies, USAID, the Inter-American Foundation, and the U.S. African Development Foundation, all without a single hearing from this committee where the administration has defended its actions. The Trump administration is trying to shut down the U.S. Agency for Global Media, a move cheered by autocrats and dictators from Havana to Moscow to Beijing to Caracas. They're trying to do this without this committee, the full committee, demanding the administration even explain themselves. The committee has given up its role of oversight. It has abandoned any oversight of the Trump administration, which is astounding in the history of Congress. The committee has abandoned, we as a nation, because of the Trump administration, have abandoned brave human rights defenders in Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, and everywhere else in the world as we went back on our word and froze programs that support them. We left them to get rounded up and put in prison. That is what this administration has done. The committee has not called Secretary Rubio in or any other administration official to explain these actions. That's why I say they have abandoned any oversight responsibilities. Donald Trump has canceled temporary protected status and humanitarian parole for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans, Nicaraguans, Haitians, and Cubans who have sought refuge in our country, as millions of people have over generations. These were people who had status to be here. This is after President Trump said that he would only go after criminals. Masked ICE agents are pulling people off the streets in Texas, in Florida, and in cities across our country, and sending them to prisons in El Salvador without any due process at all. President Bukele has become a mercenary for prisoners to house prisoners from the United States and I imagine other parts of the world. Every day we learn of new horrors and innocent people brutalized by the administration. To do this, the Trump administration has used a wartime authority, the Alien Enemies Act, and claimed that we are being invaded by Venezuela. The idea that we're currently at war with Venezuela would be news to most Americans. In fact, it would be news to almost all Americans. If we're truly at war, I certainly think this committee should be holding a hearing on it. Unfortunately, what we're seeing from the Republican majority is a total surrender of their power as legislators. Why hasn't this committee demanded testimony from Secretary Rubio, Pete Morocco, and others on all of this? We need answers. We need accountability, and we need this committee to do its job. We meet at a time when the United States is facing serious, complex threats abroad, and the responses from this Congress and this administration have too often been silence, confusion, or political theater. Across the world, vital U.S. foreign assistance programs, many of them managed through the INL Bureau, have been cut, delayed, or outright canceled. We've seen freezes to police academy training in Mexico, programs designed to disrupt human trafficking, and efforts to equip law enforcement agencies across the globe with the tools to fight money laundering, fentanyl production, and organized crime. These aren't just line items in a budget, they're lifelines to communities here and abroad. The impacts of those decisions are not abstract. They absolutely make Americans less safe. When you see more fentanyl entering this country, when violent cartels operate with impunity, this is part of the reason why. These decisions will haunt us in the coming years. As we turn specifically to the reauthorization of the INL Bureau and its programs, we must approach reauthorization with clear eyes. INL has been a critical tool in our foreign policy toolkit, but I agree that it must evolve. Synthetic drugs like fentanyl are not only devastating American families, they're destabilizing entire regions. Scam centers and cyber-enabled fraud schemes are preying on our most vulnerable citizens. INL must be equipped and reoriented to tackle these challenges. At the same time, we must resist the impulse to think that security means police alone. Sustainable progress requires more than just training and equipping security forces. It means building robust justice systems, effective prosecutors, professional judges, strong defense attorneys, independent courts, prisons, and investing in the civil society actors who hold their leaders accountable. Funding police while defunding anti-corruption and rule of law programs is not just short-sighted, it's dangerous and it's counterproductive. Today's hearing is an opportunity to begin a serious, hopefully sober conversation about what INL needs to succeed and what reforms we need to pursue to ensure its work aligns with our values, advances our interests, and keeps our communities safe. Thank you, Chairwoman, and I yield back.
Now's the perfect time to secure your home and your loved ones. Get a free ADT Smart Home Security System valued at $1,200 from ADT authorized provider Safe Streets. Plus, get a Google Nest doorbell camera at no cost and a $200 Visa gift card from Safe Streets, the most trusted name in home security with more than 106,000 4.9-star Trustpilot reviews. Visit getsafestreets.com/Badlands or call 925-529-6541. That's 925-529-6541 to speak to a representative today. $99 customer installation charge and purchase of new monitoring service required for the termination fee apply.
Thank you for your statement. And now we are pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this important topic. Let me introduce Mrs. Chelsea Kenny. She's the Director, International Affairs and Trade for the United States Government Accountability Office. Thank you and welcome. Mr. Andres Martinez Fernandez, Senior Policy Analyst, Latin America, Allison Center for National Security at the Heritage Foundation. And Mr. Adam Isaacson, Director for Defense Oversight, Washington Office on Latin America. And this committee recognizes the importance of the issues before us and is grateful to have you here to speak to us today. Your full statement will be made part of the record, and I will ask each of you to keep your spoken remarks to 5 minutes in order to allow time for members' questions. Now I recognize Ms. Kenny for her opening statement.
Chairwoman Salazar, Ranking Member Castro, and members of the subcommittee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our findings and recommendations related to the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs. INL contributes to some of the U.S. government's top security priorities. These include combating the flow of illicit narcotics into the U.S., promoting rule of law around the world, and combating transnational crime. We have reviewed many of INL's programs in recent years and identified successes as well as opportunities for improvement in at least 15 reports, many at the request of this committee. Since 2020, we have made 16 recommendations to improve the effectiveness of INL programs. I will highlight 3 key areas of improvement related to performance management, program monitoring, and program evaluation. First, we've made 5 recommendations to improve how INL is managing the performance of its projects. Of these, INL has implemented 1 recommendation on combating firearms trafficking in Mexico, but 4 related to firearms trafficking in the Caribbean and on assistance to Mexico more broadly remain unaddressed. Performance management is meant to ensure that the U.S. government is spending taxpayer dollars effectively and achieving U.S. goals. For example, since 2008, the U.S. has provided over $3 billion in assistance to Mexico to address crime and violence and enhance the country's rule of law. However, in 2023, we reported that INL could not demonstrate that it was achieving its goals because of gaps in its approach to performance management. Specifically, we found that INL had established goals and objectives, but had not identified which of its projects were key to achieving them. So, for example, under the goal of preventing trans-border crime, INL had established a joint objective with Mexico to disrupt and dismantle narcotics production. However, while INL implemented and collected data on individual projects, it had not linked which of these projects were helping to meet this goal. We recommended that INL strengthen its performance management approach to determine whether it was achieving its goals in Mexico. Considering the importance of the U.S.-Mexico relationship and the level of U.S. investment, we have identified this to be a priority recommendation for the agency. Second, we have made 6 recommendations to improve INL's program monitoring. Of these, INL has implemented 3, but 3 related to its wildlife trafficking programs remain unaddressed. Consistent program monitoring helps assess progress and identify problems that might prevent the Bureau from reaching its goals. Wildlife trafficking is a crime that fuels corruption and destabilizes communities. In recent years, media reports have alleged that park rangers, trained by U.S.-funded entities, had committed human rights abuses, including sexual assault and murder. Since 2020, state has taken steps to enhance safeguards to prevent these abuses. However, we found that INL had not conducted consistent program monitoring to ensure that these U.S.-funded entities reported on the implementation or effectiveness of these safeguards. We also found an alleged incident of sexual abuse by a ranger that INL was unaware of. INL agreed with our recommendations, including that it clarify reporting requirements for human rights abuses. Third, we've made 2 recommendations to INL to conduct program evaluations, or studies that would determine how well a program is working. For example, in 2024, we reported that despite years of support for activities to strengthen the security situation in Haiti, including specific efforts to improve the capacity of Haiti's national police, INL had no formal plans to evaluate the effectiveness of its activities. We recommended that INL conduct such an evaluation, and the Bureau agreed. INL plays a critical role in achieving U.S. security priorities, such as combating transnational crime and supporting rule of law worldwide. INL's effectiveness depends on robust performance management, program monitoring, and program evaluation. While INL has made some progress, important gaps remain. We urge INL to fully implement our recommendations to help ensure that it is spending taxpayer dollars effectively and achieving U.S. goals. Thank you, and I would be pleased to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Kenny. And now I recognize Mr. Martinez Fernandez for his opening statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Salazar, Ranking Member Castro, and members for holding this hearing and inviting me to participate. The Western Hemisphere is experiencing a period of surging instability, violence, and criminality, largely driven by increasingly powerful criminal organizations. From Haiti's collapse at the hands of gangs, newfound narco violence in a once peaceful Ecuador, increasingly deadly drug cartels in Mexico and Colombia, and more, we are constantly confronted by evidence of a failed status quo for security in our hemisphere. These threats do not stay in Latin America. Instead, they drive increasingly deadly and destabilizing consequences to the United States and directly to the American people. The absence of robust and effective security engagement from the United States in Latin America is a key driver of the current state of affairs. Indeed, the collapse of the hemispheric consensus on counter-narcotics is due in no small part to decisions on the part of Washington to blunt and curb its security cooperation in the Americas away from the core support from regional security forces. This trend is driven in part by Washington's focus on other foreign conflicts, as well as a series of challenges that we continue to focus on in other parts of the world. However, the impact and inattention that this has brought has been exacerbated by mission drift and the watering down of critical institutions like the State Department's International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau. Additionally, hemispheric security and stability has suffered from the Biden administration's politicization of U.S. security engagement and tools in Latin America. The so-called expert consensus on Latin America's security policy has shifted dramatically over the past 2 decades, prompting detrimental changes in the nature and magnitude of U.S. security cooperation. Vocal leaders and activists have successfully framed organized crime in Latin America as primarily being an issue of economic development and judicial institutions, de-emphasizing in particular the role of enforcement and security forces. Today, at the core of this new conventional wisdom in many circles in Washington and in the region is increasingly the poorly substantiated claim that confronting Latin America's powerful criminal organizations only serve to exacerbate insecurity and criminality. One of the key events that provided support for this view was the spike in violence in Mexico during the late 2000s following President Felipe Calderon's efforts to crack down on the cartels. However, notably today, after over a decade during which the Mexican government has pulled back from confronting the cartels, Mexico's homicides rates now exceed the worst years of violence during the Calderon administration. Add to that the over 100,000 overdose deaths in the United States due to fentanyl and other deadly drugs. Indeed, Mexico's disastrous hugs not bullets strategy on the cartels showcases the dire consequences of de-emphasizing enforcement and security forces in our security policies in the Western Hemisphere. When President Andrés Manuel López Obrador with Mexico, the Merida Initiative drifted away from its initial focus of providing training, equipment, and operational support to Mexican security forces, and instead shifted support to, U.S. support shifted for reform of the Mexican judicial system increasingly. Then, when President López Obrador fully abandoned the Merida Initiative, the new security cooperation framework further de-emphasized security forces and the role of enforcement as a core aspect of security policy. In both Mexico, Colombia, and elsewhere, the United States failed to push back on regional leaders' abandonment of security cooperation and commitments. This was particularly egregious under the Biden administration, where we saw the increase of deaths of American people reaching 100,000 each year due to fentanyl and other drugs. And yet we did not adequately push the administration in Mexico to address the security threat posed by the cartels. Even worse, at times, the Biden administration leaned into its wrong-headed approach within the region to, leaned into this wrong-headed approach on organized crime by regional leaders. In the case of Colombia, President Biden actively drew attention away from Colombia's deteriorating security situation by ending the long-standing program of U.S. monitoring of coca cultivation. To confront the dire threats posed by organized crime in our hemisphere, the U.S. security assistance through INL and other critical agencies should be bolstered and refocused on the core mission of counter-narcotics and transnational organized crime. Failure to do so urgently will bring increasingly deadly consequences for Latin America and for the American people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez Fernandez. I now recognize Mr. Isaacson for his opening statement.
Chairwoman Salazar, Ranking Member Castro, thank you so much for holding this hearing and for inviting me. The State Department's Bureau of INL manages the largest U.S. aid account for security forces in Latin America and the Caribbean, though it pays for other things too. Worldwide, it's about $1.5 billion. In our hemisphere, it's at least $600 million. Now, for years, INL was jokingly known as the Drugs and Thugs Bureau. Its success was measured in hectares eradicated and kilos seized and kingpins arrested. That narrow focus reflects its 1980s era statute, and it hasn't really worked. You don't have to take my word for it. Just look at overdose deaths, look at street prices. Meanwhile, our understanding of organized crime and how to combat it has evolved. Yes, drugs are still a top revenue stream for criminal groups, but crime groups also make billions from gold mining, migrant smuggling, extortion, and more, sometimes with even bigger profits than they're getting from drugs. The drug market itself has shifted towards synthetics like fentanyl and meth, which don't involve most of Latin America outside Mexico. And mass migration has made the question urgent. How can we help people feel safe enough to stay in their own communities? This reframes success. It's no longer just kilos and hectares. It's whether people feel secure. It's whether justice works. It's whether officials fear punishment for corruption. To its credit, INL has shifted. It no longer tries to fight crime the way you'd fight a guerrilla insurgency. While guerrillas fight governments, organized crime infiltrates them and hollows them out by bribing, threatening, co-opting, and corrupting. That makes it a much harder, much more complex fight. Now, in response, INL has begun putting more emphasis on the L, rule of law, and civilian law enforcement, rather than just the N. Funding has increasingly gone to prosecutors, judicial institutions, police academies, oversight bodies, and independent experts and investigators. A whole comprehensive security sector, a table with many legs, and not just the people wearing uniforms. There's a growing realization that real progress is going to take time, and it depends on breaking collusion between government and crime. That's why efforts like the Commission Against Impunity in Guatemala, the CICIG, mattered so much. Brave people made historic anti-corruption gains, and INL was there to support them. Ironically, de-narcotizing INL's mission may be the best way to reduce drug supplies in the long term. But that shift also means we need to rethink some obsolete frameworks like the annual drug certification process. As the 2020 Western Hemisphere Drug Policy Commission noted, it's a relic. It hasn't been used to seriously cut aid since the 1990s, and even then, a Republican majority Congress and a Democratic White House scrambled in the late 90s to restore it when security began deteriorating in Colombia. So yes, INL needs reform. WOLA supports a serious rethink to bring the Bureau and its statutes into the mid-21st century. What we don't support is a rushed 90-day review full of abrupt freezes and cuts with no input from partners around the world, many of whom have been risking their lives to fight corruption and crime and really depend on their relationship with us. The little we've seen of the proposed cuts so far is worrying. Aid to police and military agencies looks mostly untouched, but support to civil society, justice institutions, UN programs, that looks like it's cut by about half. That risks turning INL back into what it once was, a little drugs and thugs bureau. And we know where that leads. Brief dips in violence or drug supplies, followed by resurgence. It's just a constant game of whack-a-mole. Organized crime figures get taken down, but organized crime remains strong. Corrupt officials keep operating with impunity. People keep fleeing their homes, often coming here. I'm not asking to preserve the status quo. Frankly, I can't defend much of it because I can't see it. Public reporting on INL aid has become vague, inconsistent, and far less quantitative. It's hard to track where the money goes and what it achieves, and reporting requirements, if we do reauthorize INL, have to improve. That right now, oversight is difficult, and it makes the whole program hard to defend when an administration comes to power questioning its entire value. This committee can help. First, it can urge INL to keep expanding its focus on organized crime, corruption, and citizen security, not just counter-narcotics. Second, it can press for much better transparency. Third, it can insist that any reform effort be thoughtful, inclusive, and deliberate, not a 90-day rollback. There's lots of space for bipartisan agreement here, I think. I look forward to exploring that here and any other time that you'd like in the future. Thank you again for organizing this discussion.
And thank you, Mr. Isaacson. And now for your testimony, I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. And I am delighted to hear, Mr. Isaacson, that you believe certain quotes here that INL needs to be modernized, needs to be reformed, and that maybe they are just following some of the precepts of the 1980s. But specifically, that I agree that they are not, that they need to be reorganized and there needs to be some revamped. But let's go to the last 4 years. Do you really believe that talking to the Guatemalans and to the Salvadorians about gender ideology or the pronouns or how you can, there are many genders, do you really think that talking to them was going to make the United States and themselves safer? Safer? I mean, you were going to keep people home? So explain how one thing comes to link to the other.
I would like to know what percentage of the program it actually was about gender and identity and things like that. If it's, we don't have that data.
The main focus, the Guatemalans were complaining.
In terms of dollar amounts?
And of course, and in terms of political willingness and desire to infiltrate these forces with our ideology, the American Biden administration ideology. Don't you think that we did a disservice to them and to us?
If you're fighting human trafficking, where most victims are women,
yeah,
you need
how can you be
more of a
talking
gender
about
focus.
sex
If
when you're
fighting
trying to fight
gender-based
human
violence,
trafficking? How do you
that's
do
true.
that?
I just need to know, how much of the programming really did go in that direction instead of like Joint Task Force Alpha in Guatemala,
Ask
which
the
was fighting human
Guatemalans.
smugglers.
The Guatemalans, perfect example. They hated a lady by the name of Consuelo Porras. Do I know her? No, I don't. But I know that she's the AG of the country. So why don't we work with her? Oh, because she's too conservative. Who are we to say that to the Guatemalans? Why?
I don't know if Consuelo Porras
Oh,
is
no,
hated.
it's quote. Everything I'm saying is quoted. Consuelo Porras is detested.
Oh, I think she is detested.
It was
Yeah.
okay. Well, but who are we, the Americans, to come and say, oh, Consuelo is not the person that you need to work with. She's the AG.
I've never heard that she was held at arm's length because she favored free markets or like,
She was too conservative.
because she was conservative, because of
Too
significant
conservative.
corruption, according to what I saw.
You know what I'm telling you. So please help me understand why the Biden administration wanted to concentrate its resources when it talks to reforming and securing the Salvadorian Guatemalan police, concentrated on something that had nothing to do with national security for the United States.
My impression was that INL and the Justice Department worked very hard with, not with Consuelo, but with the rest of the public ministry in Guatemala on something called Joint Task Force Alpha, which was a big effort to get at the nodes of the network of migrant smuggling. And they've actually taken out a lot of migrant smugglers, working with the Attorney General's office in Guatemala in the last few years. And the Trump administration is expanding
did you know this, would give money to the NGOs in Guatemala to help the migrants have a smoother ride while they were going through Guatemala and getting to Mexico.
I think that would have been illegal in Guatemala, where they actually arrest and deport more than 20,000, 30,000 migrants a year back into Honduras.
9 million went through it. All right,
Yeah, a lot do get through.
Let's go to El Salvador. Bukele, what do you think? What ranking do you give to Bukele from 1 to 10?
I would give him a 4, perhaps. I think he's a brilliant communicator, but I do worry about checks
Forget
and
about the
balances.
communicator. What has he done with the country?
He has put 3% of the male population in prison, which, yeah, by doing so, did eradicate for now a lot of the gangs.
And
do
you
worry
and
about
I
the future
agree
of
that if there is
democracy.
one innocent guy in the SCOTUS, I was the first one who told him, you got to get him out because we don't want innocent people in jail. But the thing is that, SCOTUS is full of people who are full of tattoos that are revealing who they were and what they did. Each drop meant one murder. So do you think he did something right?
If these people were facing judges, and if their families knew what was going on with them, it would be right. But right now, almost everybody there is pretrial, and there's not even dates for most of their trials. So yeah, they need a fair shake. I mean, it was right to
I agree with
clean
you
out the
that
streets.
everyone needs due process. Yes, sir.
And that's just not happening right now.
All right. But what about us working with him? And maybe if INL would have done its job, then Bukele would have been able to really help. We would help him to do a better job, don't you think? Talking about diversity and inclusion and pronouns.
I think one of INL's biggest obstacles actually there is, and I actually support it, is language that both Republicans and Democrats put in the foreign aid bill saying that half of aid, I believe it's half, to El Salvador is cut until they can certify that the human rights situation is good and is improving. And right now, more than 300 people dying in the jails in the last 3 years and widespread allegations of torture. It's been hard to certify that.
What happens to the human rights of the people who were outside being killed by those gang members, which is why he got 90% of transparent and internationally observed elections. We agree with that.
Oh, yeah,
right?
if I was a
The
shopkeeper being
Salvadorians love the guy,
extorted.
so why do we have to hate him? Who are we to say to this guy, don't do it that way?
I think we're just worried about what it's going to look like in 5 years. But yeah, right now, if I'm a shopkeeper who had to pay.
Don't you think that they should be concerned about what they're going to be looking like 5 years from now? That's their concern, not ours. We're here to help them have a better police force. All right? Do you agree with that, right?
We're certainly here to help them have a better police force, but we don't want to be funding abuses in the short term.
I think that I'm exceeding my time. I yield back. Now I'm going to recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairwoman. Yeah, I want to take up this issue really quickly because, we disagree, Maria, on this. I don't think there's ever been a bias of the United States against conservative leaders and in favor of leftist leaders. In fact, when you look at the history of the U.S. involvement in Latin America has often, the United States, unfortunately, in decades past, worked to undermine the leadership of leaders on the left and treated leaders on the right as friends. And in fact, supported what were some of the most brutal dictatorships, like the Pinochet ruling in Chile. And so, when we think about how we provide U.S. assistance, how we provide taxpayer money, the way we should be thinking about it is who is operating consistent with U.S. values and what we stand for. So democracy, freedom, respect for human rights. Really, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, whether you're on the left or the right as a leader, we ought to support leaders who are pursuing those things. And so Consuelo Porras, as I understand, had been sanctioned for severe corruption. That's why we're not working with her, not because she's got a certain ideology. And Bukele also, I think it's true. I mean, he has gotten a lot of crime off the streets and has scared a lot of people, especially young men. But so has Xi Jinping in China. And so, if the question is, well, why don't we just let people do what they're going to do? Okay, I get that. But the question for us is, are we going to back them up with money to commit human rights abuses and other things that we would never allow for in the United States ourselves? Now, bear in mind, in the last few weeks, we've seen some disturbing instances of people literally been picked off the street for having exercised their First Amendment rights by government agents who don't identify themselves, who aren't dressed in uniform, and who barely present credentials, if at all. Those are the kinds of activities that you're used to seeing in countries that violate people's rights. So just, with that disagreement, let me get into a question really quick. Ms. Kenny, as you know, the administration is conducting multiple reviews of foreign assistance programs, and I believe those programs have been incredibly disruptive and that the review has not been done in good faith. In 2019, the first Trump administration did something similar on a smaller scale. They unilaterally froze $400 million in foreign assistance funding in Central America for over 14 months. At the time, I, along with other colleagues, requested the GAO assess the impacts of that freeze. The GAO determined that many programs, including State Department INL Bureau programs, had been adversely affected. And based on your experience with the 2019 freeze, do you expect adverse effects from the ongoing freeze on many INL programs?
Thank you for that question. Yes, when we reviewed the freeze in 2019, we found that there were a number of adverse effects. To the State Department, we found that about 65 or 39% of INL programs actually suffered adverse effects, where they had to reduce the geographical region in which they were implementing programs. They had to reduce the number of beneficiaries who could participate in trainings. They had to reduce the quality of programs. And programs that relied on implementing partners suffered even more consequences because they had to lay people off and they were unable to pick up those programs when the funding resumed. However, that funding was really just a freeze of one-year funding. And in a lot of ways, those programs were able to continue because of funding that was still available in the pipeline from prior year's funding. We haven't had an opportunity to review the funding freeze that is occurring right now. But my understanding is that those programs aren't able to access prior year funding either. And so my understanding is that they're not continuing at all. We haven't had, I'm sorry.
Sure, no, and thank you for that. And let me ask a follow-up really quick. Will the GAO be willing to conduct a review of the ongoing freeze and cancellation of hundreds of millions of dollars in foreign assistance programs?
Yes, we'd be happy to do that work.
Thank you so much. With that, I yield back, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Ranking Member Castro, and now give the opportunity to Representative Lawler from the state of New York.
Thank you, Chairwoman. It's common practice for transnational criminal organizations in South and Central America to source precursor chemicals from China and synthesize illicit substances like fentanyl. These criminal organizations then traffic them into the United States, where they have infiltrated far too many communities and led to unimaginable tragedies for a lot of families across our nation. 70,000 Americans are dying on an annual basis from fentanyl overdose. Mr. Martinez-Fernandez, how do you assess INL's role in stopping the influx of deadly fentanyl into the United States?
Well, clearly, INL and the U.S. government is not adequately acting either on resources or focus to stop the flow of fentanyl. As you mentioned, over 70,000 just overdose death just from fentanyl. When you add in all the other illicit drugs, 100,000. And so I think there's a very real resource question that has to be addressed. There's also a partnership and cooperation side to that, where our relationship with Mexico, particularly over the past 4 years under the Biden administration, security cooperation was almost non-existent. They even offers to support port security to identify fentanyl precursors coming in were rejected by the Mexican government. And the challenges of migration, which grew out of control under the Biden administration as well, led to a deprioritization, in my opinion, of the fentanyl threat with dire consequences. Now, President Trump has obviously rallied significant resources, particularly from the Department of Defense to the border. I think that's an important aspect of the confronting of this threat. But we also need to press the Mexican government to take action. And there's also certainly the administration is making progress on that front and bringing to bear some economic tools. I think INL is going to play an important role because at some point we need to restore the security relationship with Mexico to a functional arrangement with actually targeting the cartels rather than just having symbolic actions by the Mexican government be the sum total of the relationship, which is essentially what we've seen for the past 4 years.
So what can INL do to address China's role related to the precursor chemicals that are exported into Mexico and other parts of the Western Hemisphere?
So I think certainly with the Chinese presence in Mexico is also significant. So that there's action to go after some of the brokers as well as some of the trade infrastructure, which is utilized by the Chinese in Mexico to facilitate the flow of illicit precursors. I think that more action also needs to be done in Asia on this front. We've seen movement of illicit fentanyl supply chains even out of China. Unfortunately, we don't have a cooperative relationship on this issue with the government in China. So there are significant limitations on INL's ability to act there. But I think ensuring that in Mexico in particular, we're confronting the presence of Chinese criminal organizations, as well as further south. We've already seen in countries like Guatemala the movement of these illicit supply chains of fentanyl to new countries, and we need to make sure that we're reinforcing border security, port security, and those security relationships to make sure that it doesn't just migrate to another country.
What in what way is the INL working with other entities within the U.S. government, like the DEA, on this particular issue, and how can they improve upon that to really crack down on this? Obviously, we have a demand issue in this country that is part of the problem of the deadly flow of fentanyl.
Yeah. So I think there is some important cooperation with other agencies, particularly the Department of Homeland Security, on the issue of border security within the region and ensuring that regional partners can have those capacities to ensure that those flows don't move through their country without their ability to intercept them. And on the U.S. side and the demand side, that you referred to, I think as I understand it, there's some conversations happening here in Congress about potential changes as far as consequences, judicial consequences in the United States, where that are going to align, I think, the reality of the threats and the deadliness of this drug with the consequences that people face.
Thank you, Representative Lawler. And now I give the word to Representative Stanton of the state of Arizona. You have
Thank you very much.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The fentanyl crisis is especially acute in my home state of Arizona, where thousands of Arizonans die from opioid overdose every single year. I know my colleagues and I across the aisle agree. We need to do more to stop the flow of fentanyl and other deadly narcotics into the United States of America. That's why I'm at a loss to understand why the Trump administration has moved to cut funding for the State Department's Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs work in Mexico. Drastic cuts. INL works across law enforcement agencies, intergovernmental agencies, and with the courts in our partner countries to disrupt the illicit drug trafficking and bring criminals to justice. Under previous administrations and with funding approved in a bipartisan manner, Mexico has been the third largest recipient of INL funds. INL supports more than 100 projects working to combat fentanyl trafficking and transnational crime by providing services, training, and much needed equipment. One project that has benefited from the INL has deployed cargo scanners and drug testing equipment to Mexico's port of Manzanillo, critical technology to detect and interdict precursor chemicals from the People's Republic of China. Another INL project supported a recent operation in Tucson, Arizona, that led to the arrest of drug trafficking leader and 6 other operatives, a good return on taxpayer investment. Since the Trump administration's freeze on foreign aid, only 15% of INL's programs in Mexico have received waivers to resume their work, and many of those have not yet received payment. As former ambassador and Marine helicopter pilot John Feely phrased it recently, quote, "They shot the golden goose right in the leg," unquote. Make no mistake about it. The Trump administration is hamstringing our response to fentanyl in the region, and while using this crisis as a justification to raise taxes on working families through the misguided across-the-board tariffs on Mexico. Mr. Isaacson, how does this massive cut to INL program hamper our ability to stem the flow of fentanyl into the United States?
It definitely deals a blow to our efforts against fentanyl. This is the hardest drug challenge we've ever faced. All pure fentanyl that's consumed in the United States in a year can fit in the beds of 2 or 3 pickup trucks spread out across a 2,000-mile border. Unfortunately, about 2/3 of it coming right to your state right now. In order to fight this, it's not just a matter of scanners at the border. You need cooperation from Mexico on everything you named: investigators, prosecutors, ports, intelligence, all capital letters. And you cut that off in 90 days and then maybe restart it. You have to restart everything all over again. It's incredibly disruptive.
I appreciate that. Now, I have, in my time in public life, both here in Congress and formerly as mayor of Phoenix, Arizona, have been a friend of Mexico, making the case that we need to have a stronger economic unit between United States, Mexico, Canada, and that's how we're going to win this economic battle with China. As a result, I've been a critic of the recent judicial reforms in Mexico, which I think is a step backwards in terms of promoting U.S. investment in Mexico. INL has helped to train Mexican institutions to build and present strong legal cases against organized crime. Mexico's forensic labs and prisons are accredited to reach higher standards for forensic testing due to INL support. U.S. officials helped to train police investigators in Mexico City, reducing violent crime in Mexico City by 58% in partnership with now President Sheinbaum. And INL support helped Mexico law schools update their curriculums to include Mexico's criminal law reform. These offices that train police and prosecutors and relied on INL funds are now cut drastically by the dismantling of foreign assistance. So another question from Mr. Isaacson. You hosted a podcast last October about Mexico's constitutional reforms, where you opened by saying, quote, "Promise to be serious setbacks in the struggle to hold powerful people and institutions accountable for corruption." How do Mexico's constitutional changes, including reorganization of National Guard and judicial reforms, concern you? Maybe you could go on a little bit. For those who haven't listened to your podcast, go on a little bit more about the threat of the constitutional reforms.
Sure, and I hope you call in my colleague who runs our Mexico program, Stephanie Brewer, who really knows this stuff. But they just changed their judiciary so that judges are now popularly elected. Like, people are going to come and vote for a long list of judges. A justice system, especially when they're working on these very complicated, very dangerous cases against these networks of corruption and powerful people who are willing to kill them, need to be free of political pressures and need to be autonomous. And this just dealt a strong blow to that, as well as substituting police and detectives and people who are in the community with National Guard troops who rotate in and out. That also makes it harder to you can find crimes when they're happening, but you can't really get to the root of who is behind them.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Representative Shreve of the state of Arizona.
Representative Shreve, Madam Chairwoman, is from the state of Indiana and is happy to be here.
Or state of Indiana, I'm sorry. Not even a downgrade, no. And Indiana is one of.
Madam Chair, we agree. I thank the witnesses for being here. And I have a question that, in fairness, I'll address to Ms. Kenny, because I wasn't in the room to hear the testimony from our other witnesses, but I appreciate all of you sharing time and expertise with us. Of course, INL defines its core mission as keeping America safe by countering crime, illegal drugs, and instability abroad. We recognize that America is vulnerable to external threats, certainly including narcotics. We recognize that on both sides of the aisle. In my view, the Trump administration is demonstrably making headway in securing our border and curbing some of the trafficking that was making its way up I-65 and across I-70 in Indiana, particularly on the fentanyl trafficking. We are seeing headway palpably within the district that I represent. The most pressing drug-related threats in my part of the country would stem from the trafficking efforts of the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco cartel. These organizations, I am informed in part by some of the county sheriffs that I represent, dominate the wholesale supply of illicit opioids, particularly fentanyl and heroin in through my district. The crisis is personal to me. I have friends and constituents who have lost loved ones to fentanyl poisoning. And this must continue to be a bipartisan priority. And Mr. Stanton had to step out, but I do think that this is a bipartisan priority. Since 2008, INL has overseen some $3 billion in funding for security, counter narcotics, and rule of law programs in Mexico. And Mr. Isaacson, you talked about the abrupt curtailing of some of that. There were a few GAO reports of late highlighting gaps in INL's metrics and monitoring, raising concerns about the effectiveness of these programs. Certainly, the administration is attuned to those. The GAO report concluded, without fully addressing the key elements for assessing progress, the U.S. government cannot be assured that it is achieving its security goals in Mexico and that its investments at over $3 billion since 2008 are being spent effectively. So I'll direct my question to the witness that I heard from in her testimony, though invite anyone else that may have expertise to respond. Ms. Kinney, what lessons should INL pull from, take away from the GAO evaluation of its programs in Mexico that can be used to inform our future initiatives, our future investment in this cause?
Thank you for this question. We reviewed the effectiveness, the results of the Merit Initiative and the Bicentennial Framework. We did our work sort of at a time period that straddled both of these strategies. And we looked to see what were the results of the $3 billion plus investment that the U.S. had made in Mexico. And what we found is that there were key elements of INL's performance management approach, if you will, that limited our ability to really evaluate its effectiveness. So in these strategies, both Merida and the framework, the Bicentennial Framework, we found that they had established those top-level goals and objectives, and that they had a number of individual projects and activities that address things like counter-narcotics flows, fentanyl flows, and they're tracking data on the implementation of all of these activities. They had not identified which of these activities were critical, which were the ones that were really critical to being able to assess the effectiveness of these top-line goals. They just hadn't identified the indicators and then monitored to align them to be able to say, this suite of activities is going to demonstrate our progress in achieving this goal. When we talked to the State Department about what were the challenges in being able to complete this, because this went back to the Merit Initiative, which started in 2008, they said that that the U.S. government was working with the Mexican government to come up with some shared set of indicators. These strategies are designed to be sort of shared approaches, both for the U.S. and Mexican government, to be able to address these shared issues, shared challenges, and that there were some challenges in being able to develop a common set of indicators. And some of the complicating factors were, at the time, new administrations both in Mexico and the United States. However, we would point out that given the level of investment and given the continuity of these challenges, it's really important that the State Department figure out what these indicators are, figure out what these suite of activities should be to be able to support those top-line goals and be able to measure and share the effectiveness of those efforts going forward. So that is really our recommendation. Our recommendation is really identified as a priority recommendation for the State Department. Of all of the recommendations that we make, we believe this is one of the most critical ones to be able to really make progress on the individual activities and efforts to be able to address this critical issue between U.S. and Mexico.
Ms. Kinney, I appreciate very much. And my time has expired. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Shreve of the state of Indiana. I appreciate your time with us. And now I'm going to recognize Representative Jackson of the state of Illinois for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Salazar. Thank you, Ranking Member. Colombia is the regional leader in coordinating the multinational operation Campaign Orion, a naval campaign focused on dismantling the transnational network of drug trafficking and related crimes. During the 13th edition of the Orion Naval Campaign last year, operations in which 125 institutions in 62 countries from Africa, the Americas, Asia, Europe, and for the first time, Oceania participated. Participating forces seized more than 400 tons of drugs. Thanks to the exchange of intelligence and the culmination of capabilities to counter the illicit trafficking of drugs and other illegal activities linked to narco trafficking. I must say that was a very diverse network. It had a high level of intelligence being interchanged, and they had shared interests. They had equity amongst all participants. DEI does work. So I don't know where we get off on this tangent that makes no sense to me on diversity is bad. Diversity and equity is in quite a few constitutions around the world. We're going through a temporary period of some insanity to act as if e pluribus unum. Out of many, we are one in the Americas. I'd like to let it be for the record that 2/3 of our hemisphere and population is not in the United States, and we are one contiguous land mass. The operations reached record figures in narcotics seized, reducing the supply worldwide and dealing significant blows to the finances of multi-crime organizations, preventing them from receiving more than $18.7 billion, according to the Colombian military forces. Authorities seized a total of 402 tons of solid chemical precursors and 1.6 million liters of liquid chemical precursors and destroyed 302 illegal infrastructure used for the extraction and processing of drugs. The Colombian Navy reported the 112 boats seized and 211 vehicles and on and on. Since this program started about 7 years ago, with only narco trafficking, the Orion 12 have included other crimes that are present in the maritime land domain as well, such as arms and migrant smuggling, trafficking, money laundering, and the like. The 13th edition of the Orion Naval Campaigns have consolidated it as the most important and influential international cooperation strategy in the global fight against narco trafficking, and has also managed to transcend in time thanks to innovation and rapid adaptation to respond to this highly complex and changing phenomenon. Once again, I want to thank each of you for coming, and this question will go to you, Mr. Isaacson, and thank you for your outstanding service as well. What is the impact of aid cuts in this program, such as Orion Naval Campaigns?
Well, the main impact has been that the Colombian National Police, and it's part of the effort to interdict cocaine, has had some real disruptions. Even many of their Black Hawk helicopters were grounded for a while because they didn't have money for maintenance or fuel. Trainings have been disrupted, and just the intelligence that you need in order to maintain this level of interdictions has been disrupted. I don't know for how long, because I just don't have the information for how long it's been cut off and whether decisions have been made to give waivers. And if so, is that going to mean a few blank months this year where the level of interdiction dips, which has been at record levels, or whether they're going to be able to recover that? But we'll find out soon.
So do you think that the money that might have been saved theoretically will come back to be a penny saved and a dollar foolish?
I think so, because it's not good government practice to stop all of your programs for 90 days and then just selectively restart them. Your partners just don't work like that. And it may cost them months and months, if not a couple of years, to really recover from that, even if they do get to keep the level of funding they had before.
Well, thanks so much. So you're saying the whiplash, the backlash, the frenetic, the hectic pace This capitulation, this erratic behavior is bad for our long-term goal of reducing the drug trafficking in our region?
It was definitely good for the organized crime groups who wanted to evade the police and the Navy and others in Colombia.
I yield back. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Jackson. And now I'm going to recognize Representative Titus of the state of Nevada for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Mr. Ranking Member. Mr. Isaacson, would you go over this for me just again, very simply? What was the justification given by President Trump for levying tariffs against Mexico?
The main justification was that Mexico wasn't cooperating enough in stopping fentanyl coming to the United States.
Right. And now that the president is threatening a trade war with Mexico, has that compelled greater cooperation from their authorities on this issue?
I guess if Mexico thinks they can stop the tariffs, then they will come up with some seizures and they'll bomb some labs and things like that. But it won't help with things like complex investigations and intelligence now.
So it really hasn't moved that.
No, and if the tariffs happen, then what incentive does Mexico have once their economy is cratering to keep cooperating?
And that's part of the problem. Will they happen? Will they not?
Right.
On what products? How much? What percent? That sort of thing.
Right.
Well, will cuts to the INL programs in Mexico help or hurt our ability to stem the flow of fentanyl into the country?
Yeah, I mean, I was saying this before. You can't just have better scanners at the border and hope or bomb a few labs. It costs $60,000 to start a new fentanyl lab. You need a lot of the things that INL does, which is building intelligence, building port security programs, canine, courts, all this other stuff so that you can stop the whole network that's doing this rather than just try to stop it at a scanner on the border. And if you disrupt INL programs, you're disrupting that very, very, very important ingredient in the fight.
So it's working counter to what you claim is the purpose of the tariffs and other dealings with Mexico.
Threatening your partners, really taking away their incentive to cooperate while freezing and restarting and halting and putting waivers and confusing the programs that you are running is obviously not going to be helpful. It's going to be helpful maybe to the people producing fentanyl.
So in the meantime, in addition to the tariffs, can you talk about the effect of the Trump administration's prioritizing arbitrary mass deportations over things like root causes of terrorism, transnational crime, drug trafficking, human trafficking, weapons trafficking, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, the Trump administration is trying to do mass deportation with the existing people they have, right? Like 5,500 ICE enforcement removal officers, which means where are they going to get the manpower? They're taking it from DEA, they're taking it from DOJ, everything, Bureau of Prisons, ICE, HSI, Homeland Security Investigations. These are the agencies that are supposed to be working on these drug cases, as well as cases, everything from child pornography to human trafficking. They're all being devoted to rounding up migrants now, often even migrants without criminal records. And it's a really, really disastrous diversion of our law enforcement resources.
So could you sum that up by saying that it's made us less safe, not more safe?
Yeah, I mean, I would put it this way, if you are a fentanyl trafficker,
We will hear argument this morning in case 24-354, Federal Communications Commission versus Consumers Research and the consolidated case. General Harris.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. Section 254 is no delegation running riot. Congress first told the FCC what policy to follow: to give all Americans access to basic telecommunications services at reasonable charges, i.e. universal service, so FCC can promote phone service, but not faxes. Second, Congress said how to do it: by charging carriers a fee, then reimbursing carriers that serve universal service programs. Third, Congress dictated how much to charge, only what's sufficient to achieve universal service, so no more than needed to support specified programs. Fourth, Congress prescribed how to allocate fees. They must be equitable and non-discriminatory, so FCC can't charge by carrier size or revenue. Fifth, Congress detailed what underserved areas FCC must target: low-income, rural, insular, and high-cost areas, plus schools, libraries, and healthcare providers. On top of that, Congress enacted 254 against the backdrop of a half-century history where FCC advanced universal service through rate subsidies. That delegation leaves key policy choices to Congress and is definite and precise enough for courts to tell if FCC followed Congress's limits when filling in details. Indeed, this scheme resembles the pipeline safety fee in Skinner, which this court deemed an easy case. Like in Skinner, respondents do not ask this court to revisit precedents approving far broader delegations. Respondents instead press a special non-delegation rule for taxes, the very rule Skinner rejected. Respondents' private non-delegation challenge likewise fails. They challenged FCC's reliance on USAC to calculate carriers' proposed contribution fee. But FCC itself reviews, publishes, and adopts the fee for it to take effect. That is a basic delegation of accounting tasks, not grounds for the Magna Carta. I welcome the court's questions.
Do any of the principles that you just listed apply to the revenue raising activities of the FCC?
All of the principles I identified apply to them. Well, all of the principles I identified apply to them in that it's a sort of unitary scheme in which the FCC is constrained and not raising more than is sufficient to support specified programs. So under the Fifth Circuit's Alenko decision, which we agree with, FCC can't just say, wouldn't it be nice to have a rainy day fund where there's an additional $10 billion lying around? It has to be teed to the specific universal service programs that have been in existence and that Congress prescribed for the FCC to pursue.
How does that constrain the revenue raising?
It constrains the revenue raising because it has to be sufficient. Congress uses that word 3 times in different parts of the statute, in 254D, 254E, and also in B5. And sufficient means it can't be, again, excessive. And that's what the Fifth Circuit decision that we agree with is saying. So again, if the programs are running at a particular rate, which they have been for the last 10 years, the FCC can't just turn around and say, why don't we charge more? Why don't we put more? Why don't we make the carriers pay more of a fee? And so that is a real limit. It's a qualitative limit, and it is the type of limit that is common throughout statutory schemes. We cite a number of other ones at a reply brief at pages 8 to 9, where various agencies, and indeed this court, are allowed to charge reasonable fees, which is construed against the backdrop of the statutory.
Can you do you have any examples of fees that did not have a monetary limit, or taxes that did not have monetary limits that were imposed either by agencies or by Congress?
Well, yes, again, all of the ones on pages 8 to 9 are examples of that. They're all either, you could classify them as either taxes or fees, but they involve such things as supporting the Office of the Comptroller of the currency's functions with fees from regulated parties.
And those have no limits or no rates?
So we are not arguing for a no limits at all approach where you can just raise whatever revenue you feel like. And we don't think 254 follows that approach either. The idea is there are qualitative limits that are baked into the statutory scheme, not raise whatever amount of money, $1 trillion. And again, I'll just point out, it's a little perverse in 2 senses to think that you can cure a non-delegation problem and give no other guidance than giving a cap of, say, like $1 trillion to raise and leave the rest for the agency to figure out. Not only is that a very arbitrary separation of powers rule, but it would require overturning such cases as Skinner and J.W. Hampton, where this court not only said there's no special non-delegation rule for taxes, but didn't seem to adopt that basic proposition.
Should we be looking to sort of a common law approach? In other words, what the commission has done, or instead what the commission could do?
I think you should look first and foremost at the statutory text, and the statutory text itself incorporates the concept of universal service that applied from the inception of the FCC Act. And so let me just sort of explain why that is. Section 254 obviously itself is a reticulated scheme that prescribes all the details and constraints that I described. But on top of that, it is preserving and advancing the concept of universal service that was set forth in Section 151 of the Act that harks back to 1934. So for instance, when the FCC is directed to figure out what universal service entails, the FCC is not just looking to Section 254C, which is defining universal service as an evolving level of telecommunication services that have to meet sort of 4 specified parameters, including the objective criterion of that a substantial majority of residential customers adopted it. The FCC also has to consider the backdrop of Section 151, which originally defined universal service as mandating the FCC to make available, so far as possible, to all the people of the United States a rapid, efficient, nationwide wire and radio communication service with adequate facilities at reasonable charges. Congress was enacting this statute in 1996 against that backdrop and against the way the FCC had implemented this system.
Well, what if the law said the level of service that the should be afforded is the service that is fair? Would that present a constitutional problem?
It could, but not against this statutory scheme, because I think the level of service that could be fair would, again, in this particular context, and something this court has recognized in other non-delegation cases with rate setting or other stuff, if you have a regulatory backdrop that Congress is acting against, a term that's otherwise amorphous, like fair or equitable or whatever it is, gets meaning through the particular regulatory context in which it exists. And again, I'll also just point out, Section 254 is a heck of a lot more specific than just do what is fair. Section B3, for instance, is prescribing in like very specific detail how exactly.
But your answer, I guess, is that that could be sufficient.
It could be a problem.
You would look in a particular context or something. But
absolutely, and that's exactly what this court has done in other rate setting contexts. So for instance, in the court's past cases with respect to Rock Royal, for instance, where the question is what is a reasonable rate for milk prices to achieve price parity. You could say in the abstract, sort of just and reasonable, if you looked at it divorced from anything else, might be a pretty significant delegation of policymaking authority. But in the particular context of a history of rate making, it gains meaning and gains teeth. And I think that's consistent with the objective when the court is looking at a constitutional challenge. The aim is to look for constraints and means of and constitutional avoidance, as opposed to saying Congress didn't give any meaningful limits. And again, that is very consistent with the highly detailed nature of 254 in this particular context, which is providing much more than just abstract rates. And again, looking back at the pre-1996 scheme, the FCC did for a half century use its power to impose just and reasonable rates to provide universal service through a system of implicit subsidies. Respondents aren't challenging that, and I think that history of what the FCC did just gives more substance and more guidance to what's happening here.
Can you speak to the combination theory or the combination argument?
Yes, it's meritless. And the reason is, there's a couple of reasons for this. One is the idea that Congress can't delegate legislative power is a basic restriction on Congress, on what Congress can do and the constitutional design. Congress can't pass legislative power to anyone. It doesn't matter if it's an agency or a private party, and it doesn't matter if someone then sort of passes it along. Like, you just can't pass go. Congress can't do that. So the idea that there's sort of an aggravated constitutional offense just by having a subdelegation just really doesn't track the nature of the Article 1 challenge. The second issue is just the way in which the combination theory has kind of morphed in this court. I'm candidly not sure at this point whether we are dealing with an Article 1 subdelegation challenge from the FCC to USAC, where there's an additional pass along of legislative power that's the problem, or if we're dealing with an Article 2 challenge, where there is a supposedly excessive delegation of executive power to USAC, but the FCC would presumably be okay in at least possessing that power. And if it's the latter category, I'm not sure what constraints respondent is offering here, or the presentation of that particular argument. But what I can tell you is it's definitely meritless, because USAC is not exercising any kind of problematic power. It's just making recommendations.
Let me ask you, does the private non-delegation theory suffer from the same kind of lack of clarity in terms of its origins? I mean, I'm trying to understand its distinction with the traditional non-delegation theory. It seems as if, if there's a problem with Congress delegating this power, the status of the party that receives it shouldn't matter. And if the party that receives it being private is the problem, that seems more like an appropriations issue. So I guess I'm just trying to understand what the source of that theory is as well.
Yeah, so I think the source of the theory is in question in this case. I will say, again, for Article 1, You can't delegate that power to anyone. So it wouldn't matter if it's the agency, if it's directly to a private party, but like there's no additional offense from sub-delegating it. With respect to Article 2.
Why is that true? You want to compartmentalize the delegation of authority from Congress, the alleged delegation of authority from Congress to an executive branch agency, and then separately look at the delegation of authority from the agency to a private party. But when it is alleged that Congress has delegated legislative authority to an executive branch agency, we run into the problem of drawing a line between the execution of the formulation of the law and the execution of the law. But when the agency then goes ahead and just passes that off to a private party, then doesn't the argument in favor of the position that all that the agency is doing is exercising executive authority in enforcing the law disappear, or at least is diminished?
I don't think so. And I think this scheme, I mean, just on the merits would illustrate why, but just as a conceptual matter, we're talking about two different things. One is Congress can't pass off its power to anyone. And two is if Congress does give the FCC something to execute and its executive power, that's a separate category of issues. The question in that case is there too much executive power being delegated to someone else? Appointments clause might be a sort of way of looking at it. But in this case, I don't even think you need to get there, because the bottom line is, I think the Fifth Circuit and respondents are misconceiving of exactly what USAC does. It is doing math. It is saying we are looking to exactly how the projections for universal service based on historical numbers work and making a recommendation to the FCC on that score 60 days before the quarterly contribution fee is due. And then on sort of for the denominator for the fee, it is summing up reports from telecommunications carriers as to what their eligible revenues are for a quarter. Both of those things get passed on to the FCC. The FCC reviews them. It has to publish them in the Federal Register as its own. And then it has 14 days in which to revise what is essentially a proposed rate and make it its own.
Well, when we're inquiring whether the agency it has simply asked a private group to perform some ministerial functions, why shouldn't we look at the record of what the FCC has actually done? And if you look at the record here, isn't it really hard to say anything other than the fact that they just have rubber stamped whatever the USAC has told them? Except there are a few exceptions, but basically they just say, okay, fine, right?
No, so 2 points of pushback, one on the law and one on the facts. With respect to the law, this court has in no context of sort of looking at recommendations said, who's really making the recommendations? Is there a lot of sway? So take Skinner, for instance, the Secretary of Transportation in that case, which again, easy case, consulted the private surface pipeline carriers association about like, hey, what would be a good way of figuring out the usage fee in that case? And appears to have just said, great, you guys have a good idea, I'm gonna run with it. This court did not sort of peek behind the hood and say, was that too much influence by a private group or not? In Sunshine Anthracite, when there were coal producers who were proposing prices, but that actually had to be adopted by the federal agency. This court didn't sort of ask for record evidence or assessments of, was that too much influence? How much independent work was actually done by the agency? Should there be discovery? There are tons of blue ribbon commissions that do similar stuff like this, and this court never says who's actually the driver in the driver's seat, because it's a very formal inquiry in the non-delegation context. The actor is an officer of the United States who's adopting the actual formal policy. And again, this sort of happens every day.
Well, I know that's true as a formal matter, but isn't it a fact that the GAO reports about what the USAC has been doing are pretty damning? I mean, they say that the GAO couldn't verify the eligibility of 36% of those who receive USF benefits. Nearly 80% of the Lifeline program users may be legally ineligible for the benefits they're receiving.
So here's what I'll say on this. One, with respect to whether there's meaningful review of the contribution factor, which is the question in this particular case, there are 4 instances in which the FCC has in fact said USAC is not doing it right. 2 of them, as respondents point out, have happened since this lawsuit, but others happened in the third quarter of 2003. And in 2016, there was an award of relief when there was a disagreement with how the administrator calculated the contributions. So there are empirical examples of this not just being a rubber stamp. And more broadly, to the extent the GAO report raises concerns with you with respect to how exactly these programs are administered, that sounds like the stuff of an APA challenge, not a non-delegation challenge. Again, there are limits on what the FCC is supposed to be doing, the kinds of programs it's supposed to be supporting.
Ms. Harris, I found it, sorry, just to shift gears a little bit, notable that in your reply brief, in terms of the legal task that you think we're supposed to be engaged in, made a couple of comments, and I'd just like to confirm this is your thoughts. One is that in distinguishing between lawful conferrals of discretion from unlawful delegations, that requires more than asking the abstract whether there is an intelligible principle.
Yes, Justice Gorsuch, we think there are two paths for this court to do. And one path could be just to sort of stay the course and say, is this delegation any worse than ones the court has approved? We think to the extent the court is interested in looking to past precedents to sort of tighten the reins, the better approach is not just say, there's kind of mush for the intelligible principle, look to past cases, but to look at the parameters I talked about, including one of the most important is there a sufficiently definite and precise language in the statute to enable Congress, the courts, and the public to ascertain whether Congress's rules are followed? And again, taking from Chief Justice Marshall's opinion in Wayman, when you have a broad delegation, making sure there are sufficient rules.
And I'm sorry to prolong this, Chief, but just to finish up, one critical element you indicated is that there have to be sufficiently defined boundaries that judicial review is possible.
Absolutely, and we think 254 passes that with flying colors in numerous respects, just with respect to how the fee has to be assessed.
And then finally, that needs not just be a general policy for the agency to pursue, but boundaries also clearly delineated. Is that right?
Absolutely, and we think that 254 satisfies.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
Justice Thomas, anything further?
Is there any direct statutory constraint on the revenue raising?
The direct statutory constraint is the sufficiency provision that appears 3 times throughout the statute. It is a qualitative limit. It is tied to, you cannot raise more funds than would be needed to provide universal service to the standards that are provided in the statute. So basic telecommunication services have to be at that level. Again, it's also historically defined by what the FCC has done. And I think this is telling because while respondents are saying this is an out of control program where it's gone from 3% to 35% contribution rate, the math is pretty misleading on that. This program, the actual amounts for the revenues have stayed flat for 10 years. The complaint that they seem to have with respect to their percentage actually is explainable because it's technical, but the contribution base for the telecommunications revenues has fallen from $288 billion in 2014 to $116 billion today. That has to do with the fact that the carrier's revenues for interstate telecommunications has fallen, not with respect to some out of control program.
So if I understand your argument, it is that indirect constraints, or at least constraints to the services being offered, are sufficient to constrain the revenue raising side as far as non-delegation is concerned.
Absolutely. A couple of reasons for that. One is because that is the best reading of the statutory scheme. It would prevent the FCC, again, from doing like the rainy day fund or raising an indefinite amount of money. 2, it's consistent with upholding a range of other statutory schemes that similarly say that an agency, or again, this court, has discretion as to how much fees or analogous devices to be charged. We think that that is tethered to the statutory structure and that there are real limits on what can be imposed.
And finally, can you give me an example where this indirect approach has been accepted for non-delegation purposes?
So the court's non-delegation cases don't really sort of map onto this other than, I guess, in the tariff context. So if you want to accept the tariff context is on all fours, the tariff context has a number of examples in which the president was not just empowered to set tariffs to a particular rate, but where the tariffs were tethered to sort of qualitative judgments by the president with respect to what would promote trade or what would equalize production levels. And I think that's not uncommon. It's sort of, if you're teeing something to a level that requires some sort of expertise or might change over time, it kind of makes sense that that would be true. Again, you could also look to Skinner, where there is a lot of discretion with respect to exactly what level the fee was going to be set at for surface pipeline fee purposes. It did have like an ultimate cap of 105% of like what the programs were running at for appropriations, but like within there's like a wide range of discretion. And I just think it just doesn't pan out, the idea that you have to have some sort of magic number inquiry. It's not consistent with how this court has treated the tax clause as indistinguishable from other Article I powers. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Like $2 trillion as your cap is constitutional without any other guardrails. That can't be right.
Justice Alito?
Well, the amount to be raised is tied to the provision of universal services, but universal services can evolve. How far can it evolve?
Not so far, for two reasons. One is that evolving technological landscape is specifically tied to 4 different things that define universal service under 254C. So the most objective of those, although there's a bunch of them, is one I mentioned, that it's a substantial majority of residential customers have chosen to subscribe. So again, that would throw out faxes. Most people are not subscribing to faxes today as their means of communicating with each other. It's phones. And the other constraint is 151. You have to pick things that are similar to radio and wires as they were sort of envisioned in 1934, and just this history of what universal service has been.
So if a new form of very expensive telecommunication services popped up, then that could be covered.
I don't think so.
If
because
enough people subscribed to it.
Well, it would have to have a substantial majority of residential customers have chosen to subscribe through market forces. So again, if the entire country is suddenly able to afford extremely expensive telecommunications, that might be an issue. But then you have other constraints.
What is the substantial portion?
Substantial majority. So more than a majority. Certainly more than 50%. And I'll just also point out that B1 would be an additional constraint in your hypothetical because the quality services have to be available at just, reasonable, and affordable rates. And so, again, the scheme would work out so that you're not, it's hard to imagine that you would have like Cadillac.
Justice Sotomayor?
To that point, the act has only subsidized 2 services, phone and internet, correct?
So it's actually, phone is the universal service. And then for the internet, it comes in under the express directive under H2 that the FCC shall establish competitively neutral rules to enhance, to the extent feasible, advanced access to advanced telecommunications and information services. Internet is an advanced information service.
So whatever, there is a real constraint because only 2 services have been identified.
Yes, it is a very real constraint, and it's constrained further.
Justice Thomas and the other side makes a great deal, and you've been answering it, about the fact that there has never been a tax raising law that we have addressed where Congress has not put an upper limit on the tax. I think you say that may be true, but we have a lot of tariff situations where historically from the beginning of the country, Congress didn't set a limit, correct?
There's that, and also just the history on pages 8 to 9 of the reply brief where like there's a lot of statutory examples. The court just hasn't addressed them.
Okay. So historically, we have a lot of examples of it.
Yes, and the only other thing on the history is the 1798 real estate tax. If we want to get there, at the extent of the discretion there, well, there was a cap, is just extremely broad.
Yeah, the federal boards, the boards there could set different rates in different places and did a lot of, gave it extraordinarily broad power, correct?
Exactly right. Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, for instance, got a 50% downward departure on their assessments because of the Whiskey Rebellion. That's a policy judgment.
All right. I want to, now, I think why that's important is twice we've said that the taxing power shouldn't be looked at any differently than tariffs or customs or duties. And the reason for that is the Constitution itself, right? The tax clause is part of duties. It says, I think, let me just get the language. Basically, it's the same clause with talking about the same power, correct?
Exactly right.
All right. Now, I want to go back to Justice Alito's questions with respect to the contribution limit and the complaints about whether some of the people who have received the funds are proper or not. I think the point you were making is that the delegation issue is the contribution base.
Yes.
Not whether or not the agency itself or the person it's delegated to is actually functioning properly and who it's identifying to receive the funds, correct?
Correct.
So the contribution limit, he says, the history is very sparse, that the agency has reviewed that contribution base that was recommended. The reason I see that's the reason for that, I think, is because the FCC controls every component of calculating that, correct?
Yes, it sure does.
So it determines and tells USAC what information to get from the people that it's surveying, correct?
Yes.
And then the FCC says, determines what the final contribution-based calculation should be, correct?
Absolutely.
It determines what expenses should be covered.
Yes.
So what USAC is doing is a mathematical calculation.
That is correct.
So we would hope that there's not much more than 4 examples of them getting math wrong, correct?
That is certainly the hope.
If there were a lot more, I'd be much more worried. But at the end, the number they're given is a number where each component has been set by the agency.
By the parameters the FCC sets, correct, under the regulations.
All right. Now, Justice Gorsuch asked you a list of principles, and you said, I'm assuming he's asking whether, I think, and he can speak for himself, and he often does. But those principles are from our cases, correct?
Absolutely.
And the best example of what those principles mean is not us redefining them, but us looking to how they've been applied in our precedents, correct?
I would just give one caveat, which is I know members of the court are concerned that specific cases have not followed the principles that the court has actually laid out in the cases. And there is arguably some tension there. And so that's why we've identified 2 paths for the court to go. One is the metrics of the cases, is the delegation worse or better? And 2 is, what do the principles mean?
But none of our precedents have been rejected by the court below.
Correct. The court below and respondents are not asking you to overturn anything.
And if we were going to overturn any precedent, we should have briefing on that, correct?
You certainly could.
Could, but we should.
Sure, yes.
Okay. It's better practice, isn't it, if we're going to overturn precedent, to find out what all the stare decisis factors are?
Stare decisis is important. Again, I think we're not saying that the court cannot constrain or sort of revitalize the principles in the cases by overturning things, though.
Oh, sure. We're always free to do that, but we should proceed with caution when we're looking at overturning precedent.
Yes.
Thank you.
Justice Kagan?
The easiest parts of an argument are where you just have to say yes to everything.
Remember, I was a prosecutor.
This is going to be just a little bit harder, but just a little bit. You mentioned to Justice Thomas, when you were first talking to him, that there are other schemes that function exactly like this one in the sense of revenue-raising provisions that don't have specific numerical limits. And you pointed to your list on page 8, which is like the Federal Reserve and the FDIC and a bunch of others. And I just want you to talk a little bit more about that and to tell me how close are those? Or, otherwise put, like, are there distinctions? If I looked at all of these more carefully than I have, would I be able to say, no, these are distinguishable in various ways? Or are these like really right there?
I think they are right there in the sense that, especially the ones that are the agencies using their fee raising power to cover the cost of the agency's function, the programs that the agencies are doing. It's going to the regulated parties, so here telecommunications carriers, for the OCC banks, and saying, please support the programs that we're doing, even though oftentimes the programs that are being supported are not things for the benefit of the banks per se. It's like enforcement proceedings. Or here, it's not, the telecommunication carriers that participate in universal service are getting the money back at the back end. So I think it is on all fours in that sense. The idea is you have a special fee raising provision to a specific subcomponent of the industry that's used to sort of fund programs that affect that industry. So in that sense, it's on all fours.
Thank you, General.
Mr. Gorsuch?
They're going to get harder still. But you can handle it. Ms. Harris, let's suppose Congress passed a statute saying that every American should pay an equitable and non-discriminatory contribution to paying down the national debt sufficient to reduce the national debt by 1% a year. Okay, a lot of language sort of like what we have here. But then left it up to the IRS to figure out marginal tax rates, the deductions, you get your charitable deduction, unrealized income. You figure it out, IRS. Good to go or not?
Not good to go. Two differences from this particular scheme.
Okay.
One is the breadth of the delegation obviously matters. We talked about that before.
So it's okay if it does it to a subset of citizens, but it can't do it to all citizens?
It's not just the subset of citizens that's different for 254. It's the specified nature and the details of the programs. You are talking about a tax for the entire country that has no other parameters and wouldn't sort of be building on the history of IRS regulation. And we are talking here.
No, there'd be IRS regulation. There've been IRS regulations for some time.
I take the premise of the hypothetical.
Quite a few of them. So let's assume it's, you can make the same kind of old soil arguments. They know how to do this. They're very good at it. The IRS has been at it for a long time.
So I wouldn't say the old soil argument here is they're great at this. It is that Congress understood when enacting the particular scheme that it was incorporating those restraints and concepts that go into
Don't you think you'd have to be making the same argument in the case that I just posited that the IRS would, or maybe if you want to make it narrower, same delegation, but to secure universal health care, for example, sufficient to secure advanced universal health care on a non-discriminatory basis. That's a narrow one for you.
Again, I think the problem there is you are using the words of this particular statutory scheme out of context in ways that divorce it from the constraints in this particular scheme. Okay. So the idea that universal health care is a goal that has not sort of been.
In this scheme, there's no cap on how much can be raised, right?
I disagree. I
no
think
numerical cap.
There is a qualitative
There's
cap.
no numerical cap.
There's absolutely no numerical cap.
There's no rate.
There's no rate, but the rate is something that is historically defined in ways that your hypotheticals aren't.
Let's talk about the constraints you do mention. What are advanced services?
Advanced information services or telecommunication services are things that are, again, above the baseline of what's been considered universal services. So like existing telecommunications and are, again, a more novel technology.
Those evolve over time, right?
It could evolve over time, but the statutory parameter for H2 would be something that someone could challenge. Again, an APA suit could be a great way to go if you thought that it was misdefined.
Let's talk about B6 in schools, for example, as well. The FCC has interpreted that to mean that it can provide mobile Wi-Fi hotspots for off-premises use and in school buses, right?
It has, and I would also point you to H1B, which is providing yet more specificity with respect to how the school and library programs are supposed to go and how the rates are charged. And again, I'll just do the refrain. If you think that there is a problem, or people think that there is a problem with the way in which the FCC's rules are interpreting the parameters of the program, you can bring a challenge to exceeding the scope of the statutory authority.
Could the FCC use the program to give everybody a mobile hotspot?
To give everyone a mobile hotspot?
Yeah. Everybody who's a library patron, at least.
Everyone who's a library patron, I think the question there would be whether it fits within H2 to the extent feasible to give access to advanced telecom and information services for schools and libraries.
Yeah.
So
it's feasible. It just costs a lot.
Right. And then the other constraints with respect to the costs would be making sure that any sort of ensuing program for that would not interfere with just reasonable and affordable rates for universal services. Again, I think when you see how the system works,
And then with respect to B7, it allows FCC to come up with new principles that aren't found anywhere in the statutory text, right?
I don't think that's quite right, and here's why.
Why not?
Because the principles have to be consistent with the rest of the chapter, and the proof is how FCC has, I think FCC's way of interpreting this shows that it's more of a belt and suspenders provision than a do whatever you feel like provision. The two things that FCC has done under B7 are one, to require competitive neutrality.
Well, no, hold on. You say we shouldn't look at what's actually been done. We should look at the statute. So let's look at the statute, okay? I mean, that's your argument everywhere else, so I think it's only fair to hold you to it here, Ms. Harris.
That's fine.
It says the commission, anything they determine is necessary and appropriate for the protection of the public interest, convenience, and necessity, and are consistent with this chapter.
Yeah, and are consistent with. And so,
well, how about everybody gets a Starlink account?
I'm not sure why that would be sort of the idea that it's consistent with the rest of the chapter. They wouldn't need B7 to do that. It would be, are you pursuing the H2 advanced services or something else?
You could do it under 7 too, right?
Well, then it wouldn't be an additive power. It would just be pursuing a different statutory command.
So they don't even need 7 to give everybody in America a Starlink account.
I'm not saying everyone in America is getting a Starlink account. What I am
It sounds
saying,
like it. It's a pretty good deal. I'd like one. And then what about C3, which says that in addition to the services included in universal service, the commission may designate additional services for support mechanisms for schools, libraries, and healthcare providers. And at least one court has pointed out that that's not even limited to telecommunications services.
again, I would read that alongside the many other provisions that give content to exactly what the programs with respect to schools and libraries and healthcare providers are supposed to do. Not only B6, but 254H1A with respect to rural healthcare providers and exactly how the rates are supposed to work and what the services are, and H1B, which is with respect to the school and libraries, what the services are supposed to be, what the rates are supposed to look like. Again, I think you read this scheme in context, and the goal in reading it is not to look for ways of reading the language in a one isolated provision in a way that would create non-delegation problems.
Yeah. No,
but to
for
look
sure,
those
of course. I take that point. It's interesting to me, though, that the cases that you cite on page 8 and 9 of your reply brief are all fees, basically. And fees have been historically understood, as in fact we've said, this court has said, and Judge Cooley has said, right, way back when, to cover the cost of the program in question or the services rendered, things like that. They're pretty particularly tied. And in fact, many of the examples you cite, even the snippets you take, point that out. And we don't have that here with respect to this tax.
I disagree because I think this is a similar, and again, I think whether you think this is a fee or a tax, you have the same problem with a lot of the examples on pages 8 to 9. It's not so much that there is sort of like you're paying for the privilege of going to the OCC. It is that there is a regulated industry that is being asked to support the global costs of whatever the regulatory agency is doing.
Well, here's what we said in a national cable, that fees are typically based on either the value to the recipient or the cost to the government. That's what this court, that's how we've described fees. That's how Cooley 100 years ago described fees. That's how all your examples line up. Now, I take the just and reasonable rate argument with respect to rate setting, but that's rate setting for monopolies and public utilities. And there, just and reasonable is a long embodied common law tradition of trying to say, okay, you get your costs back and a reasonable profit to try and approximate a competitive market, acknowledging that we don't have a competitive market. We have monopolist or regulated utility. And that's that body of law. So we've got a fee body of law. We've got a rate setting body of law. This isn't either one of those. This is just a straight up tax without any numerical limit, any cap, any rate. And we've never approved something like that before.
So here's what I would point you to. I think Skinner makes that a much harder argument in terms of this is so clearly a tax versus a fee.
I'm not saying taxes are special. I'm just saying what's unique about this case is we have a tax that's unlike any other tax that this court's ever approved. And it's not a fee related to costs, and it's not rate setting of a monopolist. In fact, the 96 Act blew up the monopolies and said, we're done with that. We're setting up a new regime with explicit subsidies.
So I would warn against overemphasizing the novelty. And the part of Skinner that I think is even more relevant than just saying there's no special rule for taxes is the fact that the court thought it was actually unclear whether the surface pipeline fee, which was paid by the pipeline, users of pipelines to support various things, including enforcement actions, it was unclear whether that was a tax or a fee. I'm not sure how that would fit within the framework of thinking that there is this sort of very neat distinction among them. And I think it is a very good analogy to the way the telecommunication carriers are doing this here. It's not just that they are having things exacted from them for the benefit of a general welfare program. The carriers then themselves get the subsidy if they opt to support the universal service program. I just don't think these
many of them are recipients too and sit on the board, but that's a whole other set of issues.
It is not a constitutional issue, though.
Okay, thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh.
How exactly would you define tax versus fee to the extent the other side's position could, or at least one version of the other side's position could depend on this being a tax?
So for tax fee, I think we would point you to Skinner and the lines that the court was struggling to draw in that case. A tax is something that is to raise general revenue. It can be on a specified subset of someone. And a fee is often, but not always, conceived of as a payment for a particular service or license. That could be a line that you draw. Again, I think the problem with trying to draw that line, as Skinner points out, is it's unbelievably murky in practice, and the court has not at least in Skinner, was not even comfortable drawing it. And the other problem with that line is, if it's a murky line, it's going to be a pretty hard non-delegation test in any case that plausibly involves fees or taxes to have the threshold question be, is this a tax or a fee or something else? And then go on to which non-delegation lens are you supposed to go on?
Based on the definition you just gave or the principles you just gave, is this a tax or a fee?
So the government is assuming it could be classified as a tax. Again, but I don't think you have, I think under Skinner, there's genuine ambiguity on that score.
But your position, it's a tax.
We are willing to have it treated as a tax. We just don't think it matters for constitutional purposes because the non-delegation framework doesn't distinguish on this basis. And this is also a Commerce Clause power.
Should it matter in how we think about this that the delegation is to an independent agency rather than to the president or to an executive agency? Does that heighten the concern about unaccountable power to, in some of Justice Gorsuch's questions, unaccountable power to raise money to determine the rate, to determine the amount, that it's not someone accountable to the president?
I don't think so for two reasons. One is that the FCC does not have statutory for cause removal protections. It is something that's been read into the statutes. And
so you do. Okay, your answer is the FCC is not an independent agency.
Not in the sense of having for cause removal protection. It's something, it depends on what you mean. Is it one that's sort of...
That's usually what I mean about independence.
So that is what I would mean. There's no statutory for cause removal protections for the FCC. So in that sense, that's less of a concern. But even if you wanted to say, is there some sort of additional heightened concern with respect to accountability to the president, that's an Article 2 problem that's sort of separate from the broader non-delegation issues. And even if you wanted to sort of say it is when executive power is being delegated to an agency that's not controlled by the president, that's the bigger problem, not is there then a body that is not performing things that are executive power that is then doing something. It's sort of like if you have the FTC or other bodies accepting recommendations from someone, that's not a problem, but the problem may well be, is the FTC accountable to the president?
If the other side were correct that it's a tax and you acknowledge that it could be considered a tax, and it was held that a tax has to have a tax that's delegated to an agency has to have a cap or a rate, what other programs would be at risk?
A cap or a rate? I mean, I think
so it's a tax, has to have a cap or a rate. Are there other programs that you think, and this picks up on Justice Kagan's questions, but I'm not sure those are taxes. That's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I think you have a heck of a lot of litigation over whether they are taxes, and we think they would probably qualify based on the nature of, just depending on how you define a tax, how they would work. So yes, I think you would have a panoply of issues of various other measures that don't have a cap. And on top of that, you would sort of incentivize a system where Congress would think it could do its work just by saying $1 trillion is a good cap and no other constraints are necessary. So again, a very perverse separation of power scheme that would fuel, I think also require you to overturn a couple of cases, Skinner and J.W. Hampton to start.
And then on Justice Gorsuch's hypothetical about the IRS, I just want to make sure I have this nailed down exactly what your answer is for why that's different.
Why it's different?
Yeah, the delegation of the IRS to set tax rates.
Yep, one is the breadth of the delegation. So I took the hypothetical to be, it's sort of a tax rate for the entire country. It is for the general, it's supposed to be quote unquote equitable, but a different meaning from obviously 254, which is a constraint on what you actually have to be imposing. And that it's to accomplish 1% of reducing the national debt. And so it gives the IRS plenary discretion to figure out exactly how else to operate the tax in ways that would be pretty, that I take it not to be drawing upon the ways in which the IRS has historically done so. And so if it's divorced from that context and you can't use the IRS's regulatory history because this is a novel type of tax, that would be a problem. Now, again, I think the outer limit of Justice Gorsuch's hypothetical is going to have to be the 1798 real estate tax. And that is because that was not too far apart from the idea of giving federal tax assessors the power to reach a cap of $2 million, a ton of money back then, and figure out how to calibrate the assessments in a very discretionary manner.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So, Ms. Harris, let me just narrow the hypothetical then a little bit. What about a law that gave the IRS the authority to impose taxes on the sale of food in interstate commerce to fund programs that would provide food for the needy?
Provide food for the needy. So I think the deal there is you don't have a sufficiency limit. So provide food for the needy. Two issues that would distinguish that potentially. One is, what does provide food for the needy mean? Is it something similar to you need to provide a basic level of, 2 meals a day or something, which is sort of more similar to this system?
Make it 2 meals a day.
Okay, so it's sufficient to provide 2 meals a day, and there is sort of, I think, then you'd be looking at, are there other constraints on the statutory scheme on top?
So do you think if there were no other constraints, it would be too far? If it's just provide 2 meals a day for the needy?
If
So
it's-
impose taxes on the sale sufficient to fund programs that provide 2 meals a day to the needy?
I think the operative question ends up being, is there an ability to figure out as a qualitative matter what that would look like? I think you can get it closer.
That's the question.
I know. I think you can get it closer to being constitutional because of the limit of if it is something that you can measure that is sufficient to give 2 meals a day. I might give on that one, but I think reasonable minds could disagree on exactly what other constraints you would look for, who it's being assessed, who is being assessed for it, and what exactly the mechanism for delivering this sort of food is.
Okay, let me zoom out for a minute. In Mistretta, Justice Scalia said that once you agree that you can confer discretion, then we're just talking about matters of degree. And ever since the beginning, founding era debates or Wayman versus Southern, Chief Justice Marshall says this is a delicate and difficult line drawing task. And so it's obviously been a long time since we've held that something was unconstitutional under the non-delegation doctrine. I think this is an area in which they're just not judicially manageable standards.
No, there are judicially manageable standards, and the two paths we've identified are both versions of that. One is your manageable standard is like a common law system where you look to previous delegations and see how they stack up. And two is the standards that we are offering that are drawn from the court's cases where obviously there is a judgment line on how much discretion is too much. But at a minimum, Congress is obviously having to provide parameters that you can tell, yes or no, did the agency transgress the boundaries? And this scheme is full of them.
So this doesn't have a cap, as many people have pointed out to you. And so you agree that there's a broad range. I mean, what is it, about $9 billion right now?
It's $9 billion, but it's dedicated to very specific programs. So it is a qualitative cap in our view.
But it could be $3 billion.
It could be $3 billion if that were sufficient to support the way the programs operate.
Could be $30 billion.
Again, tied to the nature of the scheme. And that's no different from other delegations that are tied to some sort of qualitative number. The court could have fees at all sorts of rates. The OCC could have fees at all sorts of rates, depending on what kind of functions it's performing and exacting them. And that has not been seen as something that is a problem because there are qualitative limits built into the scheme that constrain sort of that, again, we think it is what's necessary to support the defined programs that Congress has provided.
Let me ask you about universal service. So Justice Gorsuch asked you about Starlink, but I'm going to ask you just about cell phone plans. Could universal service include having the FCC provide every American with a cell phone and a cell phone plan?
So the cell phone and cell phone plan, the question will be, does that fit within the concept of the H2 support for advanced services and the parameters of the specific programs that are supposed to be tethered to providing advanced services?
So it could or couldn't?
I think it could, but there would be questions with respect to whether that's within bounds. And again, whether that would have collateral consequences for the other parameters in the scheme of, would it be something that then imposed so many costs that there would no longer be universal services provided at affordable charges, for instance, because of like the pass on by the telecom carriers. Again, I think this is a scheme. It is hard to see how this scheme would be the thing that crosses the line for non-delegation purposes, and yet much broader delegations are okay.
Last question. Can you think of any other statutory scheme that gives the agency the authority to identify the additional principles that constrain its power?
Yes, the Securities and Exchange Act gives the SEC, I think there are a bunch of them that give agencies the power to say, are there other consistent principles to consider in a multi-factor test? And even in Tubi, where this court said it was a perfectly fine delegation for the AG to decide what is a controlled substance, there's often a balancing of factors that are kind of open-ended within the scheme. So that one is sort of the nature and pattern of the abuse, of the controlled substance abuse, how prevalent it is, how much of a danger to public safety, sort of factors that each one of them might not be particularly strong, but the AG could decide would be enough just in their judgment. So I don't think that's anything novel. And if you had a problem with B7, there is a severability provision in the statute under 608. And so again, you could sever that. It would be sort of pointless because the only thing the FCC has ever done with this is hark to other principles in the statute.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm struggling with trying to understand what difference it makes that we do the hard work of trying to characterize this as a tax or a fee. My understanding was that the non-delegation doctrine, as you said a few times this morning, is that Congress is not allowed to give away or delegate legislative powers. And I don't hear any serious argument that Congress doesn't have both the power to tax and to levy fees. So it seems to me that any restriction on Congress's ability to do this would run to both. Is that right?
Yes, that's not only right, but also perverse, because the other issue here is even if you go through the tax fee analysis, you have a separate inquiry. When Congress is doing overlapping powers, as it is here, using the commerce power and the tax power, you have to figure out which one are you picking. There's no sort of like pick the more restrictive power and impose a special test rule. That's the exact opposite of what the court has done in all sorts of cases that implicated both the tax power and the commerce power, or the tax power and the war powers. And so you're exactly right that the tax fee inquiry doesn't have any constitutional rooting for which non-delegation test you pick. And it above and beyond that, there's another layer of complexity that I don't think respondents have dealt with on that.
And you've said many times that there is a cap. I mean, there's sort of characterizations being made that there's no cap in the statute, and you say there's a qualitative cap. Can you just say more about how you see this as actually imposing a limit on the amount that can be collected through this program?
Yes. So in 3 different places of the statute, in 254D and 254E, and also in 254B5, it is a sufficient, it has to be a sufficient mechanism to achieve the objectives of the programs that Congress has set out. The Fifth Circuit and Elenco interpreted that, as we agree with, to mean you can't charge excessive things for the program. It can't be more than the programs need to accomplish the specified objectives that Congress has set out.
So this is not an opportunity to just raise money for the FCC to use for whatever reason, or et cetera.
Exactly. It can't be used for whatever reason. There's also constraints on once you have raised this, once you essentially have the telecommunication carriers' contributions, how they're supposed to be allocated, and how the carriers that participate in these specified programs are supposed to then not themselves be able to get too much money from the program. They only are able to get what they're spending to support universal service.
And so the call for a particular number, it's sort of hard to even figure out how Congress would do that in this situation, right?
That's exactly right, and why qualitative why sort of these qualitative judgments are common. Again, think of the tariff system where there were sort of judgments with respect to changing circumstances. There are programs where you can have qualitative limits that are trying to accomplish defined objectives that might change over time, and Congress can give that flexibility to an agency without violating the non-delegation.
And you say in your page 8 here that there are a number of different agencies that have similar kinds of revenue generating. I know some people call them fees and not taxes. I've already established that in my view that doesn't make a difference. A number of agencies that have these kinds of general statements about raising revenue that they determine is necessary or appropriate to carry out responsibilities. So let me just say that if we find that this one is unconstitutional, are all of these programs in jeopardy in your view?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Mr. Clement?
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court, there is no delegation problem here. Congress did not decide out of the blue in 1996 that it wanted to impose a tax on certain telecommunication carriers to subsidize other carriers. Instead, what Congress did in 1996 was to make explicit the universal service subsidies that had long been implicit in monopoly rate regulation. Now, that rate regulation was classic Commerce Clause legislation that did no more to guide the agency than tell them to regulate in the public interest. So when Congress in 1996 decides not only to deregulate, but to expressly embrace these subsidies and then specify who should pay what, that is a victory both for competition and for non-delegation principles. The resulting statute is fully consistent with all of this court's precedents, none of which my friends on the other side asked this court to overrule, nor do they confront the massive reliance interests on this program or many of the other programs that might be taken out by overruling this court's cases. This is simply not the right vehicle for this court to revamp its non-delegation doctrine. I welcome the court's questions.
Do you agree with the government's argument as to the constraints on the revenue raising?
I do. We also think that sufficiency can be construed to be both the ceiling and a floor. But I guess the only thing I would add to the government's answer is I think where the real constraints come from are in the parameters of the Universal Service Program itself. It is not a charge to the agency to just do anything at once. With respect to rural customers, for example, what it's supposed to guarantee them is reasonably comparable services at reasonably comparable rates. So if the agency wants to say, you know, actually rural rates, it's hard to be on a farm, the rural rate should be lower, that would violate the statute. It would also, in the process, make the program more expensive. And so one way to think about where the real caps are coming from is the fact that in the four major programs, rural, low income, rural health, and the schools, none of those are things where the agency isn't constrained and can't just add sort of things willy-nilly to the program. And that's why if you look at the graph on page 3 of the SHLB reply brief, where it shows you the total revenues of the fund over time, it has been remarkably flat. And I think that's a reflection of the basic parameters of universal service in the four major buckets that the agency has adopted have all been relatively stable over time. And that's why, though you might see that rate going up because the contribution base is shrinking, the total revenues raised are actually lower inflation-adjusted terms over the last decade.
Now, to take the flip side of this, what would a program of this sort look like, and in order to violate the non-delegation clause?
So I think a program like this, I mean, you know, I think the first thing you would do is you would say, all right, if you gave some agency that hadn't had previously had rate regulation authority, doesn't have jurisdiction over a industry where there's network effects and a reason to have some degree of regulation even after you get rid of the monopolies. If in that kind of industry, you just basically said, you know, have at it, do fair competition or do some kind of fund, I think that would be problematic. And, you know, I mean, I'd start with this court's cases. Obviously, there haven't been a lot of cases striking things down on delegation doctrine, but you do look to Schechter Poultry that says if you try to do something that's economy-wide and you use a term that because it's economy-wide doesn't have any particular specialized meaning, like fair competition, okay, that's out of bounds. If Panama Refining, you try to basically tell the executive branch, go deal with hot oil, that's a problem. But you don't give them any direction.
So I'm sorry to interrupt there, but I think that's a really interesting and good point. So, for example, when you say just and reasonable rates in a regulated monopoly, that's historically been understood to mean cost plus some reasonable profit approximating what would happen in a competitive environment. That's something. But if you were to say go forth and create a just and reasonable tax system, that would be different. Even though you're applying the same principle of intelligible principles across the board, because one has historical content, the other doesn't. Is that the gist of it?
That's the gist of it. And I also would think just to take, you know, because this is, I think, all consistent.
So if that's true, I'm sorry to interrupt, but so that's true. You'd agree that there are some judicially manageable standards that we can apply when it comes to delegations.
Absolutely. And, you know, I mean, I would add to my list, I mean, just two other things. If you interpreted the statute at issue in Gundy the way that the dissenters interpreted the statute there, then that's just Panama Refining too, right? That's just the Attorney General can do whatever he wants with the pre-existing sex offenders. And I think as interpreted, that would plainly be a non-delegation problem. And then the other thing I would, just to complete the cycle of this court's cases, and I know it's not a huge cycle, but Carter Cole is also a situation where Congress itself tried to delegate in part to private entities. And that may be a distinct problem, but that's not what happened here.
No, I understand. And with respect to like fees, again, we have a classic understanding. We said it in national cable, and you know the GAO has repeatedly said it. Those are designed to cover the costs or the expenses, right? Generally.
That's right. And I would part company with the government on their answer that you should conceive of this as a tax. I would agree with them on the frontline answer, which is, I mean, you know, I don't see how Skinner could have been much clearer that you don't have to determine definitively whether it's a tax or a fee. And I would caution that, you know, saying this is a tax could have some implications for the origination clause. I think the test is slightly different, but I think there's a lot to be said for not calling this either a tax or a fee. But what I would say is in the universe of things that can be understood like a fee like this, which I think it can, because part of the reason that Congress specified in 254D that it's the telecommunication carriers are the ones that are going to make contributions to this, is they had both historically and going forward been ones that benefited quite considerably from the idea that there would be universal service and a network that overcame network.
That's a little hard to understand though, because we all benefit from tax collection too, right? I mean, that's kind of circular. I'm not sure that really helps very much.
So I actually think it does in the following sense, which is, I think.
And let me throw one more thing in before I forget it.
Yeah.
And that is, of course, the 96 Act was new and rejected the whole monopoly rate making regime and ignited competition and made these subsidies no longer part of the rate making process, but very explicit.
I mean, I agree, but I think that's a feature, not a bug of my position, because it would have been easy for Congress to say, all right, well, we're introducing competition. Universal service doesn't really work with competition. And Congress here made the critical policy judgment itself. And I don't think it's at all ambiguous that we are going to continue to have universal service and universal service fees, even once we go into a more deregulated environment. But
if we reject your view that they're fees and accept the government's willingness to characterize it as a tax, what difference does that make in your mind?
Well, under this
you're fighting it so hard, there must make a big difference to you.
Well, two reasons. One is under this court's precedents, which haven't been asked to be overruled, like it doesn't make any difference at all. So that would be my sort of frontline answer. But to give you my other answer, which is, look, I have the same instinct that I think underlies many of your questions, that if you just tried to delegate the tax power to the Internal Revenue Service, that there's something problematic about that. Now, I think that's in part because those are statutes where raising revenue is the end in itself, Whereas I think with fees, and whether you call this a fee or a
Really?
tax.
Raising revenue is an end in and of itself? I thought it was to provide for the common good and protection of this country and all
Yeah, but
those-
all that other stuff is taken care of by other agencies. When you're talking about the IRS, no,
So it
seriously.
depends on which agency it is?
Well, if you're delegating if you're delegating something to the IRS,
That's what it all
you
boils
must
down
be
to.
delegating to them revenue rates.
So if the IRS is spending the money, then it would be okay. So if the if we
No,
put
no,
the
but-
Department of Defense reported to the Commissioner of IRS, it'd all be good?
No, I think there is a material difference between a statute that says IRS is to all the citizenry, raise some revenue, as opposed to a statute that says, look, we've been doing universal service for 50 years. We want to continue to do it. It's always been implicitly the telecom carriers that are paying for that, and we want to continue to do that. And we're going to put a fee, I'd call it a fee, on those carriers for that purpose. And I think it's also consistent with the idea that I assume most of these hypotheticals where it's the IRS that's getting the delegation, Congress would be explicit. This is our taxing power. We're using Article 1, Section 8, Clause 1. I don't think the 96 Act at all conceptualized that what it was doing was using the taxing power. Just like the 34 Act was a classic regulation of an instrumentality of commerce. When Congress was trying to deregulate that in 1996.
What do you think the role of novelty is in assessing the constitutional issue here? In other words, we've said in other contexts that when Congress does something that it's never done before, that can be an indication of a problem. And that's where the tax fee issue comes into play, as I see it, potentially, which is, yeah, there have been lots of fees, but this seems somewhat different from what has been done before in terms of the nature of it and how it works and operates. It falls, as the government says, on the tax side of the line. That seems different, novel, and raises the IRS hypothetical if we go down this road. So how should we think about that?
Well, I mean, that is part of the reason I take part company with the government, because I mean, I do take it, you know, we've been at this Republic thing for quite a while. And when something hasn't been done before, you might think, well, that's at least something we have to look at more carefully. I don't really think this is something that hasn't been done before. In fact.
And what do you think are the best precedents in terms of what Congress has done for this?
Well, I think all of the stuff in Section 8 and Section 9 are precedents for the idea that when you have something that's not a pure revenue raising scheme, not a delegation of the IRS, but you give some other agency some kind of revenue raising authority with respect to covering their services or what the programs they provide, this fits comfortably within that pretty long tradition that includes delegations to this court to have fees to cover the cost of certain services. And those, you know, it was like this court in Whitman, just to take a precedent that nobody's asking to be overruled, it looked at the statute there, and one of the arguments was that the lower court has accepted is, this isn't good enough. There has to be, the words that they used was a determinative criterion. And I think, at least in a statute like this, where it's not pure revenue raising, I don't think asking for a determinate cap makes any more sense here than asking for a determinative criterion made in Whitman. And the reason is, it's not that this is standardless. It's just that the criterion, rather than being a determinative cap, is all the different restrictions on this universal service fund. And there's so many ways, and I think this was the government's point as well, there's so many ways that by changing a rule here, I mean, if the agency tomorrow change the eligibility requirements for the Lifeline program and substantially loosen those eligibility requirements, that would increase the burdens on the Universal Service Fund and would increase the rate, it would increase the base. But if they did that, that is an agency action that could be challenged under the APA. If they tried to loosen the eligibility so that everybody who's making, you know, 7 figures, 6 figures, whatever it is, can get the Lifeline program, that would be invalidated in the courts. And so the restraints on this are not a definitive cap, but they are from the substantive limits of the scope of the program.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
Well, just out of curiosity, the court has said, as the appellees noted at the very beginning of their brief, and indefinite power to tax is a power to destroy. Do you think that can be said about every power that is conferred on Congress in Article 1? The power to establish post offices and post roads is the power to destroy. The power to establish uniform laws on the subject of bankruptcies is the power to destroy.
I'll give you a coin money too.
Right,
So I don't think death by coining money is a possibility or destruction by coining money. But what I will say is there may be other ways in which you think of the tax power as being slightly different or slightly more dangerous. But I don't think non-delegation is. And this court unanimously rejected that twice. But what I would say is there's a way to apply your existing jurisprudence. This is what I was trying to get at with my colloquy with Justice Gorsuch, maybe not successfully, is if you apply your basic approach to these issues, which does ask at some level, has Congress made the basic policy judgment? I think when you're talking about a pure revenue raising statute, I would say if Congress hasn't given you a cap or a rate, maybe Congress hasn't made the basic policy judgment. But when you're talking about something, whether you call it a fee or a tax, that's directed at a particular industry and is a judgment by Congress that we are going to continue to have universal service even in a deregulated environment, Congress has made the important policy judgment there.
Justice Sotomayor? You started at the beginning by talking about what invalidating Section 254 would have disastrous effect for your clients. In which ways? And can you summarize why all of the ideas that have been floated as to how to say this is a tax that and that as such it needs some cap or something else? What effects would that have on our precedents?
So let me take them both in turn. I mean, the disastrous effects are not just for my clients, they're for all the various beneficiaries of this program. And so like start in rural Alaska, which is very dependent on this program. Talk about Native American reservations where people are dependent on this program both because they're rural and because they're low income. Talk about all the schools and libraries that benefit from this program. Talk about all the rural health providers, and that's an area of the statute where Congress has been very specific. The rural health care providers get the same rates or reasonably comparable rates to the urban health providers in the same state. So you have very definitive guardrails on the system and huge beneficiaries. And of course, we all benefit from having a communication system that is truly universal. I mean, I might not live in rural, like rural Alaska, but it's nice to be able to place a call there. And even beyond that, we all benefit from the fact that we have a service network that everybody can use. And that includes, as broadband gets expanded, the fact that people all over the country can access these services. But I promise to get to the second part of this, which is this court's jurisprudence. And I mean, I'll tell you, I think all of those statutes at pages 8 and 9 of the government's reply brief are vulnerable. But I go further and say, I don't know what else is at issue here, because as you pointed out, that's just not the way this case has been briefed. And typically in a universe where, there's two unanimous Supreme Court cases that say we don't treat taxes different from other legislation for non-delegation purposes. Typically, if you're going to go into the wall of that, bravely go forth, but say why the stare decisis factors are satisfied in this particular context. And then we can have briefing that really gets to the idea, all right, they have a theory that half those statutes on page 8 are still going to be okay, but we have a theory that other things are going to go. I'll just tack one on that's not on 8 and 9, but I took a look at the way the National Park Service funds itself. It's actually very similar to the way this works. The fees are supposed to cover the services that are provided. If you cut down on the number of national parks, the fees are going to go down. If you add a couple national parks, the fees might go up because you have more to cover. And there's 6 factors, it turns out, that guide the Park Service on that. And the 6th one is something of a catch-all, a lot like B7. So, but again, we just haven't had the briefing that would allow me to definitively tell you I know exactly what the damage and the consequences are of overturning your precedents in this case.
On the first part of the answer, respondents said at the end, recognizing the rather dramatic effects of invalidating this law would have on communications, that we had 2 alternatives. One, as we did in the bankruptcy context, tell Congress figure it out in 6 months before we made our judgment effective. I'm covering all options in my questions. I hope it's not a hypothetical that's necessary, but I'm covering options. Or I don't know what the second, but do you have a preferred manner to do this, to minimize the disruption? Long term, you can't because we're overruling precedent and putting a lot of programs at risk. But
yeah, if the question is, do we have a preferred way to lose? It's not, it was not, high on my wish list, but, I mean, look, I don't think the Northern Pipeline sort of six-month interregnum was necessarily the height of this court's remedial jurisprudence. So I am somewhat reluctant to recommend that to you as an option. I actually kind of think it works the other way, which is if you really think you need to do Northern Pipeline, then maybe you shouldn't do what you were doing in the merits part of your opinion.
there's a whole lot of people in that area of law who agree with you.
Yeah.
We shouldn't have done it, but.
Yeah, no, and so since I think that's doctrinally, I think the second thing they suggested is you could make this relief only run to the particular parties here at issue. And since it's capable of repetition yet evading review, I'm not even sure what that means. And then you could try to fix it. The other thing they suggest, of course, is you could fix this whole thing with half a sentence. Well, gee whiz. I mean, I don't really think that sort of is right. And I think, what would the sentence say? Would the sentence say no more than $10 billion? Well, if you look at the way the program is operated, that's essentially how it's operated. And if this were delegation run riot, I just don't think you'd see that flat line in terms of the size of the fund.
Justice Kagan? Just on these 8 to 9 programs, again, I mean, I take it that maybe one argument is that, well, these are fee-for-service programs. And this is not a fee-for-service program. It's a revenue raiser. You want to call it a fee, you want to call it a tax, not sure, but it's a revenue raiser for a program, not for a service. Is that a distinction that's worth making?
So I don't know that that maps up to all of the different things on pages 8 or 9. But what I guess I would say is what I think distinguishes this from almost everything else in a good way is that here you are continuing a tradition that predated the statute. In the way the statute worked before, I mean, the way things worked before 1996, it was the same basic, carriers that are covered by 254D, roughly speaking, that were implicitly subsidizing, or their customers were implicitly subsidizing some rural service and some low-income service. And it's not, and just this is a historical point that I think is actually relevant because there was about a 10-year gap between when Ma Bell was broken up and the 96 Act. And during those 12 years or whatever it was, there was something like a universal service fund already being developed through interchange fees and things like that. And Congress was clearly trying to preserve that. One place it's most clear is 254J, little provision nobody looks at. But that says that Congress specifically looked at the Lifeline program the agency was operating before 1996 and wanted to preserve it. And so this is a situation where there is a program that has always been understood to benefit particular classes because of the most obvious beneficiaries of having a truly universal network. And we're going to put a fee on those people. And then when you move from deregulation to the new system, you impose what I think is a fee, call it whatever you want, on those people for a very specific purpose, subject to very specific constraints. I think that probably does look like some of the things on pages 8 and 9, but in some ways it looks better because of all that prehistory that you can borrow.
And Mr. Clement, you were asked to name some of what you thought were the manageable standards in this area. And you came up with a few and you said, well, it hasn't often been done, but it's totally possible. And I just wanted to give you the opportunities to sort of do the flip half of that. I mean, you obviously don't think that in terms of the manageable standards that you yourself laid out, that this falls on the inappropriate side of the line. So why not?
So I think that if you—
As to each of those things that you said, I just wanted to peg it to your own sense of what the standards are here.
Yeah, so one of the things I said was if it's economy-wide and it's a made-up new term, that's probably a problem. Well, this isn't economy-wide and it's an old soil term, so we do really well on that. And then the second thing is Panama refining. Go solve a problem for me. Hot oil, whatever that is. That's a problem. You go solve it. I'm not going to give you any standards. Or if you accepted the dissenters' view of the statute in Gundy, and I know you don't, but if you accepted their view where it's just
totally,
past offenders are a problem, go solve it. like, that's a problem. But of course, this is the opposite of that, because there are all these different constraints: reasonably comparable rates and services for rural customers and urban customers, affordable for schools. It's got to be cheaper than other rates, and the discount has to be enough to make people take advantage of the program. For rural healthcare providers, it has to be the same rates as the urban healthcare providers in the same state. Like, that is so much better than so many of the statutes that this court has overruled. But lest you think, to paraphrase Judge Newsom in the 11th Circuit, that all of the current jurisprudence is a punchline. Like, where this court has approved the broadest language is typically in regulated industries or regulated circumstances. I suppose Yakis is an exception. That's wartime. You can do with that what you will. But for the most part, when Congress has used broad language and this court has approved it, it has been in the context of regulated industries where there actually are a lot of principles to draw from.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Page 8 and 9. It does seem to me that they're all pretty easily distinguishable on the basis that it's an agency collecting fees from a regulated party in order to offset its own operating expenses or providing a service to offset the expenses of the service. Thoughts?
So, I mean, if that had to be the paradigm, I could put this in that paradigm.
Fair enough. But if that's a paradigm and this doesn't fit, then what?
It's still okay.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's still okay, I think, in part because, like, even if you think this is sui generis, and this gets back to the colloquy I was having with Justice Kavanaugh, I mean, the fact that something's unprecedented is like a yellow flag, but it's not a red flag. There's no unprecedented clause in the Constitution.
And this is something Congress, you think, could easily fix. Now, you think that's an argument in your favor, but they could easily put in a cap or a rate or something tomorrow.
Sure, but why make them? I mean, is my point, especially when they have put what I would say are the equivalent, just to put it in Whitman terms.
Well, maybe because otherwise it's regulated parties who are self-interested in the program making the decisions for themselves.
But they're not.
Sort of like Schechter Poultry, right? I mean, it's the same. It was a regulated industry there that was making those decisions for its own benefit. And one can dispute that characterization, but maybe, huh?
No, give me half a chance to dispute that characterization.
By all means.
Because this is miles away, and this really gets to the sort of private delegation piece of this. That argument, which hasn't gotten a lot of play, I mean, let me first say, I think
I'm not talking about private delegation. I'm just saying maybe this is an area that Congress might speak. How about that? Congress could decide.
Congress can always do more. I mean, that's got to be the rule in every delegation issue. Congress could always do more. And as an aspirational normative matter, wouldn't it be great?
In an unprecedented area where there's a yellow flag on the field, how about that?
How about an unprecedented area that's not that unprecedented, because universal service has been going on pursuant to congressional sanction under the 1934 Act for 50, 60 years.
Through rate making in a regulated monopoly that it preceded the 96 Act to disavow and blow up.
With all due respect, this is where the 12-year interregnum is actually quite important, because Ma Bell gets blown up by the courts in 1984.
Sort of.
So sort of. I know you know this. I mean, but sort of. And as soon as it's blown
Created
up,
new monopolies in the process, but that's a whole other story.
But when they do it, they don't say, the agency still operating under 151, the 34 Act, they don't say, all right, well, we can no longer do any universal service subsidies through long distance rates. Instead, they say, boy, this is really important as a regulatory matter. We've been doing it this way for, at that point, 50 years. So let's use the exchange fees and let's create a universal service fund. Now, they did all that out of in the public interest. So if you're talking about what's good for delegation principles, boy, is it good that in 1996, Congress comes in and says, we expressly bless that. 254J, we expressly bless the exact program you're doing for Lifeline. And now we're going to put some guardrails on it that address this kind of unique phenomenon. I don't know, totally unique, but.
Thank you.
Ms. Kavanaugh?
So, Mr. Clement, one of the questions that we ask in the non-delegation context is whether the public or the courts could judge whether a particular policy adopted by the agency is unlawful. So there's no objective limit on the contribution right, which is kind of what we've been going round and round about. How, if you had a client who wanted to challenge the contribution rate, would you argue that it exceeded the statutory authority?
So I think the contribution rate is just a byproduct of other things in the statute that I would tell my client to challenge. So, look, one of the things that is really driving the contribution rate is that the contribution base has shrunk. So one of the things I might well tell my client to do is to go to the agency and try to get the agency to expand the contribution base. And they might have the authority to do that. If they did it, it would probably be challenged by somebody under the arbitrary and capricious or consistent with the statute. And we could sort that out. Or maybe the agency would tell me, no, we can't do that. We don't have enough statutory authority. There's a recognizable limit. So go to Congress. So if I really was concerned about the rate, qua rate, then I would probably have to go at it that way. But I think most rational people aren't concerned with the rate qua rate. They're really concerned with that bottom line number where you see a flat line and you don't see much of a problem. But if I thought that there was something—
thought like 35% was too high or something like that.
Yeah, but 35% of what? That's it's that bottom line number is the money that's actually being funded by universal service. And that's been a flat line. But if I wanted to try to get at that, I would tell my clients, all right, let's look at this. Over half of this is the rural carriers program. So is there something the agency did in implementing the rural carrier program that created a lot of costs? And maybe I can identify something where they just funded a big project out in Montana somewhere, and it's adding a lot of cost, and it's not actually doing anything to lower rural rates or improve rural services. Well, then that gives me a statutorily enforceable standard, and I go in and I make an arbitrary and capricious standard, but I also make in excess of statutory authority question. Or if the reason I perceive that the fund had become too big is that they monkeyed with the eligibility requirements for the Lifeline program, so now virtually everybody gets $9 off in this fee. Well, I could say that's arbitrary and capricious. That's in excess of the statutory authority. Statutory authority is to make it affordable. I can read from the context of the statute that that's supposed to be for low-income people. That's consistent with everything else in the statute. That's ultra-virus. And it's the way you limit the size of this fund is to bring challenges to the FCC action, and they're all FCC action. None of it's USAC. It's FCC actions that affect the scope and size of the program.
Okay, one last question. Now, this is a little bit of an unfair question, but you're pretty good, so we'll see. Justice Kagan, and your colloquy with Justice Kagan, you were identifying some of the judicially manageable standards. And, obviously your position is that applied here, the program passes. Do you think there are any programs, any delegations of discretion in the U.S. Code that would fail it?
I think there probably are, and I might, if I get the right client, spend some time looking for it. I'm not here to tell you that there should be no non-delegation test. I am here to concede, as Justice Scalia, who didn't like flabby statutes, but he still said, this is tough. Chief Justice Marshall was pretty smart, and he said this was delicate. Chief Justice Taft and J.W. Hampton, pretty good judge for separation of powers, decided Myers like 2 years before. He says, boy, this is common sense. And, when judges try to just apply their common sense, that's its own separation of powers problem. So I'm not here to tell you it's easy, but I'm not here to tell you it's impossible. And I do think the court's precedents provide a good guide. I will say that I think there's a lot in the Gundy dissent that could say that certain things are out of bounds. It's just not this one.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm questioning your response to Justice Gorsuch in the colloquy about whether or not Congress could easily put a cap on this. I take your point that Congress can always do more, but if Congress actually wanted a rational cap, if they wanted one that reflected the amount of money that would be sufficient to run this program, I would think they would need to have a lot more than just picking a number out of the air. And that's really what the function of giving it to an expert agency who's sort of focused on this issue. That's what is happening in the delegation. Am I wrong about that?
I don't think you're wrong about that at all. Now, one way you could fix it in a trivial way that would really sort of elide your question, I suppose, is what I think the Solicitor General was getting at, which is this idea that you just make the cap $1 trillion. And then there's your definitive cap, and now we're done.
And I guess we're done with delegation. But again, the whole point is that we're in a policy system where Congress is trying to do something. in this statute. And it would seem to me kind of at least weird to say Congress solves this constitutional problem by picking a number out of the air.
I mean, I agree with that. And I think in a sense that does distinguish this again from some of the tax hypos, because when you're talking principally about raising revenue, you're really focused on the number, how much we're going to raise. Like we have a deficit and we're going to cover some of it and we're going to some of it with borrowing. And like all we really care about is how much we're going to raise. So for a statute where that's all you care about, to not address that in Congress does seem like a problem. But on the other hand, with this program, they clearly weren't that focused on, is this going to be a $10 billion program or an $11 billion program? What they wanted to do is provide reasonably comparable rates and services for rural customers versus urban customers. They had a rough sense of what that was going to cost. But if it cost like, $100 million more to actually get universal service that worked for everybody in the country, I think Congress would have been fine with that, because their principal judgment here was not a how much money judgment, but a how much universal service is going to survive in a competitive environment.
And am I right that that judgment and the program that was generated was enacted on a bipartisan basis? It's been wildly successful in terms of actually providing the services that Congress wanted. Am I right about that?
Yes, and I'm not 100% sure, but my recollection is it started in the Senate too, which is why I really think saying it's a tax is a mistake, because it's not a tax, it's Commerce Clause legislation, and it's a program that was overwhelmingly popular. And you see a congressional amicus brief that, I have to say in this era is refreshingly bipartisan.
And I guess I think that that's kind of important, because there is an argument that some of the amici have raised that the reason why we need to get into this as a court and have a more robust non-delegation doctrine is to promote democratic accountability. And I guess I'm just wondering whether it is really democracy enhancing to create a doctrine that, at least in this case, would allow judges to strike down this very popularly enacted law.
Well, and two observations on that. One, there's a certain perversity that the other side is like so confident that if you just said there needs to be a cap, Congress would snap to it and put in a cap. And the only reason they can be confident is that this is a really popular law. And so, of course, Congress would do it because they don't want the sky to fall. So that's weird enough as it is. And then the second thing I would say is, like, on the one hand, I don't think that you can have a jurisprudence that says, well, this law passed unanimously and this one was on a party line vote, so we're going to apply a different test. But I do think and this is the point I was trying to make with Justice Barrett, there is a problem that if you sort of come up with a test that's kind of like, I know it when I see it, that is incredibly judicially empowering to the expense of the political branches. And I think that's why somebody like Justice Scalia, who was, distressed at some of what he saw, but nonetheless said, sort of too big, too much. That's just not the right test. You need to come at it from a different angle.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. McCotter.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. At its heart, this case is about taxation without representation. Every year, Americans pay billions for the Universal Service Fund. The rate has increased tenfold. The amount collected is now 20 times the size of the FCC's entire annual budget. The government and the FCC now agree, or at least do not dispute, that USF charges are indeed taxes, that the non-delegation inquiry is stricter in this domestic context, that the nature of the power is at least relevant, that the USF statute sets no objective rule to limit the amount raised, and that Congress has set such rules for every other domestic tax in American history. Those concessions doom their case. The amount of public revenue to raise is a quintessential legislative determination, not some minor detail to be filled in later. But in deciding how much to raise, the FCC is guided by aspirational only principles in 254B, and even gets to redefine universal service itself in 254C based on an evolving standard, the exact opposite of incorporating some pre-existing framework. This broad delegation to the FCC was entirely by design. And this is before we get to USAC. Even now, the recent memorandum of understanding between the FCC and USAC says that it is USAC's projections, not the FCC's, that will be deemed approved. But passive acquiescence does not comply with this court's non-delegation case law. To be clear, the court can affirm without overturning any prior decision because this is the easy case. Neither the executive nor private parties gets to set tax rates. But if petitioners are right, then Congress could use similarly vague language to let the executive decide any domestic legislative issue, even, for example, setting the size of lower federal courts. The Constitution prohibits that transfer of power. The en banc ruling below should be affirmed, and I welcome the court's questions.
The petitioners make the argument that this isn't a particularly new program. It comes from the old Bell system before we had deregulation. The other thing that they argue is that the constraints that are on the service delivery side are indirectly or at least sufficient. They are sufficient to regulate or to supply constraints on the revenue raising side. I think that puts some degree of specificity on the argument, and I'd like to see you address those.
Yes, Your Honor. So on the pre-1996 regime, this argument wasn't really developed below by the petitioners, but remember 254C says the FCC gets to decide what universal service is based on an evolving standard. The petitioners themselves said in 1996 that there was a fundamental overhaul. That's their opening brief, fundamental overhaul of the regime. And that's because they are ditching whatever the prior understanding was, even assuming there was one, and we dispute that. But even if there were, in 96, Congress said, we're completely changing not just how the system operates, but what it covers. It's dramatically larger. And even if you see our brief at pages 69 to 70, we cite some of the government's own briefs where they say, we have no obligation, the statute imposes no obligation to raise the same amount of money that we did before the 96 regime. So the idea that somehow the old regime is incorporated, I think is directly dispelled by the text of the language, the text of the statute itself. On the second part of your question, Your Honor, if I can make one point that you all remember today, it's that the principles in 254B are ones that the FCC does not have to substantively comply with. This is not some extreme, unusual reading as they try to make it sound. That's been their uniform interpretation for 25 years. They say each one of those, maybe we have to consider them. We can't ignore them altogether.
Well, Mr.
But we
McConnell,
only-
I mean, there are some real standards in this program. So what this program covers is things that a substantial majority of residential customers already have, all right? So it's not like newfangled, go all get ourselves some Starlink accounts. It's substantial majority of residential customers already have that are essential to living in our world, that are essential to education, public health, and public safety. And those things have to be available at affordable rates. So the FCC can't do anything by way of this program that is not basically geared towards getting those who live in very rural areas or who are very low income, to getting those getting those people access to services that all the rest of us have. That's the nature of the program, and that's the limit of the program.
So the substantial majority point, Your Honor, again, that's not listed as something that the FCC has to accomplish. It's listed only as something they must consider the extent to which communications are. So it's not even saying universal service is this level. It's not even
I
saying
think
consider it.
if the FCC walked into this court and said, we can do something that like a tiny minority of residential customers have, I think that they would lose that case. I mean, there are constraints on this agency and on their operation of the program. And if we're going to read the statute, I mean, honestly, I think that that's a not credible reading of this statute. This statute clearly puts constraints on these are the services that all the rest of us take for granted that you can't take for granted in rural North Dakota. And what this program says is that rural North Dakota citizens should also get what all the rest of us have long had. That's the nature of this program. The services that the rest of us have that are essential to life in a modern world, that are essential to education, public health, and public safety, which are providable at affordable rates. So if it really takes a lot of money, even then you can't get the program. you can't get the service.
Well, so I'll address the affordable point again, because that came up a lot in the opening section. Again, affordability under 254B is something the FCC itself has said it does not actually have to comply with. It can pick any 254B principle, including one that it comes up with on its own, and say, that's what we're going for. That's the real limit.
Mr. McCutter, I'm going to tell you again that if the FCC and maybe the Solicitor General can respond to this, but if the FCC came in and said, we don't have to worry about affordable rates, and they can be exorbitant rates, and we're going to still go ahead and fund things from this program, I mean, that's just not a reasonable reading of the statute.
That's been their position for 30 years, Your Honor.
Okay,
and they haven't changed
I'm
it.
inclined to ask the Solicitor General to say whether that is their position.
I understand. And the way to read the statute, as I said, is not some extreme version that we're offering. It's the version that they've proffered for 30 years. They've always
but
said.
you just look at the text. The text, it leaps out at you. Substantial majority of residential customers, essential to education, public health, and public safety, available at reasonable and affordable rates.
Again, those are things the FCC only must consider the extent to which. They don't even have to consider whether those are actually true. They have to say, do we think that this is true? And if so, to what extent? Okay, we've considered it. That's an important factor. It is no substantive.
Why isn't that an arbitrary and capricious challenge, though? I mean, it seems to me that if you are complaining about the FCC and the way in which they have exercised its authority, you should be bringing that kind of case. That's not a non-delegation problem.
I don't think it has to be one or the other, though, Your Honor. I think
Well, there has to be a distinction between the two if you're asking us to strike a statute down on a particular constitutional basis.
But if the agency has such broad scope in the first place.
I mean, don't we have constitutional avoidance as a principle? If we could do it under arbitrary and capricious, shouldn't we be doing that rather than striking the statute down as unconstitutional? Let me ask you another question. I guess I'm confused about what you're asking us to do. Your brief says that the court should, quote, take this opportunity to realign its non-delegation framework with its traditional understanding of the Constitution, end quote. But you also have said both in your brief, I guess, and here, that you're not asking us to overrule any specific precedents, but I would think that a realignment would mean different outcomes from cases that we've decided under the standard that you want us to displace. So, I mean, if the intelligible principle test, in your view, has been yielding proper outcomes for the past century, then why do we need to revisit it?
So we win even under the current framework, and that's why we say that the court need not necessarily overturn.
So why do we
any
need to
precedent.
revisit the framework? If you're right about all the past cases, if we got them right, then what's the need for having a new standard?
So the main reason is that the intelligible principle test, as some judges have interpreted it, now, again, we don't quite agree with this view. In Judge Newsom's words, it's a punchline. It essentially allows transfers altogether of exclusive and strict legislative powers to agencies. And
But
you could
not
say-
apparently in all the cases that you say got it right. So
The solution, oh, keep going.
no, I guess I'm really hyper-focused on the need for us to make any changes in terms of the legal standard that applies here. And the reason is in part because of what the Chief Justice Marshall said. We've quoted it a couple of times. This is delicate and difficult, this inquiry, but he goes on to say it's an inquiry into which a court will not enter unnecessarily, precisely because it's so hard. So I'm really trying to understand the need for us to come up with a different test or try to figure out something else, especially if you appear to concede that the outcomes of all these prior cases are correct.
I think the outcomes of the cases are arguably correct under the original understanding. But again, part of that could just be coincidence. This court has addressed certain statutes. We think a lot of them are distinguishable in certain ways that make them different from the statute here. Again, I don't think we should be slighted for saying that we win even under the modern test, though, because there is no clear boundary for the FCC's ability to set the amount to be raised. This court has said that since American Power and Light, even under its most watered down modern case law.
Your position would say, I think, that a solution to the problem you identify could be $1 trillion cap or $100 billion cap. And that makes the position seem, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?
And that's exactly what Justice Thomas said in his Whitman concurrence. He says, just because there is an intelligible principle, assuming there is one, and obviously we don't, but even assuming there is one, it doesn't stop Congress from just handing over wholesale its power. Just like Justice Scalia said in his Mistretta dissent.
Maybe that's not, maybe I didn't phrase my question correctly. I think your position is that it needs a cap, correct?
There needs to be some kind of objective limit.
Okay,
Yes.
so cap.
It doesn't have to be a number, just another, if I had to make a second point.
But even
so
if it has to be a number, you're not taking the further position, I don't think, that the number could be a cap. It could be very high. And then the question is, what exactly are we accomplishing?
Well, so if Congress did set $1 trillion cap, obviously it's unlikely, but at least then we would know that Congress itself has made that determination. It says, we think universal service is this important. We want the agency to be able to raise.
How is that then different from saying we're not going to do $1 trillion cap, but we're uncertain about the amount that will cover the costs of the program. And so we're going to use the term sufficient. And so I think you need to zero in on the word sufficient and why that's not enough of a constraint vis-a-vis the $1 trillion. Like we would be saying, I think if we agree with you, sufficient's not good enough, but $1 trillion is. And I think a lot of people would say that doesn't make a lot of sense. So what's the answer to that?
Well, so the answer with the $1 trillion example is then we can say Congress has set the policy. Yes, the test this court had for 150 years. Congress sets the policy. It can't use just vague aspirations, but it sets the policy, leaves only details to be filled in. I think in that case, they've set the policy essentially, right? The policy that matters for this purpose, which is the amount to be raised. But if they just say raise a sufficient amount,
But that's
first
just
of all,
because you say the amount to be, sorry, go ahead.
That seems pretty empty, right? I mean, isn't that Justice Kavanaugh's point that if they say $3 trillion or $5 trillion, it's just kind of throwing a number out there for the sake of throwing a number? Why have they really set the policy in a way that's meaningfully different than they did in this statute?
But I still think if they put a particular objective limit like that, they have set the policy. They've said, this is how important universal service is to us. The agency
You're talking
can
about
raise.
if you're still talking about just if they raise money through the fund this way. You're not talking about them appropriating the money, right? You're just saying
Right, yes.
this is the cap. This seems a little bit hollow, kind of seems like a meaningless exercise.
Well, still, there's accountability. At least then we know. If you think that's too much, you think that
Counsel,
it's
let
too
me
little,
just-
you know it's Congress.
Let me switch gears for 1 minute and just ask you to respond to the page 8 and 9 reply brief statutes. You know, both Ms. Harris and Mr. Clement have said that your position is going to jeopardize a lot of laws.
So the list of statutes there, they're kind of like the dog that didn't bark. All they have are a few relatively modern provisions, almost all of which are standard fee provisions, like how much do you pay for a postal stamp, that sort of thing, which this court addressed in National Cable, the 1974 case, and said, maybe that has its own built-in limiting principle because you're limited to the value to the recipient.
Okay, so you're
However-
saying that page 8 and 9, they're all distinguishable.
Correct.
Okay, so do you think that our deciding this case in your favor would jeopardize other statutes that maybe aren't on pages 8 and 9, the briefs? I mean, do you think it would be cataclysmic or do you think it would be pretty modest, like this statute only?
So the proof is in the pudding here. The decision below has been binding in the Fifth Circuit for 8 months now. They have repeatedly rejected non-delegation challenges, including to some relatively broad language. We cite these in our brief. The Mayfield case, for example, involved a statute that referred to DOL regulations being detrimental to health, efficiency, general well-being. And the court there unanimously said, no, that gives enough meat on the bones. This is not like what we saw with the Universal Service Fund.
Okay.
The government's never cited another one like this.
All right, then last question. What about the consequences? You know, Mr. Clement said that the consequences of holding this statute unconstitutional would be devastating for universal service. What about that?
Well, just as a disclaimer, it's not relevant to the constitutional question. Of course,
I
but to address it
understand.
anyway.
I understand that, but I think it's a fair question to consider the consequences of your position.
So the more important that my friends on the other side make out this program to be, all it does is make my case stronger that it should have been Congress itself to set meaningful limits in it. In terms of how this would play out, again, we offer options in our brief They've never, my friends on their side don't respond to them. I think maybe they accept them. The court could limit relief to the named respondents. This does challenge just one quarter, remember. I realize there are others in the queue.
Well, on your answer to Justice Barrett on the Fifth Circuit and the proof is in the pudding, I guess I question that because they relied on the combination theory.
True, but
the proof's not in the pudding.
True, but the first part of their opinion goes right up to the line on the statutory delegation.
Well, they rely on the combination theory. You're barely defending that theory, right?
We're not running away from it at all. We think it's correct. We think it flows directly from Free Enterprise Fund. Judge Newsom himself in his concurrence made the same argument, right? That with each delegation, we run into, or we move away from the locus of democratic accountability. And
well,
so
that's a Free Enterprise Fund was quite a different. I mean, they both had two, but I don't think that's where the similarity ends, because it was a question of direct control by the president, and if he can't control both of them, then he's got no control at all. So I think it was quite a different case.
Sure, but even then, the concern, as you said, was the president's control. Here, the concern is democratic accountability. And the private non-delegation and what I'll call the statutory.
Well, but it's a much more, I'll let it go in a second, but it's a much more precise, straight line, direct, as opposed to a broad concept like democratic accountability.
I understand. And if the court doesn't want to go down the route of the combination theory, then I think the petitioners agree that the court could just address QP 1 and 2 and resolve the statutory and private.
On your main position, not the combination theory, does it depend on drawing a distinction between tax and fee? I think it may, particularly when you answer the way you have on the examples on pages 8 and 9. And if so, can you tell us what the definition of tax and fee is? And then the follow-up question will be, the other side, the government says that'll be a complete morass and just basically a jurisprudential disaster to try to figure out the difference between tax and fee. I'm characterizing what they say.
So I'll say this, we're not saying taxing is in a category of 1 for non-delegation purposes. As we said, the test is the same for every strictly and exclusively legislative power. So whether you think it's a tax or a fee doesn't change the initial framework. We're not asking for some one-off special test for taxing. But it's true that applying that test is easier in the context of a tax for 2 reasons. First, we all know that taxing is strictly and exclusively legislative. That's been established for centuries. And second, we know what that required policy is. What is the sine qua non of a tax? Federalist 83 told us it needs to be an amount, and we also have 250 years of tradition following that rule for those who look to kind of post-founding evidence, 250 year unbroken history following that. That's not to say that if the court for some reason thinks that it's not a tax that we must lose. This court said just last year in the CFPB case, raising public money is a legislative task. Professor McConnell's referred to it as raising domestic revenue. These are terms that I think would include fees. And so the reason why I think if you go down that road, we are still different than the statutes that the government cites on pages 8 to 9 of its reply, is that those either on their face or under the limiting construction that this court required in national cable in 1974, those would be construed as fees. They have a limiting principle of you can only charge the value of the benefit to the recipient. And maybe there's one statute like the OCC one that's kind of on the line and that's tough. It's a more modern statute. You know, maybe that one is questionable.
I'm sorry, why isn't sufficiency a limit that is similar?
Well, so sufficient, well, as you said,
Sufficient to run this program?
Sufficiency is not a mandate, first of all. They don't have to actually do that. In 254B, it's listed as a principle they've already said for 30 years. They don't have to follow any particular principle. In 254E, there's also a reference to sufficiency. It says should.
Again, you're saying that we should interpret this statute to say that that word sufficient is not imposing a requirement, meaning sufficient what is required to do these services, but not more than that?
Yes, because that's what the FCC itself has said for 30 years.
Okay, I'll add that to my list of things that I think would be an unreasonable statutory interpretation. Sufficiency means like when I call the pizza operator and say, I want you to send me pizza sufficient for 10 people, and then an 18-wheeler shows up. that is not an accurate understanding of what I asked for.
Well, I think the key distinction there is at least you have an objective limitation on the end, right? Sufficient pizza for 10 people. Okay, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, so I take
Assume
that point. So it is sufficient for what? And then we go back to my earlier things.
So then
it's sufficient to get the people in these rural and low-income people, these populations. It's to get them the services that the rest of us have, that the majority of us have, that are necessary for education, public health, and safety, and that can be accomplished at reasonable and affordable rates. That's the nature. That's the substantive mandate. Sufficient is that's how much you have to raise, is to do that and nothing else.
And again, I return to 254C1 principles are not mandatory, except that the FCC must consider them. And even that, honestly,
I'm
is
sorry.
giving too much.
The war statute says that the FCC uses the word, shall base its policies on the 6 universal service principles. You keep saying that for 30 years, the FCC has said it doesn't. I find 2 cases where briefs were submitted where it said that, but I don't see that anywhere in the SG's brief here. And I certainly don't see it controlling the outcome of at least 2 circuits, the 5th and I think it was the 10th, who invalidated certain regulations, certain things by the FCC because they ignored the principles. So you can't have it both ways.
Well, so on your
so if we say they're just plain wrong, these principles are binding on their decision making, which I don't think they're going to dispute. It may well be that they come in conflict at some point or they're not pertinent to another issue. That always happens. But you're sort of saying the principles set no limits.
Well, so on the first part of your question, Your Honor, they do say in their reply brief, they say, I quoted out of context one of their briefs saying that the 254 principles don't have to be complied with.
Exactly.
And they say, if you read the rest of what we said was in light of other statutory obligations. And so what they're saying, as they've said for 30 years, is at most we can have to consider the 254B principles. At most we have to follow one of them. We can say one is more important than the others. It could be one we came up with, but don't actually have to follow substantively any of them.
And don't
period.
they have to sometimes make choices between them? I mean, one, for example, talks about reasonable and affordable, but then 2 says advanced telecommunication services should be provided in all regions of the nation. And that doesn't have a reasonable or financial limitation at all. And I'm not sure I understand why you're fighting the notion that if they were bound by them somehow, they would still provide guidance.
Sure. So we obviously make that argument that even if 254B principles are all mandatory in every way you could think of, as Judge Newsom said in his concurrence, they are all mealy-mouthed shibboleths. They're just generic terms. And so even if the court says the position the FCC's provided for 30 years is wrong, no, you must try to meet every single one of these, we think we still win. And I think to get back to Justice Kagan's question, it's because we still have the object. It's sufficient for what? Sufficient for universal service. And the FCC gets to redefine universal service based on an evolving standard.
You know, there is something that says to the FCC, yes, you get to keep thinking about this. And, you know, Justice Jackson suggested that that's exactly when you want delegations. It's you get to keep thinking about this because we recognize that the technology is going to change, and these very clear principles are going to be in 2025 different from what they were in 2010, which is different from what they were in 2000. So, but the guidelines are quite clear, you know. A substantial majority of people already have to have them. They have to be at affordable and reasonable rates. And what's the one I'm missing? They have to be essential to essentially, you know, live in our modern society for education and health and safety. I mean, if you go through what this program is providing, what would you cut out?
I'm sorry, what would I cut from?
Yeah, because, you know, like to me, it's like, okay, you know, what it's providing is landline connections, and now broadband in very rural areas. About a $9 per month subsidy for people who live below the poverty line. Rural health to ensure that we facilitate telehealth services and allow rural clinics to operate. I mean, this is all basic stuff. These are not exorbitant things. These are not gratuitous things. This is just like the way the FCC has operated that program is consistent with the standards that have been set in this program, which is these are providing basic services for people who live in North Dakota and for people who live below the poverty line. And by the way, as Mr. Clements said, those basic services benefit all of us because we should all be able to talk to people in North Dakota.
So on that point, I'd respectfully direct you to our opening brief. Search for where we use the phrase wealthy Montanans on ranchettes. It's a phrase used by a scholar saying this money gets used for things like that. They're taking money from people who are just above the line to receive, say, lifeline assistance, and it goes to help people who are rural, but who are already wealthy and that sort of thing. So the idea that this is just an unalloyed good, we would respectfully disagree with. The GAO reports say that for 20 years.
I think you can't have a government program that doesn't have a couple of instances, a few instances, some instances of, where somebody could come in and say, this goes too far. Probably so.
Watch me.
Time to make an arbitrary and capricious stand.
If I could address your prior point about the changing technology. So we're not challenging, we made this very clear, we're not challenging the spending on the back end. And the FCC can address changing technology on the back end by saying, here's the new equipment that we think people should have. We've already, in that case, if they've constitutionally raised the money, have much broader leeway. You should see footnote 11 in our opening brief that explains the distinction. But the point is, there are other programs like this. Think like in the sense that they have changing technology, think of Medicare. Obviously the medical treatments are changing every day, but yet Congress has set objective rules on the Medicare tax.
I would have understood your argument not to be that they're spending too much and subsidizing wealthy Montanans, which does happen in rural areas and Colorado too, but maybe that they're also spending too little. And maybe we should have cell phones for everyone under this standard. Wouldn't that be advanced telecommunication services for everybody? And don't most people have them? And therefore, shouldn't everybody have them? And I had understood your argument to be not that they're spending too little or too much, but that nobody can tell what the right answer is.
That's certainly right. There's nothing to stop the agency from doing that. And to respond on this point about advanced telecommunication services, the idea that it's somehow limited only to schools and libraries. If we're going to make 254B mandatory, I'll point you to 254B2, which says access to advanced telecommunications information services should be provided in all regions of the nation. So there we go, Starlink for the whole nation. Maybe they're not spending enough. Who knows? And this kind of gets to one of the questions, I think it was from Justice Barrett, about whether there are kind of judicially manageable standards and that sort of thing. And again, that's why I strongly push back on the idea that this incorporated some pre-existing framework. Congress made clear it was not. It fundamentally overhauled it by letting the FCC on an evolving basis redefine this. It's the exact opposite of a judicially manageable standard.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas. Justice Alito.
I am quite concerned about the effects of a decision in your favor on the grounds that you have been pressing this morning. In the end, that may not matter, but I would like to know what such a decision would mean. So to start out, what would be the effect on people in rural areas if this is held to be unconstitutional and Congress does not act? Where should I look to get an accurate picture of the answer to that question?
So I would look to our response brief first, where we say the court could limit relief to the named respondents. I think that's one, at least potential answer there. I think you could also.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, and so you could also look to the Fifth Circuit, en banc opinion, which did not even vacate the quarterly contribution factor at issue here, simply remanded to the agency. And so I realize that may turn in part on how the court actually rules on the merits, but that's another possible remedy here, which is that The FCC decision isn't even vacated in the meantime.
Well, the Fifth Circuit based its decision on the combination theory. And if we were to affirm on the basis of the combination theory, the problem could be fixed rather readily, I would think, by the FCC itself. Isn't that right?
It could. I find it telling that in the 8 months since the opinion came out, they haven't actually tried to do so for subsequent quarters.
So again, where should I look to get an accurate picture of the empirical situation? Are there studies?
I'm not sure that the best source I could give you, Your Honor, on that. I think the answer is that Congress would have an opportunity to take the reins and decide, what do we really want universal service to be? It's so important. As I say, my friends on the other side insist this is the most important program in the country, but yet they think that perhaps it's not one where Congress itself needed to impose any real limits. I think if it's that important, then Congress will step up. I think even Mr. Clement admitted, essentially, of course, Congress would step up here.
Another concern is the effect on other statutes. And I sort of throw up my hands at dealing with this. This has come up before. This sort of argument made by the Solicitor General has come up before. It was made in the CFPB case last term. I don't blame the government at all for making it, but the argument is made that if you decide a case in a particular way, it is going to result in imperiling, dooming a whole list of statutes. And maybe that's true, maybe that's not true, but each one of those would require individual determination, and we don't have briefing on all of those statutes. So maybe that's something that the Solicitor General could address. Maybe that's directed more to her than to you, but do you have thoughts on that?
Well, sure. So I think it's telling again that the best examples they could have after almost 4 years of litigation are the ones at pages 8 to 9 of their reply, which are distinguishable for all the reasons Justice Gorsuch has given. I think
they're distinguishable on the grounds that those are fees and this is a tax. Is that right?
that's an easy distinction, yes. And even if you were to say this isn't a tax, again, as we say, we still win because there's no clear boundary. There's no clear principle. There's no clear rule for the statute. I think also the court, in its opinion, if it were to rule in our favor, would explain, so why is this statute different than, say, ones like in NBC? And I think the court would go through the fact that this did not bring the common law soil with it, did the opposite. There are no other provisions around it that give it meaning, like this court has sometimes done to fill in vague terms. If anything, every time you look at a different provision, it's just broader than the one before it. And so I think that would naturally limit the follow-on cases.
Okay, and then finally, maybe, potential ways of limiting the practical impact of the decision in this case, if the decision is in your favor along the lines that you're advancing this morning. One is Northern Pipeline, some skepticism about whether that's a precedent that should be followed has been expressed. Another is limiting the relief to just the parties here. If we were to do that, how long would it be, do you think, before enough parties would bring suit and bring this whole thing down?
Well, it's taken 25 years for someone to kind of get the gumption to challenge it in the first place. So I have some doubts actually that others would mount such challenges. But even if so, I think it would be past the time.
It takes it takes gumption to take the lead, but it doesn't take very much gumption to try to get the benefit of something that somebody else has done the work to enable you to get.
True enough. I think however much time that would take, especially given that this is a quarterly process, it doesn't play out on a daily basis in that sense. I think by that time we would have had congressional action, either saying we are going to say that this program is important as the petitioners say, and we're going to put some limits on it, or they'll say this thing is out of control, it's in a death spiral, we need to come up with something else altogether. It would be more than enough time to do that.
But it's not easy to get legislation. It's never easy to get legislation enacted by Congress.
True.
Perhaps
Congress
even more
also,
difficult right now than it has been at times in the past. Isn't that right?
That's true. And I should also add, Congress could simply appropriate money here. They could say, here's $8 billion. You don't need to charge the fee in the meantime. It's a bit like with the Affordable Care Act tax, where they zeroed it out, that sort of thing, where they went through some of their kind of Senate trickery and they figured out how to do this with a lesser number of votes or something, and just say, here's an amount of money, 8 billion, 9 billion, 20 billion, 5 billion, whatever. Congress is the one that gets to choose, right? And they should choose. They have to choose. And they could do that and you don't even have to change the statute.
You think that would be a better solution to have the taxpayers pay for this rather than the providers?
Well, remember, this fee is already
Or,
paid
let
by
me
the
not ask whether
taxpayers.
it's a better approach, but one that Congress is more likely to be enthusiastic about.
Well, as of now, it's already paid by the taxpayers because Americans are really the ones who pay for it. But also on the idea, I'll be brief, but just on the idea that because it's a popular program or something, that should somehow matter. I think
it's not overt, but anyway, go ahead.
Right. I think it's right. It shouldn't matter. And the main reason for this purpose is, of course, members of Congress love handing off taxing to someone else and say, don't blame me, blame the FCC, blame USAC. Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
Most taxpayers complain that when they're taxed, they don't know what the government's spending the money on. And certainly most of the time, they don't like what the government's spending money on. But in terms of accountability, your monthly phone bill tells you that you're paying for universal service charge because it has a line that says, your bill, this is the amount of the federal universal service charge. What you're saying to Justice Alito is, in a time in which the federal budget is being slashed dramatically, that Congress will now appropriate. We should ask Congress to appropriate something that taxpayers know they're already paying and have agreed to.
Right, but that's what the Constitution requires. And the thing is, if people don't like it, they can vote out
question?
Congress.
You told Justice Alito that every other law that might be affected could be distinguished. What can't be distinguished is that all of these are levying fees or assessments or charges based on agency determinations. The Office of the Comptroller, quote, determines what is necessary or appropriate to carry out its responsibilities. The FDIC, none of these are with limits. Any fee which the corporation may be by regulation prescribed after giving due consideration to the need to establish and maintain the reserve ratio of the deposit insurance fund. The Federal Housing Finance Agency can levy upon regulated entities an assessment sufficient to pay its reasonable costs and expenses. I can go on, where agencies are being told levy fees, duties, tariffs. Tariffs are not even tied to a particular activity. Tariffs just say, pay this tariff on this good, and agencies have been permitted to assess, the president has been permitted to assess tariffs to raise revenues for no reason, or whatever reason he deems appropriate. That, I think, is much less guidance than this law. So I am not sure how you could answer that we can distinguish each one of them. Each one of them does not have a numerical cap. And yet we've said that they're sufficiently precise as to what the activities are being spent on as to not be a non-delegation violation.
So a few responses on the statutes on pages 8 to 9. None of those are being used to fund a multi-billion-dollar social welfare program, which was the entire purpose of this statutory regime. I don't think my friends on the other side dispute that point.
You don't think that these programs are funding the banking system, funding the banking system, the housing system? They're all being used to fund programs that assist various groups in one form or another. So yes, they are funding industries.
Well, so the way that this court described them in Skinner when it talked about national cable was to say that those sorts of statutes refer to the administrative costs internal to the agency. I think,
but the
if they're
administrative
using,
costs are all related to the programs, and this is related directly to specified programs.
right, but
So
that,
it's doing exactly the same thing.
that wouldn't be the administrative cost, Your Honor. That would be the actual program itself, funding the whole separate welfare, social welfare program.
But that's exactly what these other agencies are doing.
Well,
they're running programs and services that are being funded in their determination of what's going to meet their obligations.
I think respectfully, Your Honor, that's just not how they actually work. That's not really what the text says. Some of them may seem a little broader. I think under this court's national cable decision, they would need to be limited. This court already said in that case 50 years ago, there's a major distinction from delegation purposes from letting an agency set a true fee and letting an agency raise money in the public interest. I think that's a very important point here under current doctrine, is that phrases like in the public interest just won't work here.
Justice Kagan?
So one of the things that strikes me, Mr. Cotter, about this case is that when we typically interpret regulatory statutes, like sometimes we just interpret them straight up, but to the extent we don't, what we usually do is that we interpret the statute to limit agency authority. In other words, like we narrowly construe the statute, as in Benzian, or the major questions doctrine is all about doing this. These look like very broad delegations. We can't really believe that's what Congress meant, so we're going to sort of impose some limits. And what you're asking us to do, I think, is kind of the opposite. It's like instead of doing that or reading the statute straight up, what you're saying is that we should read this statute as expansively as possible to give the agency as much power as it could possibly be viewed as given, and all in order to, in the end, blow the statute up. And I think that that's just not a right way to think about the interpretation of regulatory statutes. So again, this sort of goes back to this statute has plenty in it that imposes limits on what the FCC is doing. And why shouldn't we interpret the statute, which, I think both sides in Gundy thought that the one thing that they agreed on was the first thing you do in a delegation case is interpret the statute. We interpret the statute. There's a lot of limits here. The agency can raise the money that's good enough, but no more, to satisfy a pretty clear mandate, which is to provide basic services, those services necessary for public health and safety and education, basic services for people of low income and in rural areas who don't have what a substantial majority of us do have. That's a pretty clear directive to the agency. And that seems to me consistent with the way we should interpret statutes in this context.
So as the en banc decision below said, there are a lot of words here, but there are not a lot of limits, especially when it comes to raising the amount. And I realize
I'm just going to interrupt. I'm going to give you time to answer, but I'm just going to interrupt. I actually think that the lot of words here makes it seem as though it's a little bit more loose than it in fact is, like the fact that there are 6 factors and stuff like that. The lot of words are actually masking an extremely clear mandate to the agency. This agency knows what it's supposed to do under this statute, which is exactly what this agency has been doing. This goes back to Mr. Clement's historical point. It's basically what this agency has been doing since the 1930s.
Well, again,
Okay, sorry.
Well, sorry, I was gonna say, again, remember the key inquiry here. What is the fundamental object, right? Universal service. The FCC gets to define it on an evolving standard. And it's not an extraordinary interpretation to read it as it says, which is that in 254C, the FCC need only consider the extent to which, and then it lists some of these factors. And so we read it just straight up. Again, this is not, respectfully, it's just not an unusual interpretation to say the FCC, sure, they must consider it. And if they don't, that could be an APA challenge. But we're going to assume they did consider it, and they're not actually substantively limited by these sorts of things. On the list of policies in Schechter Poultry, there was a similar list of principles, list of policies, including non-discriminatory provisions. The codes adopted needed to be equitable, things like that. Words that may in other contexts have provided enough, but because they're added on with all these other provisions that make clear, agency, you can go ahead and kind of do what you want here. And just to be clear, we're completely freeing you from the pre-existing doctrine. So Mr. Clement said this isn't one of those cases where Congress said, hey, agency, figure it out. Respectfully, we just disagree. I think that's exactly what happened here.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh.
I do have a few. On accountability, I assume, because I haven't heard from you, you don't have any separate problem here with the fact that it's the FCC and that's commonly thought of to be independent. Either it's not independent, as the government says, or you don't think that's an additional problem. Is that correct?
It's perhaps a minor plus factor. We're not raising a separate challenge on that basis, no.
Okay. Second, are you asking us to do anything with Skinner?
So the way we interpret Skinner, I think this is the fair reading of it, given all the cases before and after, is that the nature of the power at issue does matter. The court said that since Wayman. And to the extent the court went further, all it said was something that we're willing to agree with, although we went either way, which is that taxing is not in a category of one, essentially. It's not some unique specific thing, although historically we think it is. We think that's important. We don't want to tie the whole case to that point. And so in our view, at most, that's what Skinner said. And so whether you view it as a tax or a fee, we win either way. Skinner doesn't control beyond that.
Is your argument that the word sufficient is too loose, or the back-end objects are too loose, or both?
It's not just sufficient is too loose. There are many principles in here that are too loose, because even if you think they might have some meat on the bones, again, the FCC doesn't have to comply with any particular 254.
But you are arguing sufficient, the word sufficient, even if the back-end objects were more specific. You understand the question?
I think I do.
Yeah.
And what I would say is it's not as if we have a statute where Congress said, FCC, please raise money and you can spend up to $8 billion. I think then the reasonable interpretation, as Justice Kagan would say, is, okay, let's kind of tie those two together there and put them in, let's try to avoid a constitutional problem. But here on the back end spending, it's not like they suddenly have some real objective limits there either.
Yeah. And then on your point about limiting relief to the named parties, I guess I'm not understanding that at all because, would not be it's not a district court ruling. This ruling would be binding through vertical stare decisis throughout the country. And I assume you want to react to that. I think the named relief thing doesn't help you at all.
Well, so two responses. First, the government's always asking this court to limit relief to the named parties for once they found someone who's willing to agree to it. So it must make some distinction. Second, I think it's more applicable to the court orders that are kind of already in the hopper. So for all the ones that have already been approved, as it were, for those, limiting relief to the named parties, especially given that the time limit to bring challenges.
Let's play this out. We've had this discussion before in past years, the past few years, but if this court were to say that it's unconstitutional for the FCC to continue in this way, even though the named parties are here before us, my understanding of what the government has said before is we would comply with what the Supreme Court said.
Sure, I think it's important that they say that, but this is really important.
You don't think they would do that?
I don't think they necessarily have a legal obligation to do so.
What's your case for that?
Well, the case is that the judgment applies to the parties only, specifically if the court has already said so. But
What's your response to vertical stare decisis and how that's traditionally been understood in the country?
So that's why I say I think the limiting it to the named parties is really most relevant for all the challenges that are already in the hopper. To say we're not going to unscramble all these statutes in the past, except for maybe these few named parties. Going forward, as people might bring new challenges, and as I said in response to Justice Alito, I'm not convinced they will. But even if they did, then okay, well, that plays out well into the future. By then, we think if the court has actually reached this point, Congress would have done something to fix forward.
Sorry to prolong. The premise of what you're saying right there is that the FCC is just going to say we don't care what the Supreme Court said about the program, and I'm not sure that premise is accurate.
I think that sorry, if I'm not being clear, I'm saying for the court orders that have already been challenged, the past ones, I think they would say, look, the Supreme Court has ruled in your favor, respondents, and we will address that as necessary, as to you. Going forward, though, I do think that limiting it to the main parties is less effective. That's why we list other options, though. I'm not saying that that's like a cure-all, just to be clear. I think it is an important limitation, especially for the suits already filed.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Barrett?
I just want to clear something up about the 254B universal service principles. We've been kind of going round and round and round about whether these are mandatory factors or not. So I just want to be sure that I understand your position. So it begins under B by saying the joint board and the commission shall base policies for the preservation and advancement of universal service on the following principles. And then each one of those principles has a should. Is that your problem, that they say should? And would you feel differently if the principles were worded that quality services be available at just, reasonable, and affordable rates?
That's one of the problems, is that it says should. But I think more fundamentally, the problem is, as the FCC itself has said for 30 years now almost, that any
Okay,
one
but
of
put aside, this is a legal question. This is a statutory interpretation question. So the FCC can say that all at once, but we still have to interpret the statute, right? So we're not bound by what the FCC says about its own authority. So return to the question.
True, although I think the fact that they've interpreted it the same way for 30 years.
Okay, I said, but don't fight the premise.
All right, and so even then, let's say that they all are mandatory, we still run into the problem that I think Justice Gorsuch was getting at, which is that these terms, especially when you have them fighting against each other with no rules for how to balance them or pick and choose between them, it's just like Schechter poultry. It's a lot of policy, some of which may actually have some meaning in some sense, but they're all fighting against each other, and the FCC gets to kind of pick and choose which ones are more important.
Okay, and then second question, we've talked a little bit about the difficulty of having judicially manageable standards in this area. And when you and I talked before, we were talking about a cap, and you said a cap would solve the problem. So is that a manageable principle that you would be happy? You said, well, then at least Congress would have decided the policy for itself and put a limit on it. So, if it said 3 trillion, 3 billion, whatever, I understood you to tell me before that would solve the problem.
Absolutely.
And so that would be the intelligible principle.
If we're under the intelligible principle, yes, that's more than sufficient. And I think it's noteworthy that—
And we wouldn't have to worry about anything else in the statute, not this 254B list or anything like that. Just the money would do it.
Correct, although we win even if you don't think that's the requirement.
Justice Jackson?
So you've said several times that you're not asking for a special rule for taxes versus fees, but you began today by saying that this case is about taxation without representation. And you say there has to be a cap because the amount of public revenue that is to be raised via a mechanism is a legislative prerogative and can't be delegated. So it seems to me that you are relying to some extent on the characterization of this as a tax.
So to be clear, we're making alternative arguments. We think it is a tax. We think that—
But does that matter? Does it matter?
But even if you disagree—
No, I understand. I just want to understand whether your delegation argument in substantial part is hinging on your point that the legislature has the power to tax and it can't be handed off. And unless the legislature has a cap that it says this is the amount that you can raise, it is doing something unconstitutional because of that structure?
It matters in the sense that we know taxing is a strictly and exclusively legislative power. So we know that this is something Congress itself has to set the objective rule on. It's not necessarily that they have a cap in the numerical sense. In footnote 7 of our opening.
No, I understand, but the thought is that to the extent that you believe this is a tax, there has to be a cap set by Congress, is your basic point. Now, let me just ask you this. Mr. Clement says, okay, this statute is really not about raising public revenue. It is about providing universal services. So if we disagree, if this comes down to how we're characterizing this statute, and we disagree with your view that this is a public revenue raising vehicle and therefore Congress has to put a cap on it, do you lose? I mean, why must there be a cap if this is not a tax?
So again, there doesn't need to be a cap in the numerical sense.
No, I
It needs to be a
understand.
rule.
But why, if this is not a tax, why can't Congress develop a policy that says we would like to have the following thing happen? We would like to have everybody in rural places throughout the country, everywhere, have this kind of service. And as Mr. Clement said, we don't really care about how much it costs to do that. We are trying to get to this objective. And you would come back and say, but you have to tell us, there's to be a cap on the amount of money that you have to raise for this. And Congress says, but that's not our objective. This is not about raising money. It's about providing a service, however much that costs. What's unconstitutional about that?
It's still domestic revenue raising, as Professor McConnell describes it, or as this court last year in CFPB described it. It's raising public monies. And when you have that sort of exclusive legislative power, there needs to be a policy set by Congress.
All right, let me just ask you one more question. I know we're running out of time here. Is it your first line position that we should not be using the intelligible principle standard? Are you encouraging us? I know you say you win under that standard, but is your first point that we should be doing something else?
Yes, the court should at the very least return to the intelligible principle that I think J.W. Hampton itself laid out, which says that Congress must set the rule that shall prevail. And as our argument is, there's no rule that shall prevail when it comes to the
So you're not doing important subjects or something like that? Is that what you mean? Is that the test that I'm just trying to understand what it is that you would have us do if we don't do intelligible principle.
So we would say that the proper framework is what this court applied for 150 years. If it's a strictly and exclusively legislative power, then Congress itself must set the policy. It can leave only fact-finding and details to the executive. And as I started off today saying, the amount of money to raise for an enormous social welfare program is not a minor detail to be left to someone else.
And you don't see the risk that we judges would be overriding popular, and I know you don't care that it's popular, but popular in the sense that Congress has enacted it, programs. I mean, Mr. Clement says that this could be the aggrandizement of power by the courts if we don't have a really clear standard for determining when we come in and say this is unconstitutional versus not.
Well, I think he apparently prefers an aggrandizement by Article 2 executive, and Congress is more than happy to let that happen when it comes to taxes, because nobody wants to take responsibility for that. So I think if we care about kind of democratic accountability, I'll return to what Judge Newsom said in his concurrence. With each delegation here, each new layer, we move further and further away from that democratic accountability.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. General Harris, rebuttal.
Thank you. Just want to go over 3 problems for respondents. 1, I candidly don't know what the rule is at this point. On the one hand, there is an anomalous rule that is foreign to the non-delegation precedents, apparently for taxes, fees, and other revenue-raising exactions. And I don't know how it can possibly be squared as something that preserves the separation of powers. When saying that an agency can raise up to $1 trillion with no further restrictions is somehow not a non-delegation problem, but tying what an agency can extract from a particular set of people tied to the specific needs of a program is somehow constitutionally unconscionable. I think there's a grave risk that if the court went down that path, the court would not be revitalizing the non-delegation doctrine or giving it meaningful teeth. It will just crop up case by case, new exclusively legislative powers. What is the new sort of limit that is going to be reverse engineered for that one? That is chaos. Second, respondent is ignoring the very real constraints in Section 254. This is a little bit of an odd case in which the government is fervently insisting that the terms of the statute are mandatory, and yet respondents won't take yes for an answer, that it is really, really a constraint. And you know that 254 is mandatory for a couple of reasons, not just the fact that 254 starts with shall, as Justice Barrett and others have pointed out, but the fact that this is a highly repetitive statutory scheme. So all of the things in Section 254B actually recur elsewhere in the statute. 254D is a shall with respect to the equitable and non-discriminatory rates. Other parts of the program, and 254H with respect to how the rural program is supposed to work or how the libraries are supposed to be funded. Those are shalls. And so there is no doubt that this is a mandatory system. The FCC has treated it as such, but the question is what the statute means. It is mandatory. Third of all, just the consequences of respondents' position are really troubling. The reply brief 8 to 9 examples are truly the tip of the iceberg. It is a little bit strange that respondents think that it is perfectly fine if there's some sort of fee system for the agency to decide how much its own costs or expenses are going to be, that is not sort of inviting the agency to raise whatever it sort of feels like, but that there is a problem when Congress is tethering the costs or fees or rates, not to what the agency feels like doing to fund its own enforcement priorities and other things that it's doing, but instead to meet defined external goals that Congress has required the program to meet against a historical backdrop. That is a very, very strange position to be in. Now, on top of that, that's just the problem with a different rule for fees or taxes or just looking at statutory analogs for revenue raising. That really is the tip of the iceberg because respondents' position also seems to have other built-in features that jeopardize, sort of create a minefield for the US code. One of which is if the idea is you can't ever have balancing of factors in a statute without running into a non-delegation problem, guess what? Agencies are delegated with a lot of balancing of factors. It doesn't mean they have no constraints at all. It means they have to do both. So this court should not stray from the path. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted. The honorable court is now adjourned until Monday next at 10 o'clock.
Let's clap for that, you stupid bastard.
God save the Queen, man.
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.